Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride, since one of his most important missions after arriving at the ancient Sword Star with the Imperial Sword Sect was to find the Demon Suppression Tower for that little girl. The Demon Suppression Tower is supposed to hold powerful great demons, with at least level 100 or above, boss level strength, before they're qualified to be suppressed here. Otherwise, why not simply exterminate them? Why waste time and effort confining them here? Songjian mused to himself. Songjian speculated that the Demon Suppression Tower might serve a similar purpose to his Sword Chi Stone Tower, perhaps exploiting these great demons for some benefits. Otherwise, why suppress these monsters instead of just killing them? Pain-filled roars echoed from within the cages, making the surroundings instantly eerie. Gasps, scrapings, and low growls filled the air around him, signaling that something was awakening, or even being attracted by the commotion. Songjian's thoughts raced, and he cast his Sword Shadow Clone skill. In an instant, a figure identical to him appeared by his side. Under his control, the Sword Shadow Clone arbitrarily chose a passage and sprinted forward, revealing the mission map in its wake. However, it wasn't long before the clone stopped, its health rapidly declining. In less than a minute, Songjian had lost contact with the Sword Shadow Clone. This startled Songjian. He knew his Sword Shadow Clone skill had reached level 10, and although not yet maxed out, the clone's strength was nearly on par with his own. Could there be such powerful monsters inside? With this thought, Songjian promptly activated the stealth skill inherent to his concealment necklace, his figure slowly vanishing from the spot. Before long, a large group of half-transparent, gray-white ghostly creatures floated over. They resembled clusters of mist, gathering around Songjian's previous position before being drawn by the continuing wails of the creature, passing directly through the iron bars towards the 30-odd level monster. Soon, the cage resounded with a series of piercing screams. The noise gradually quietened until silence fell. Quickly, these ghost-like creatures floated out of the cage, their gray-white, translucent bodies now flickering with a faint crimson glow. Having left the cage, these ghosts seemed to lose interest in surveying the surroundings, casually selecting a passage and drifting away slowly. A level 100 Lord-level boss, devouring ghosts, how could there be such terrifying creatures here? Songjian, hidden on the side, carefully utilized the Eye of Insight, observing the attributes of these ghosts. Chapter 1210, Purple Crystal Falls. Devouring specters could absorb vitality points and energy points from their targets during combat, and some could even suck in energy values similar to mana, magical power, and sword chi value, causing considerable trouble for both melee and ranged characters, as well as for physical and magical vocations. Moreover, these specters seldom appeared alone, they usually emerged in large groups, swarming their prey. Even Songjian would find them quite troublesome. The goal now is to locate the Cage of Evil. It's best to avoid the monsters here if possible, Songjian thought to himself, choosing another passage and sneaking along slowly. The jail was teeming with monsters, and it didn't take long before Songjian encountered a group of skeleton soldiers. These soldiers glowed with multicolored light, 3 to 5 of them brandished long knives, followed by 2 to 3 archers, and one of the skeletons wielded a bone wand that flickered with red light. Warriors, archers, mages. It's almost like a complete adventurer's team. Songjian inwardly remarked. He had planned to circumvent this group of skeleton soldiers, but as he turned a corner, a green-tinged arrow struck his shoulder. Instantly, a greenish glow enveloped Songjian from head to toe, but within the blink of an eye, the light vanished. A toxin attack? Songjian's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced toward the skeleton archer which radiated a green light. Each of these skeleton soldiers had different attributes. Based on the light they emitted, they varied from poison, fire, wind, ice, and others, making them very troublesome since even their normal attacks carried these elemental effects. Turning around, Songjian saw the group of skeleton soldiers charging straight at him. The skeleton archers kept drawing their bows and aiming at him, while the skeleton mage with the bone wand was rolling a fireball in its hands, mentally locking on to Songjian himself. They're at least 10 meters away from me, how did they detect me? Songjian wondered, yet his hands didn't hesitate. With a thought, more than 10 spirit swords materialized around him, flying towards the group of skeleton soldiers. At least 2 to 3 spirit swords danced up and down in front of each skeleton soldier, continuously slashing at them. As Songjian's strength increased, his mastery of the 1,000 swords art improved gradually. He could now simultaneously control over 10 spirit swords with ease, though for now, he couldn't yet command each sword to perform different sword techniques. These skeleton soldiers were merely 60-level elite bosses. They could be quite troublesome for ordinary players due to their perfect vocational combination, but for Song Jian, it was only a matter of spending a bit more time. After several minutes, the fight ended, and the corridor's floor was littered with shattered skeleton pieces. Each dead skeleton soldier burned with a flame of its unique color. Ding-ling-dang-lang. A series of pleasant loot drop sounds rang out. Around the corpses of the skeleton soldiers, a variety of items burst forth. Song Jian stepped forward to take a closer look. Most were materials and level 50 to 60 equipment, except for one silver piece, the rest were white and green quality items. For the current Song Jian, these items were at most worth a few 100,000 doomsday coins and not worth his consideration. He casually picked up all the equipment. However, as Song Jian picked up the last item, he suddenly froze and looked more closely at what was in his hand. Purple crystal? Song Jian's face lit up with a surprised smile. To think that purple crystals would drop here directly was an unexpected delight. Unexpectedly, purple crystals could also drop from monsters, which instantaneously piqued Song Jian's interest in the prison's creatures. You have to understand that purple crystals are not only more precious than doomsday coins as a currency but also allow one to absorb their energy to gain combat experience and level up. Song Jian estimated that in the future, when players reach a certain level, leveling up by hunting monsters would become exceedingly painful, and using purple crystals to level up would become the preferred method for players to increase their levels. However, purple crystals are extremely rare and hard to obtain, not much easier than hunting monsters. This place is not a prison, but a treasure trove. Song Jian thought to himself, as he weighed the purple crystal in his hand. He immediately dismissed the idea of finding the Cage of Evil right away, deciding instead to go on a killing spree here to earn a fortune in purple crystals, then use them to increase his own level, and quickly meet the third-tier combat power assessment standards. You have to understand that the levels of players had also risen by now, and most of them had completed the second-tier combat power assessment, just like him. Although in terms of strength, they were still far behind him, Song Jian always felt a sense of urgency. Now was the perfect opportunity to obtain a good amount of purple crystals to raise his own level. With that thought, Song Jian immediately summoned his battle pet, the Stone Man Gulu, a level 100+ Lord-level boss. Although Gulu couldn't sweep through enemies as he had in the Endless Road trials, it was still a very difficult task for the monsters here to kill Gulu. The 8-meter-tall Gulu, once summoned, stood like a small mountain, and walking caused a thunderous rumble, which could be heard from afar in the silent prison. Song Jian soon felt something converging towards him, and within no time, he saw a large, dense swarm of monsters rushing towards him. The monsters looked just like ratmen, standing only as high as Song Jian's Harut, with a slender tail behind them like a long whip, covered in gray fur. Truly ugly. Song Jian glanced at the monsters and immediately felt disgusted. Their faces were covered in large and small tumors, distorting their features. Some of the tumors were even oozing a milky white liquid, and a pungent, fishy smell hit him, making them seem as though they had suffered from radiation. Song Jian leaped lightly upon Gulu's shoulder, wielding the sky-breaking sword. With a thought, numerous spirit swords floated around him. Under his control, hundreds of spirit swords started to rotate slowly around the Stone Man Gulu, and shortly, a sword chi tornado formed around Gulu's body. Perspiration slowly beaded Song Jian's forehead. Controlling so many spirit swords, his mental strength and sword chi value drained rapidly like overflowing floodwaters. The sword chi value decreased a bit more slowly due to its recovery speed, but his mental strength plummeted drastically. The monsters ignored the sword chi tornado, flinging themselves at Gulu like moths to a flame, and were torn to shreds by the sword chi tornado. The sword chi tornado acted like a defense. No matter how many monsters came, they couldn't breach that thin layer of defense, and soon, a rich smell of blood spread in all directions. Chapter 1211, Legendary Fragments. The din of battle grew louder and louder, and as more monsters kept appearing, sweat slowly began to bead on Song Jian's forehead. His mental strength and sword chi value were continuously dropping, and the spirit sword was being steadily destroyed. Some monsters had already broken through the defense of the spirit sword and attacked the stone golem Gulu. Damn it, how many monsters are imprisoned here, and why are there more and more? Song Jian felt the urgency in his heart. He had already seen several legendary level bosses slowly making their way over. If he didn't come up with a plan soon, he feared he would have no choice but to hide in the shattered divine realm. Clang! Just then, a crisp sound of something dropping rang out. Song Jian's spirits lifted as he looked toward the source of the sound. A chest emanating purple golden light was glittering amidst a pile of purple crystals, particularly eye-catching in the darkness. A legendary level treasure chest, how is this possible? A look of surprise appeared on Song Jian's face. He knew that only legendary level bosses and above could drop legendary quality chests, and even then, the drop rate was extremely low. It was said that Lord level bosses might also have a chance to drop items of legendary quality, but one could imagine that the likelihood was almost zero. If one was not the favored son of the game system, it would be practically impossible to obtain a legendary quality item from a Lord level boss. Song Jian glanced over and realized that one of his spirit swords had triggered his innate ability Sword Saint, cleaving a legendary level boss in two and triggering instant death, which resulted in the boss dropping this legendary quality chest. Song Jian looked at the surrounding monsters, gritted his teeth, retracted his thousand swords art, his flame light wings fluttered behind him, and he flew straight toward the legendary quality chest. In the blink of an eye, Song Jian collected the legendary quality chest and the pile of purple crystals into his inventory. He cast Soul Wander and slipped through the monsters, taking cover in a shattered cage. Meanwhile, the stone golem Gulu continued to battle in place, unleashing endless earth magic, blasting all approaching monsters into pieces. However, soon enough, it was covered in monsters, and stone chips began to fall from Gulu's form. Although Gulu's defense was strong and hard to break, it was overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers. Eventually, Gulu was knocked to the ground. During battle, it was impossible to recall Gulu into the pet space. Song Jian glanced at Gulu, sighed softly, and turned to walk down another corridor. The sounds of Gulu's battle grew fainter behind him, and before long, Song Jian received the message that Gulu had fallen in battle. Normal battle pets could be revived simply by paying a certain number of doomsday coins to a pet trainer, but Gulu was a Lord level boss over level 100, reviving it would require completion of a revival quest and a large amount of doomsday coins and precious treasures. I was blinded by the purple crystals this time. Otherwise, Gulu wouldn't have died here. Song Jian thought to himself, checking the battle pet interface. Gulu was now in a fallen state, and their intimacy had also dropped by 5 points. Song Jian always maintained a high level of intimacy with his battle pets. Even the black dragon, no longer by his side, had an intimacy level over 80 points. After losing 5 points, Gulu was down to 89 points, a long way from the 50 points at which it would betray him. With their target lost, the monsters began to slowly scatter. Song Jian took advantage of the monsters being drawn away by the battle and ran swiftly through the corridors, nearly opening up a third of the map for the mission. After circling around for a while, Song Jian returned to the previous battlefield. There was a large pile of rubble on the ground, along with many items glittering in different colors from the drops. Song Jian had had no chance to pick up all the spoils of battle earlier and could only come back to collect them once the monsters had all left. Lucky me, I've struck it rich. A smile crept onto Song Jian's lips. Among the loot, there were 6 or 7 dark gold quality items, along with quite a few shiny gold and silver quality equipment. Most of this equipment was level 50 or 60, which was perfect for the current player levels. After picking up all the spoils of war, Song Jian realized that he had collected more than 100 purple crystals, enough to raise his level by 2 or 3. No rush on leveling up, let's see what's inside that legendary quality chest first, Song Jian thought to himself as he took out the legendary quality box. The chests dropped by monsters were all unlocked. As Song Jian opened the chest, a purple gold sparkling item fell out, and the chest turned into glittering light particles and slowly vanished. Song Jian picked up the item and was momentarily stunned. Demon Suppression Tower, Fragment, 1 out of 3, Quality, Legendary, Item Description. During the ancient battle, the Demon Suppression Tower was accidentally shattered in the fight between humans and the ancient Desolate Abyss, and one of its fragments ended up here. You need to collect the other 2 fragments to form a complete Demon Suppression Tower. Item Attributes. The owner of this fragment will have all their attributes increased by 60 points, deterrence against monsters increased by 30%, and damage received from monsters is reduced by 30%. This effect takes place as soon as it's placed in the inventory. This was actually a fragment of the Demon Suppression Tower. Song Jian had ventured into the ancient Desolate Abyss partly in search of the Demon Suppression Tower, but despite the time spent, he had found no trace of it. Unexpectedly, he had now suddenly obtained information about the tower. It was incredibly surprising for Song Jian. As expected of a legendary quality item, even a single fragment has such powerful attributes. I can't imagine how formidable the complete Demon Suppression Tower will be once all 3 pieces are assembled. Excitement showed on Song Jian's face as he looked at the properties of the Demon Suppression Tower, Fragment. As soon as he placed the fragment of the Demon Suppression Tower into his inventory, a faint purple aura spread out from beneath Song Jian's feet, emanating in waves as if radiating from his body, forming a small purple halo at his feet. At the same time, a deterrence effect appeared in Song Jian's status bar. Deterrence, passive. An aura skill with a range of 10 meters, causes a deterrent effect on monsters within range, reducing their critical hit rate by 30%. During battle, monsters have a certain chance to flee, a certain chance to interrupt their casting, and a certain chance to trigger a confusion effect. The deterrence effect was indeed powerful, but it was most effective on monsters. After glancing at it, Song Jian didn't pay it much mind. In fact, the effect was more beneficial for melee professions, as Song Jian now belonged to a long-range attack profession. Any monster he could see would be killed before it could even get close to him, so many times the deterrence effect didn't have a chance to come into play, unless he encountered a situation like being surrounded again. Song Jian continued to navigate the dungeon map while inside the cell block. Soon, he heard a series of monstrous roars and the sound of something hitting against iron bars from the distance. Looks like I've stumbled onto a big one, Song Jian thought, turning his head and stealthily moving towards the source of the monstrous roars. Chapter 1212, Abyss Death Lord. The monsters within the dark prison were numerous, and most of them had been inmates imprisoned there before, but due to a lack of supervision over a long period, the weaker monsters had all died gruesome deaths within their cages, while the powerful ones had broken free and roamed the prison as if it were their own monstrous playground. As Song Jian approached the source of the roaring, he noticed that there were fewer and fewer monsters around him. It seemed that the strength of this big creature was formidable, frightening all other monsters away from getting too close. With this in mind, Song Jian became even more vigilant. Continuing along a passage, Song Jian soon saw a red glow emanating from the head, like lava slowly flowing. Just as Song Jian passed a cross-junction in the corridor, he suddenly discovered a particularly frightening torture device in the center of the junction. It looked like a suit of human armor, made entirely of fine iron from head to toe, designed to seal a person inside. Simultaneously, the limbs of this armor were firmly attached to a cross, with fist-sized holes on its surface. At this moment, each hole had a sword inserted into it, some piercing right through the armor, with dark, brown stains spreading from the holes and trailing down to the ground. Song Jian believed that if he were to open this device, a creature would definitely be found inside. Why would there be such a torture device here? Song Jian frowned, knowing that this prison was the ultimate torture device for monsters, where every moment, they felt their vitality being inexplicably drained. If the monster wasn't extraordinarily strong, it wouldn't take long before it was sucked dry into a mummy. There seemed to be no need for a torture device like the one before his eyes. Song Jian thought for a moment and then cleaved through the lock on the torture device with one strike of his sword. Click, and half of the armor fell off, revealing the situation inside. Indeed, a humanoid creature was securely fixed inside the armor. On the inner walls, many steel spikes about an inch long stuck out. Once a person was imprisoned inside, these spikes would inevitably pierce into the body. At the same time, the swords that had been thrust from the outside had also pierced through the humanoid creature. Although it had died and turned into a mummy, the creature's face still bore the traces of the agony and struggle it had endured. The humanoid creature before his eyes was clearly not human, even though it had become a mummy, its body still retained many non-human traces. Song Jian lightly prodded the mummy with his sky-breaking sword, and as a result, the mummy, which lacked support, fell down like a pile of ashes. The body already too decayed to be recognizable. A grayish-white soul drifted out from the ash remains of the body, a look of relief apparent on its face. It gave Song Jian a glance and pointed towards its own body, then slowly dissipated into the air. This torture device can actually imprison souls? Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. This torture device not only inflicted physical torment on its prisoners but also imprisoned their souls. If Song Jian hadn't accidentally destroyed it, it's likely that the creature's soul would have remained trapped inside forever, never finding release. Thinking about it, Song Jian felt a chill down his spine. There must be an immense hatred to confine a person within such a device. Remembering that the soul had pointed to its body before finding release, Song Jian was struck with a thought and sifted through the decayed remains of the mummy. Soon enough, he found a purple gemstone among the ashes. This purple gemstone was completely clear and cylindrical. Unlike other smooth and polished gemstones, it had many facets like a diamond and even held a faint, cool chill when held in his hand. Is this a soul crystal? Song Jian examined the attributes of the item in his hand, his face revealing an unexpected expression. A soul crystal is a type of forging material that can enhance the success rate and mutation rate of equipment forging. It is also a special material for casting spells, needed by mage-class professions when making magical puppets. The soul crystal in Song Jian's hand was of an exceedingly high quality, almost comparable to an epic-level piece of equipment. Song Jian rubbed the soul crystal in his hands a couple of times, and a streak of dark gold light blossomed from within the crystal. This was a dark gold quality soul crystal, definitely capable of creating a powerful magical puppet. This really is an unexpected joy. Song Jian thought to himself, his mind also starting to watch for similar torture devices in the passageways. Soon, Songjian spotted in a metal cage ahead, a giant monster being held captive. The monster looked like an oversized beetle, its body covered in a thick layer of armor-like hardshell, dotted with spike-like protrusions. Its head was tiny, with two antennae as thick as fingers protruding from it, and these antennas would occasionally emit dazzling red light, reminiscent of red lightning. Underneath its body were 8 limbs, arranged in 2 rows, supporting its massive frame. The monster continuously let out deafening roars from its mouth filled with sharp fangs, relentlessly tearing at the iron bars that imprisoned it. Sizzle. Streams of blue electricity coursed over the iron bars, and periodically, crescent-shaped bolts of energy more than a foot long were triggered by its gnawing, striking its body. A level 100 domination level boss, Abyssal Death Lord? Songjian squinted his eyes, carefully examining the attributes of the gigantic monster. Upon releasing the eye of insight, as expected, it drew the enmity of the Abyssal Death Lord. The Abyssal Lord, which was originally tearing at the bars, abruptly turned around and roared non-stop in Songjian's direction, its vast body charging at the bars like a tank. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out as a massive current zapped the Abyssal Death Lord from the bars, blasting it away, and the toppled Death Lord seemed to fall into unconsciousness, lying motionless on the ground. It took a good while before its antennae twitched slightly, and it managed to get up from the ground. The stunned Death Lord, apparently forgetting its hatred for Songjian, slowly got up, shaking its head while its body staggered. That previous collision seemed to have dealt it considerable damage. The Death Lord, now awake, continued to brush against the surrounding bars, with electricity continuously releasing from them. Songjian's brow furrowed slightly. This Death Lord seemed to be consciously draining the electrical energy of the bars. Just then, a mosquito-like voice suddenly rang out by Songjian's ear. "Could you lend me a little assistance, my friend?" As the voice echoed, Songjian's quest log also suddenly underwent a change with the trial mission of the Demon Suppression Tower. System, you have found the Holy Light Priest Sichucase in the Cage of Evil. Please help her escape from the Cage of Evil. Chapter 1213, Charging Bullet Sichucase? Songjian froze for a moment. It was only when he saw the mission prompt that he realized the person transmitting the message to him was none other than the Divine Light Priest Sichucase that the mission required. "Where are you?" Songjian couldn't help but ask. I'm right here in this cage that's flickering with electric light, together with this giant beetle." Sichucase's voice was soft and delicate. "But could you please speak a bit softer? This giant beetle is very sensitive to noise, and it's currently in a state of rage. I'm unable to tame it." Songjian used the concealment necklace and cast the stealth skill. He then slowly circled around a large cage that was flickering with electric light. Before long, Songjian saw a semi-transparent figure curled up in a dark corner of the cage, trying to make itself appear as small as possible. Is this the Holy Light Priest Sichucase? Why does she look like a dwarf? Songjian wondered somewhat strangely. The figure before him had cast a skill similar to a stealth skill. If it weren't for Songjian's vertical eye, which had the ability to see through deception, it would have been very difficult to detect its presence. "Sir, have you left?" Sichucase's voice rang out again by Songjian's ear, sounding somewhat panicked. Songjian slowly approached Sichucase, with only a set of iron bars flickering with electric light separating them. "I haven't left," Songjian said softly. Songjian's voice startled Sichucase, causing her body to visibly shudder. She turned her head toward Songjian's direction but couldn't see anything. "Sir, I can hear your voice, but I can't see you," Sichucase said in a low voice. "I've cast the stealth skill, similar to being in stealth mode," Songjian explained. "Oh, I see. I have a similar ability, but I can't spot someone who's already in stealth mode," Sichucase said with a tinge of regret. Only after getting close to Sichucase did Songjian realize that the person in front of him was indeed a dwarf priest who looked like a child of about 12 or 13 years old. However, his body was burly and robust, and the outline of his muscles was clearly visible through his robe. "Sichucase, you can call me Songjian. How can I help you get out of this cage?" Songjian raised his head to glance at the Abyssal Death Lord, which was still launching attacks at the cage, and asked in a low voice. "This cage is connected to the core energy room. It's absolutely impossible to escape by exhausting the photoelectric energy." Although Sichucase couldn't see Songjian, she still explained in a low voice facing his direction. "Fortunately, this place has been abandoned for a long time. The Watchers have either escaped, died, or turned into monsters. No one will care if the cage is damaged. The only way to leave is to destroy the cage, then I can get out," Sichucase said with a grim look on her face. "But, it's clearly going to be more difficult than one might imagine." Although the Abyssal Death Lord had lost its senses, it was apparent that it also intended to escape from this place, constantly ramming into the iron bars of the cage and then being repelled by the powerful electric current time and again. Let me try to see if I can destroy the cage. Sichu Case, stay back. Song Jian, clutching the sky-breaking sword, said in a quiet voice. Don't even think about it. Sichu Case's face changed dramatically, urgently stopping Song Jian. This cage is equipped with an adaptive retaliation setting. Once it is attacked, it will automatically counterattack, releasing charging bullets. The electric charge here exceeds 1 million volts. Once the charging bullets are triggered, each one is equivalent to a full-strength blow from a Tier 3 combat power supreme boss. Are you talking about those crescent-shaped electric energy spheres surrounding the Death Lord? Song Jian pointed and asked. Exactly, those are the ones. Sichu Case nodded and continued. The Death Lord is part machine, part flesh. When hit by charging bullets, the damage it takes is increased by 20%. With its strength, it would be hard to last long under the barrage of charging bullets. But to break the cage of evil, we must harness its power. Song Jian was taken aback and asked. What should we do then? Do I need to do something? I hope you can infuriate it, make it completely lose its mind. That way, the mechanical part of the Death Lord will take over. It can automatically analyze the power grid of the cage of evil and find a weak spot. Sichu Case explained. Infuriate it? Song Jian turned his head to look at the Death Lord, which was acting like a mad bull, repeatedly thrown back by the electric grid, drenched in blood, and even revealing bones that shimmered with metallic luster, yet still desperately trying to escape. He thought to himself. It's already this mad, how can I make it even angrier? Inside this prison is a torture device known as the Blood Rack of Agony. It contains bound souls, Sichu Case went on to say. All you need to do is find such a device, destroy it, freeing the soul within, and it will leave you a high-quality soul crystal. For the Death Lord, that's an irresistible lure. You can start by finding a soul crystal. It will drive the Death Lord even madder. Soul crystal? Song Jian's mind raced. He quickly took a purple crystal from his bag and said to Sichu Case. Is this what you're talking about? Oh my god, put it away quickly. Sichu Case suddenly shrieked in alarm. Just then, the Death Lord, which had been furiously ramming its body against the cage, suddenly twisted its head around, its eyes flaming red as it stared at the soul crystal in Song Jian's hand. It let out a hoarse bellow, and its whole body swollen to twice its size, resembling a heavy-duty tank as it thundered towards Song Jian's location. Sichu Case just screamed once before scrambling away towards the distance, her face full of fear. The Death Lord forcefully slammed into the iron bars closest to Song Jian, and immediately a dazzling white light burst from the bars, shooting charging bullets in all directions. Most of the charging bullets hit the Death Lord. Song Jian, being too close, was also hit by several, and was sent flying away. The charging bullets, though small, were formidable. The blow directly struck off over 8,000 of Song Jian's vitality points. If it had been an ordinary player of level 50 or 60, that hit could have killed them on the spot. Although Song Jian was only level 62, his magical resistance had accumulated to a staggering level that would dumbfound the average player. Even so, after taking a few hits from the charging bullets, he lost nearly 2/3 of his vitality points. If I use the sky-breaking sword to attack and damage these bars, will the triggered charging bullets instantly kill me? Song Jian watched as dozens of charging bullets brutally bombarded the Death Lord, suddenly feeling a wave of fear. Chapter 1214, The Array. The Cage of Evil's iron bars triggered the charging bullets, which boast high movement speed and auto-tracking features. However, during the tracking process, these bullets could be attracted by other creatures, bringing trouble to those creatures that come too close. If Song Jian had not heeded Sichu Case's advice and used the Thousand Swords art to attack and destroy the Cage of Evil, he could have been easily killed on the spot by the triggered charging bullets if he was too close. Although Song Jian possessed Death's Bane, a passive skill that could resurrect him automatically, he had no desire to experience what it felt like after death. When the Death Lord saw Song Jian get blown away, the distance between him and the soul crystal in his hands grew even further, which infuriated him even more. Hit by dozens of charging bullets and sent flying like an empty sack, the Death Lord relentlessly got up from the ground once more and continued to charge towards the iron bars. This Death Lord wasn't a real flesh and blood body, nor was it a mechanical creation, but rather a monster that was a hybrid of flesh and machine merged into one. Such a monster was definitely not a natural occurrence, it must have been created by someone. Song Jian's suspicious gaze fell on Sichu Case. This dwarven holy light priest had been in a cage with the Death Lord since the beginning. To say that he had no connection to it, Song Jian would find hard to believe. But this dwarven holy light priest was only just over level 70, how could he have the ability to create such a fearsome monster? And being confined, how did he manage to find the materials to create it? Song Jian opened his task pane and once again carefully reviewed the task details. Besides rescuing the Holy Light Priest Sichu Case from the Cage of Evil, there was no additional description in the task content. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and ultimately decided to continue helping Sichu Case, to rescue him from the cage. What would happen after the rescue could be addressed later. With Sichu Case's strength, he wasn't significant enough to warrant much attention from Song Jian. You actually obtained a high-quality soul crystal. My god, you should have told me earlier. Sichu Case hid again in a dark corner far from the Death Lord and complained to Song Jian. Song Jian glanced at the soul crystal in his hand and asked. What should I do now? How can I use this soul crystal to enrage it? You've already enraged it. Sichu Case said. Hold it in your hand, let it sense the presence of the soul crystal, and it will soon lose its mind. Song Jian nodded, but this time he did not approach the iron bars. His previous position was now occupied by the charging bullets. The Death Lord kept striking the iron bars, and countless charging bullets, like light elves, roamed around after being triggered. As soon as the Death Lord approached, they would swarm over like sharks smelling blood. The exoskeleton on the surface of the Death Lord's body now had visible cracks, and some areas had even been pierced by the charging bullets, revealing purple-red flesh and a metal skeleton that glinted with a silvery white light beneath. Boom. With another collision, the entire cage of evil trembled slightly, and Song Jian even felt the ground shaking. Just like that, just like that. Excitement flickered in Sichu Case's eyes, her face flushed, her body trembling faintly, tensing involuntarily, fists clenched, her right hand's fingernails even digging deep into her flesh without realizing, as she hid in a corner. Yet her eyes remained fixed on the Death Lord, muttering to herself. A being without a complete soul can't resist the temptation of the soul crystal. This desire is encoded within its flesh and genes, a deep craving for evolution, and it's only this extreme yearning for evolution that can make it let down all mental defenses and allow the neural network to break through the last limit, fully taking over its entire body. Boom. Another hit, this time the Death Lord rammed one side of its body against the iron bars, its shell spikes all snapped, emanating a brittle cracking sound, along with a strong burning odor spreading out. Sichu Case's eyes showed a hint of pain, knowing that such damage to the flesh would significantly weaken the Death Lord's strength, but to stimulate its full potential locked within its flesh for the neural network to take over, this was an essential step. Song Jian, holding the soul crystal, watched as the Death Lord slammed against the iron bars over and over, its vitality points dropping rapidly at a visible rate. Such behavior was akin to suicide. Finally, after countless impacts, the iron bars crackling with lightning finally gave a creaking sound of being overburdened. Several iron pillars as thick as arms, flickering with electricity, began to visibly bend. Song Jian squinted his eyes, noting the dense silver runes that started appearing on the surfaces of the bending iron pillars. These runes were all magical symbols, which when combined, could form one or several powerful magic arrays. These magical symbols are incomplete, part of a larger magic array, originally hidden within the iron bars, but now revealed due to the damage, Song Jian thought to himself while closely examining the symbols. Ha ha ha, good, the eternal magic array has been damaged. Keep going, continue, break it open completely, only by destroying this prison magic array can you shatter your final mental defenses. The red glow in Sichu Case's eyes grew more intense. If one got closer, they could see hair-thin blood vessels wriggling like snakes across the surface of his eyes, and slowly, wisps of black aura began to emanate from his body. If Song Jian could see Sichu Case at this moment, he would recognize that Sichu Case had been tainted by the Abyss's aura, his eventual fate being transformation into an abyssal creature, but at that moment Song Jian's full attention was on the Death Lord. He watched in amazement as it relentlessly rammed the cage, heedless of its own life. The Death Lord's shell was mostly stripped away, sections of its purple-red flesh were burnt to a char by the electricity, clinging to the silver skeleton. If it were an ordinary creature, even one with the tenacity of a Peak Academy specimen, injuries this severe would likely prevent it from even standing, but this Death Lord seemed unfazed, continuously battering the iron bars, flung back repeatedly by charging bullets, apparently unconcerned with its own survival. Song Jian had seen many creatures fight fearlessly to the death, but one as relentless and brutal as this was a first for him. Just then, a crisp snapping sound rang in Song Jian's ears. Suddenly, the electricity throughout the cage of evil surged, bursting into a blinding white light. Chapter 1215, Choice. Countless electric plasma flowed over the iron bars of the cage, turning the entire cage into a thunderous domain, with occasional currents being excited out like tentacles, striking the surrounding iron bars and exploding into dazzling sparks. Such terrifying power had long since caused all the creatures within hundreds of meters to flee, leaving only Song Jian, the dwarf Holy Light Priest Sichu Case, and the abyssal Death Lord that was still incessantly slamming against the cage bars. It's starting, it's starting. Case muttered nervously, staring intently at the Death Lord entwined with countless strands of electric plasma, her fists clenched so tightly that she didn't even notice her nails had pierced her skin and drawn blood. Now the Death Lord was no longer being repelled by the charging bullets but was enveloped in a mass of electric plasma, its entire body completely out of control, its insides and outsides coursing with blindingly bright electric plasma. Song Jian was astonished to see the enormous body of the Death Lord starting to float slowly, lifted by the countless strands of plasma enveloping it. Given that the weight of the abyssal Death Lord must have exceeded 50 tons, such a heavy body could only have been lifted by heavy-duty cranes, but now it was being propped up by plasma and floating in the air, which looked very strange. Boom, 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 boom. Just then, the entire cage of evil exploded violently, with the solid iron bars instantly blasted away, leaving behind a circle of bottomless trenches. The electric plasma completely vanished in the explosion, and the Death Lord crashed down from the sky, thundering to the ground and creating a massive crater. Ha 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 ha, I did it, I succeeded. Case laughed wildly, her hands raised high, completely indifferent to the blood from her palms slowly trailing down her wrists. At this moment, Case had emerged from her invisible state, dressed in a gray and white robe, with an excited look on her face and her eyes shining with a dazzling crimson light. Song Jian glanced at Case, frowned, and started to look at her up and down involuntarily. When Song Jian's gaze landed on Case's arms and saw the dark purple blood, looking like twisted little snakes crawling down her arms, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Case had been in this prison for too long, and it was filled with creatures from the ancient abyss, its presence pervading every corner of this prison. Staying in such an abyssal environment for a long time, Case had gradually become tainted with the abyssal aura. Her body had already started to transform towards that of an abyssal creature. I just don't know if Case is aware that she has become one of the abyssal clan. Song Jian thought to himself. The appearance of the abyssal clan varied widely, with most of them being transformed from creatures of other races. It's simple to identify an abyssal creature, one only has to check if their bodies contain the abyssal aura, which is the only commonality among all abyssal creatures. Song Jian looked at the wisps and strands of black aura emanating from the surface of Case's body, heaved a sigh, and took his gaze back to keep watching the Death Lord. The Death Lord now looked like a wreck, most of its carapace and flesh gone, leaving only a silver-white skeleton. Song Jian saw that within the Death Lord's body, bolts of electricity kept flickering, with silver threads flowing incessantly inside, working to repair the inner organs of the Death Lord. These silver threads, seeming like flowing water, at times tangled together and at other times split into countless even finer threads that probed into the body of the Death Lord. From outward appearances, the Death Lord seemed already dead, with only a thin layer of vitality points remaining, signifying a near-death state. Even if left unattended, he would ultimately die. But Song Jian could feel an odd life force emanating from the Death Lord's body, and moreover, this strange life force was slowly growing stronger. This life force was unlike that which other living beings emitted. To Song Jian, there always seemed to be a cold, metallic feeling woven within this eerie life force. In the trial tower within Scorching Gorge, that artificial intelligence that controlled the tower, I sensed the exact same kind of life force emanating from it. Song Jian's expression turned ugly. This kind of intelligence, which far surpassed that of the current era, always gave Song Jian a very dangerous feeling. Song Jian would not forget how, after he escorted the eye out of Scorching Gorge, it immediately took control of all of Fengming City's electronic defense systems. Song Jian believed that, given more time, the entire Fengming City might have fallen into its hands. This was why he would rather install more defense mechanisms in the City of Hope that were full of ancient styles than use more conventional electronic defenses. Opening the mission panel, Song Jian saw that the stage of the Demon Suppression Tower mission to rescue the Holy Light Priest Case had been completed. But oddly, the mission didn't continue. After completing that stage, the next stage of the mission should have appeared. Instead, the word completed simply appeared after the rescue mission. Song Jian found it strange and stared at the mission panel for a while longer before closing it reluctantly. At that moment, Case had walked up to the Death Lord, reaching out to touch its body, her fingers gently caressing the Death Lord's cold flesh as if she were caressing the body of a beloved girl. Such a perfect creation. Case said with glowing eyes. It's just a pity, when I modified it, it was already a corpse that had been dead for who knows how many years. Otherwise, it could have become even more perfect. Looking at the infatuated expression on Case's face, Song Jian suddenly felt a chill run through him. Young man, thank you for rescuing me from the cage of evil. Case suddenly turned around with a big smile on her face and said to Song Jian. Now, I need your help. Can you give me that soul crystal you have? I need it right now. No sooner had Case finished speaking than a notification sounded in Songjian's mission panel. He opened it to see that the content of the Demon Suppression Tower trial mission had changed. A choice? Songjian frowned as he read the mission requirements. This stage of the mission required Songjian to make a choice on whether to give the soul crystal to Case. If he gave it to her, he would gain the friendship of Case, and there was also a certain chance to obtain the blueprints for the mechanical flesh golem. If he refused, he might become an enemy of Case, but it would trigger the next step in the mission. Chapter 1216, Soul Crystal. Looking at the task details, Songjian fell into deep thought. It seemed to be an open-ended task reward. If he chose to hand over the soul crystal to Case, the task would probably end there, and the reward would be Case's NPC friendship. The task description mentioned a certain chance of obtaining the mechanical flesh puppet beast blueprints, but Songjian estimated that getting them directly would be very difficult. The key issue was his renown with Case. By handing over the soul crystal to him, he could initiate a personal renown system with him. Afterwards, he could accept some other side quests from Case to increase their mutual renown. Once their renown reached a certain level, he would be able to purchase or obtain the mechanical flesh puppet beast blueprints through other means. Looking at the Death Lord standing quietly above Case, covered in indistinct flesh, Songjian was certain that the blueprints for creating a mechanical flesh puppet beast were definitely of legendary quality. Such a powerful puppet beast, just having one would certainly give a huge advantage in the game world. Songjian stared at the Death Lord and thought. The most terrifying thing is, if I have the blueprints to create it, such fearsome beings could be mass-produced. Just imagining hundreds of Death Lords charging together, such a formidable force would even make king-level monsters retreat. After pondering for a while, Songjian looked at the other choice. Clearly, if he chose to refuse, the task would continue, and the rewards would accumulate further. However, the subsequent task content was bound to become increasingly difficult. Songjian scrutinized the Death Lord, thinking to himself. If I refuse, I'll probably become direct enemies with Case. There's even a possibility that he'll try to snatch the soul crystal from me. Glancing at Case, even though the dwarf's face was still full of smiles, Songjian could clearly sense that his patience was gradually wearing thin. Having thought for a long time, Songjian finally made his decision. I'm sorry, Case, I cannot hand over the soul crystal to you, Songjian said, shaking his head. At this point, Case had become an abyssal creature. If the soul crystal was handed to him, then the mechanical flesh puppet beast, the Death Lord, would become even stronger and more perfect, which would enhance the power of abyssal hell. Thinking about swarms of mechanical flesh puppet beasts charging towards human cities made Songjian shudder. At the moment Songjian made his choice, an alarm went off in the task bar, warning him to maintain a safe distance from Case. Hearing Songjian's refusal to hand over the soul crystal, the dwarf Case's expression immediately darkened, and his eyes became fierce. The abyssal aura around him intensified, and even above his head, a devilish skull took shape, baring its teeth and clawing menacingly at Songjian. Songjian gripped the sky-breaking sword, watching Case with vigilant eyes, readying himself for battle. As if sensing its master's mood, the previously motionless Death Lord suddenly came to life. Clink clank went the mechanical frictions from within its body. Its mouth, full of sharp teeth, opened wide, and a mechanical tongue, resembling that of a snake, slithered out, emitting a low growl towards Songjian. I regret that you've made such a choice, Case said in a cold tone, his eyes filled with disappointment. However, he did not immediately attack, but instead slowly retreated. Songjian saw that his and Case's reputation values were rapidly declining, having fallen from friendly to indifferent and even starting to slide toward hostility. But ultimately, the reputation value between the two of them halted at the lowest end of indifference. Case sized up Songjian, also assessing his combat power in her mind, and clearly, Songjian's strength made Case not immediately choose to be hostile. There's more than one soul crystal in this prison, and I hope we can still be friends, Case said before she slowly backed away and then turned to walk down another corridor of the dark prison, with the Death Lord closely following behind her like a loyal servant. Phew, this mechanical flesh and blood puppet beast puts so much pressure on someone, I hope I don't encounter it again, exclaimed Songjian, shaking his head. The strength of the mechanical flesh and blood puppet beast created by Case had reached the very peak of legendary level. If it truly obtained a soul crystal and became more perfect, the final strength of the puppet beast might break through to king level. The combat power of king level monsters is actually about the same as players at legendary level. Players, after passing the third-tier combat power assessment, have to choose a path to stick to and keep refining themselves if they hope to advance to legendary level. While there is a gap between first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier combat power, It's not as huge as one might imagine. If a player's evaluation in the first and second tier combat power assessments is high, in reality, a player with second tier combat power isn't that much different in strength from a player who only received an average evaluation in the third tier combat power assessment. However, the gap between third tier combat power and legendary combat power is like the difference between heaven and the abyss. The gaps between first, second, and third tier combat powers are quantitative, but the gap between third tier combat power and legendary combat power is qualitative. Even if Song Jian's strength was formidable, capable of solo killing legendary level bosses, in front of a king level boss, it didn't amount to much. Sometimes, king level bosses that have survived for a very long time have their own territories, and players might be killed by other monsters within the territory of a king level boss before they even get a chance to see it. I really don't know how this Death Lord was made. If it truly advances to king level, it might be even 3 times stronger than a regular king level boss, thought Song Jian inwardly. Just then, the content in his quest log suddenly changed. System: the content of the quest Demon Suppression Tower trial has changed. You must prevent Abyss Priest Sichu Case from obtaining the soul crystals. There are a total of 3 soul crystals in the dark prison, and you must obtain these 3 soul crystals before her, otherwise the quest will fail, and all previously accumulated quest rewards will be wiped clean. Afterward, 2 locations on the quest map began glowing. These were the locations where the soul crystals were stored. Song Jian had to reach these places first and obtain the soul crystals. Song Jian couldn't help but roar out, as this was forcing him into a rivalry with Sichu Case. Moreover, it could also be gathered from the content of the quest that while Sichu Case had been a holy light priest before, she had now become an abyss priest. This was clearly the rhythm of having turned to the dark side. With time pressing, after releasing his shout, Song Jian still obediently ran towards the quest location closest to him. He didn't want to confront Sichu Case just yet and had to get the 2 soul crystals before her. Chapter 1217, Bloodthirsty Dragon Lizard Beast. Guided by the hints on the task map, Song Jian moved quickly and soon secured the second soul crystal. It was another torture device similar to the previous one, where destroying the device would free the prisoner's soul trapped inside, thereby yielding a high-quality soul crystal. Just one left, Song Jian thought to himself. At that moment, he could hear the roar of monsters nearby, along with the flashes of magic casting its luminescence. The Death Lord, now a mechanized flesh and blood puppet beast, made a lot of noise during combat. Even from a great distance, Song Jian could sense it and felt somewhat relieved. He was lucky to have arrived earlier, otherwise, he might have run directly into the dwarf priest, Sichu Case. The dwarf priest had now fallen and became an abyss priest. Although she couldn't use many of the holy light abilities, an abyss priest possessed many powerful offensive skills, and along with the death priest and the shadow priest, they were dubbed the 3 most terrifying priest classes. Fortunately, Sichu Case did not have the exact locations of the remaining 2 soul crystals. She had to search through the entire dark prison slowly, which greatly benefited Song Jian. After obtaining the second soul crystal, Song Jian retreated from the direction of the battle noises and headed towards the location of the third and final soul crystal. Along the way, Song Jian kept his stealth skill active to avoid battling the monsters in the prison. These monsters had not tasted fresh flesh for hundreds of years and would fight to the death if they detected Song Jian's presence. Moreover, once a battle commenced, the number of monsters would continue to increase, making it difficult to escape. Upon reaching the third soul crystal location indicated by the task map, Song Jian looked around but did not find the torture device. Instead, he found a boss creature of dominion level locked in a cage. This boss resembled a giant lizard, its body covered with dark gold scales, looking somewhat like the evil dragons of Western legends. At that moment, the creature was sound asleep, and on its forehead shone a purple crystal with a faint glow. Song Jian's eyes flickered, and immediately the attributes of the sleeping creature appeared before him. Embedded on its forehead, the crystal was the very item Song Jian was searching for, the soul crystal. A bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast, with the soul crystal actually set into its forehead. Song Jian was somewhat surprised. Soul crystals were considered man-made treasures, but now it seemed to be part of a creature's body, prompting thoughts about what kind of story had unfolded. For a moment, Song Jian felt this was a tricky situation. To obtain the last soul crystal, he would probably have to fight this immense creature. Time was of the essence, and Sichu Case might have noticed that the second soul crystal had been taken and could appear at any moment. If she found Song Jian, they would inevitably clash over the soul crystal. Standing in front of the cage, Song Jian stared at the soul crystal on the creature's forehead, hesitating. Just then, the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast's nostrils fluttered, and its eyes suddenly shot open, revealing a terrifying glint within its dark gold pupils. Roar, roar. An ear-splitting roar erupted from the creature's mouth. The previously prone beast suddenly stood up, spreading its flesh wings, which made its figure even more massive. Although it couldn't see Song Jian, the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast sensed his presence. Its dark gold eyes flashed with a bloody glow. It immediately opened its mouth wide and spewed a dragon breath, characteristic of the dragon clan, from the cage. Like a flamethrower spraying scorching dragon breath in a 120-degree arc, even though it didn't know Song Jian's exact location, it could still determine the rough direction he was in. Glorious golden flames instantly engulfed the iron bars of the cage. As the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast opened its huge mouth, Song Jian had already alertly backed away 5 or 6 meters. The creature before him was about the same size as the black dragon, and the action it took while spewing dragon breath was identical to that of the black dragon. The dragon lizard beast, already a level 100 dominating boss, wielded a dragon breath far more formidable than the black dragon, who only had the strength of a level 50-something lord. In just a moment, the surrounding iron bars had turned red hot, radiating high temperatures. Yet, what surprised Song Jian was that the temperature, which easily reached several thousand degrees, would normally melt ordinary steel into molten iron, but the iron bars in front of him showed no sign of softening. Moreover, the red-hot glow quickly cooled down within a few seconds, reverting to black. This rate of cooling was definitely not normal. It looks like these prison bars also have a magical array, thought Song Jian to himself. Each cell within this dark prison was equipped with a corresponding array, tailored to the creature it contained. For the immensely powerful Abyss Death Lord, the cage that confined it had an array that could counterattack automatically, releasing charging bullets and an everlasting array to maintain the cell's integrity. The cage before him definitely had a fire-resistant array of some sort. Otherwise, it would not have remained intact under the blistering dragon breath. The monsters that had escaped from their cages had done so only after the corresponding restraining arrays had failed, allowing them to break free. Such a sturdy cage not only prevented the dragon lizard beast from getting out but also stopped Song Jian from getting in, making it impossible for him to remove the soul crystal from its forehead. What a pity, the key of oblivion has already been used up. Otherwise, I could have opened the cage from the outside. Song Jian looked at the tightly closed cage door and felt a tinge of regret. As Song Jian was thinking of a solution, he suddenly heard a series of heavy footsteps coming from a distance. He instantly frowned and hid in a dark corner. Soon, a massive figure appeared before Song Jian. The nearly recovered Death Lord was carrying the Abyss Dwarf Priest Sichu Case and slowly walked over. "What a creature with unique bloodline!" exclaimed Sichu Case, her face full of wonder. Having completely turned into an abyssal creature, Sichu Case began to show black, fine-scale patterns on her body, and strange patterns also emerged on her cheeks. She controlled the Death Lord, slowly approaching the cage of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast, observing the creature carefully. The dragon lizard beast, sensing Song Jian's presence, was pacing restlessly within its cell. However, Sichu Case did not suspect anything, thinking it was her arrival that caused the creature's agitation. "It's a shame. If I had encountered you before the Death Lord, perhaps I could have created an even more powerful mechanical flesh golem," Sichu Case said with some regret. "But it's not a big deal. To create a mechanical flesh golem, I only need your strong body, whether you're alive or not doesn't matter." Having said that, Sichu Case jumped off the Death Lord, pointed at the cage of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast, and gave the order. "Destroy this cage, kill the creature inside." Chapter 1218, Battle. The Death Lord had completely lost his consciousness. The moment the thunder magic array had fully erupted, its self-awareness was obliterated by the lightning. The current Abyss Death Lord was under the mechanical control of the dwarf priest, Sichu Case, reduced to his mechanical flesh and blood puppet beast. As a result, it obeyed Sichu Case's commands without question, not hesitating even if ordered to commit suicide. However, the Death Lord looked somewhat stiff at the moment, as Sichu Case had not granted full access. All its movements had to be commanded by Sichu Case. The giant Death Lord charged toward the cage imprisoning the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast. Its heavy body lumbered like a heavy armored vehicle, causing the ground to tremble slightly. With a thunderous crash, the Death Lord slammed into the cage, whereupon countless silver magic runes appeared on the surface of the iron bars. These were permanent runes, designed to enhance the cage's defense against such impacts to prevent its destruction. But the Death Lord, now a mechanical flesh and blood puppet beast, had fully unleashed the potential of its fleshy body and had no awareness of protecting itself. Though it had not achieved perfection through the soul crystal's evolution, its strength was even greater than its previous fleshly form, reaching the limit that the permanent runes could withstand. This caused the runes to appear on the surface of the bars. The recently regenerated flesh of the Death Lord was severely damaged by the powerful impact once again, and Sichu Case, seemingly indifferent, issued another command to continue the assault. Seeing the Death Lord recklessly ramming the cage, a hint of confusion appeared in the eyes of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast, It couldn't understand why the Death Lord would so disregard its own safety to destroy the cage that held it. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless attacks finally reached the limit of the permanent runes. The iron bars noticeably bent, and the effect of the permanent runes began to weaken as the magic runes were damaged. Because the permanent runes and the fire-heating runes in this cage were combined to form a complete magic array, when the permanent runes were damaged, the stability of the entire magic array was compromised, causing the fire-heating runes to start crumbling as well. The dragon lizard beast, highly sensitive to the fire element, displayed an excited gleam in its eyes. It sensed the weakening effect of the fire-heating runes in the cage and stared intently at the bent section, continuously spitting out sparks. Taking a deep breath, it aimed at the bent area and exhaled a scorching dragon breath, while the Death Lord, unfazed by the dragon breath, did not stop its attack, rigorously carrying out Shichukase's orders to keep pounding the iron bars. In less than 2 seconds, the iron bars turned red hot, appearing even to melt. At that moment, the Death Lord slammed into the glowing red bars, breaking a hole through them. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast, seeing the Death Lord break through, did not stop its fire breath. Instead, it intensified the force of the dragon breath. Instantly, the surface of the Death Lord's body, which only covered a thin layer of flesh, was burned to a crisp by the high temperature. Yet, the Death Lord felt no pain. Even as all its flesh turned to charcoal, it did not stop its relentless charges. Damn it, stop, fall back, fall back. Shichukase bellowed with furrowed brows, activate the autonomous adaptation system, you idiot. Shichukase also controlled a mechanical flesh puppet beast for the first time, and did not delegate control authority to the mechanical brain. Clearly, such a method of control would cause significant damage to the puppet beast if an accident occurred. The moment after Shichukase issued her command, the eyes of Death Lord glowed with a hint of crimson vitality. It flipped to the side, and its massive body rolled over. After covering about 10 meters, the Death Lord stood up again, shaking all parts of its body to shake off the charred flesh and completely revealed a silver carapace beetle with mechanical bones and armor. Previously, the Death Lord seemed very clumsy, but now, it felt as though it had came to life, becoming very agile. Damn, I should have activated this mode earlier. Shichukase's face turned ashen as a tinge of regret surged through her heart. Besides its immense strength, the Death Lord also possessed powerful magical abilities, such as acid splashing, thorn impacts, and summoning death beetles. All of these abilities were stored within the flesh of the Death Lord. A Death Lord with an all-metal construction couldn't use these spells. This was why Shichukase had created the Death Lord as a mechanical flesh puppet beast. Having lost all flesh, the Death Lord retained only its formidable physical attack power but lost the ability to cast spells, which significantly reduced its combat power. In the crimson eyes of Death Lord, the enemy had already been locked on. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast. Rows of information cascaded like a waterfall through its vision: system self-check, enemy combat power assessment, battle simulation, and odds of victory prediction. All modules loaded continuously, causing the Death Lord's movements to experience a brief pause. In the meantime, the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast began to charge towards the breach in the cage. With its strong body, it easily enlarged the hole, and its thick scales provided perfect protection from the iron cage. The dragon lizard beast, having escaped from the cage, immediately targeted the dwarf priest Shichukase as its attack objective and charged straight at him. Abyssal displacement. Shichukase whispered sharply, and her figure suddenly blurred, leaving behind a vague afterimage that the dragon lizard beast passed through. Quickly, Shichukase's figure reappeared atop the head of the Death Lord. After stabilizing herself, she released a series of abyss spells towards the dragon lizard beast. At that point, the Death Lord, having loaded all its templates, let out a low roar and charged towards the dragon lizard beast with its all-metal body. The two massive bodies wrestled together, while Shichukase hid in the distance, continuously launching ranged attacks at the dragon lizard beast. Shichukase, who had lost her equipment, experienced a sharp decline in strength. Furthermore, having only recently become an abyss priest, she was unfamiliar with many abyss spells. Even with the Death Lord's assistance, they were unable to completely overwhelm the dragon lizard beast that had just broken out of the cage for the time being. The battle came to a stalemate, and Song Jian, hiding on the side, waited patiently like an experienced hunter, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 1219, Self-Destruction. The Abyssal Death Lord and the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast, both among the more powerful Overlord class bosses, rarely clashed under normal circumstances. Even when they encountered each other, they would usually stay rational and take a step back from fight. However, now these two massive creatures were ferociously battling each other. The shockwaves from their combat even spread over 10 meters away, causing some already damaged cages to simply crumble upon being touched by the residual force, leveling them to the ground. The Death Lord had lost its ability to cast magic, while the most formidable blood magic of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast was completely ineffective against the fully mechanized Death Lord. The two monstrous beasts, each over 5 meters in size, could only resort to the most primitive way of fighting. Although the commotion was intense, their actual attack power was not as great as imagined. Tsuchikase had an unsightly expression as she stood to the side, intently watching the Death Lord's battle. She suddenly realized that pure mechanical creations were very limited in their combat methods and weren't as powerful as she had anticipated. I must obtain the soul crystal to grant it a flesh and blood body and restore its ability to cast magic. Tsuchikase fixated on the purple crystal on the dragon lizard beast's forehead, thinking to herself. Boom. The Death Lord was once again hit by the dragon lizard beast's tail and sent flying. Then, the dragon lizard beast suddenly opened its wide mouth, a scorching golden dragon breath beginning to form inside. Tsuchikase's face changed dramatically, and she hurried forward, ready to control the Death Lord to dodge. However, the Death Lord, now controlled by mechanical intelligence, steadied its body in midair in a bizarre position, landing firmly on the ground, completely defying the movements of a normal creature. The golden dragon breath almost grazed the top of its head as it swept by. Tsuchikase breathed a sigh of relief. The Death Lord, now with proper authorization, had combat styles closer to those of a mechanical creation. Although its methods were simple, its reaction and adaptability had improved significantly. In the darkness, Songjian eyed Tsuchikase closely, weighing whether to strike at the right moment. Tsuchikase's strength was that of an 80-level overlord class boss. He believed that as long as he unleashed the karmic fire red lotus sword formation, he would definitely be able to kill her instantly. But Tsuchikase, who had now become an abyss priest, had very tricky offensive and defensive techniques. Songjian feared that once she realized she was under attack, she might use a space movement ability like abyssal displacement to escape. If he alarmed her prematurely and drew her attention, it would be much harder to find such a good opportunity again. After watching for a long time, Tsuchikase finally decided to join the fight. She had already figured out the Death Lord's capabilities, and now she needed to resolve the battle quickly to obtain the Soul Crystal and allow the Death Lord to evolve to perfection. With Tsuchikase joining the fight, the scales of victory began to tip towards the Death Lord. Soul Intimidation, Abyssal Absorption, Abyssal Corruption. A succession of abyssal magic spells was released from Tsuchikase's hands, dealing immense damage to the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast, which still had a flesh and blood body. As its vitality points constantly dropped, the dragon lizard beast became increasingly ferocious, completely abandoning defense, and desperately attacking the Death Lord. Within a radius of dozens of meters, the air was filled with the scent of scorching dragon breath, and even Songjian couldn't help but back up 7 or 8 meters. The rhythm of the fight was completely controlled by the Death Lord and Tsuchikase. As the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast faced desperation and realized it was facing death, its frenzied aura abruptly spread out like a tidal wave. Target has a 98% probability of using a self-destruct skill. It is recommended to retreat to a safe distance of 30 meters. A severe warning sound emanated from the body of the Death Lord, its entire mechanical frame flashing red. Tsuchikase's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily abandoned the spell she was casting midway, preparing to dodge backward. Songjian's eyes lit up. Now was the moment. Countless spirit swords materialized out of thin air, streaking towards Tsuchikase and the Death Lord like a meteor shower. Tsuchikase's face changed dramatically. If she continued to retreat, she would crash right into the spirit swords, but if she didn't move back, she would be caught in the blast radius of the dragon lizard beast's explosion. Boom. An ear-splitting explosion shook the entire prison, dust falling from the ceiling as the area within dozens of meters was leveled. Even though Songjian had dodged in advance, he was still hit by the shockwave of the explosion, the intense force pushing him back an additional 5 or 6 meters before he steadied himself. Monsters howled in fear, fleeing in all directions. The scorching breath nearly swept across the entire reach of the violent energy, causing the temperature at the edge, where Songjian was, to rise by dozens of degrees. At the center of the dragon lizard beast's explosion, a swath of crimson light flickered ceaselessly, and a giant crater formed at the blast center, spewing forth red-hot magma and forming something akin to a volcanic vent ready to erupt. Could it have blasted through to underground? Songjian wondered, his expression filled with shock. The aftermath of the dragon lizard beast's explosion destroyed most of the spirit swords, preventing the karmic fire red lotus sword formation from forming. However, some of the remaining spirit swords still struck the Death Lord and the dwarf priest Tsuchikase. The Death Lord, having taken the full force of the explosion, was severely damaged, half of its body already gone. The wound flickered with dark red light, molten metal dripping to the ground, its body prone on the ground, sporadically sparking and its limbs twitching unnaturally. Even though it hadn't been completely destroyed, it had already lost its capacity for battle. Where did Case go? Song Jian opened his vertical eye, searching carefully. For some reason, he had completely lost track of Case's presence, as if she had vanished into thin air. Could she have been completely obliterated by the blast? Song Jian guessed. Case was significantly weaker than the Death Lord, and though she had been standing much further away, the terrifying power of the explosion was certainly not something a Lord-tier boss like her could withstand. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt a burst of wind behind his head, and a piercing killing intent stabbed into the back of his brain like a needle. Startled, he had no time to react, but instinctively, his body executed the Sword Shadow Clone skill. Song Jian had already discovered that casting Sword Shadow Clone for a split second could disrupt mental targeting, rendering many targeting skills ineffective. However, this disruption was fleeting. After the Sword Shadow Clone appeared, it could be targeted once again. But with two images of Song Jian appearing simultaneously, unless one had a probing skill, the likelihood of being mentally targeted again was only 50%. Thus, the Sword Shadow Clone skill was unexpectedly effective in dealing with sudden attacks. Chapter 1220, Complete Destruction. The Sword Shadow Clone was executed, and the clone appeared directly behind Song Jian's original body. Following closely, a black dagger fiercely stabbed into the back of the clone's head, and a huge critical hit damage rose from the top of the clone's head. The newly summoned Sword Shadow Clone instantly dispersed into nothingness. One-shot kill. Song Jian's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the skill level of Sword Shadow Clone was already quite high, and the clone it created actually possessed 90% of Song Jian's own strength. If the clone could be one-shot killed, then he feared that he himself wouldn't escape the same fate of facing the attacker. Case. Wielding the sky-breaking sword, Song Jian slashed fiercely toward his rear. At this moment, Case's presence reappeared, evidently having used an ability similar to abyssal displacement, which allowed one to slip into another plane. But abyssal displacement only used plane shifting to move to another position in the blink of an eye immediately after being cast. In fact, the time spent entering the plane was very brief, making it impossible to avoid the self-destruction of the dragon lizard beast. Song Jian. Holding the black dagger, Case roared with a face full of insanity, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly tangible. I thought we could become friends, but to my dismay, we turned out to be enemies. You deserve to die. The Death Lord was too severely damaged, and even with the Soul Crystal, a perfect evolution was not possible. It could be said that decades of Case's hard work had been in vain. If not for his good fortune in having a cell with the intact corpse of an Abyss Death Lord which had been dead for a long time, he wouldn't have been able to transform it into a mechanical flesh puppet beast. It was also because of prolonged contact with the corpse of the Abyss Death Lord that he, a former Holy Light Priest, fell and became an Abyss Pastor. A situation laden with irony. Most importantly, the production of the mechanical flesh puppet beast had consumed all of his stored materials, which would take decades to collect again. Moreover, acquiring a complete king-level boss corpse was nearly an impossible task for him. A spell blade? Song Jian's gaze fell upon the black dagger in Case's right hand, and he showed a surprised expression. He had assumed that Case had lost all his equipment, and yet the man's weapon turned out to be a spell blade. Most magic class professions used weapons like magic staffs or magic rods, but some magic professionals chose spell blades as their weapons. The dagger, which wielded a tremendous magical attack effect, was not only rare but had attributes far superior to those of a magic staff of the same quality. What's more, a magic professional who possessed it would have a certain degree of close combat ability, greatly enhancing survivability for magic class professionals. The spell blade in Case's hand was certainly of no low grade, otherwise, it wouldn't have given Case, an Abyss Priest, an assassin-like capacity for one-hit kills. Song Jian, you've ruined everything for me, and you won't end well either. Case shrieked, his face filled with despair. The abyssal aura on his body grew more intense, the peculiar patterns on his cheeks became more pronounced, and his skin darkened as it became covered in a layer of eerie scales. At this point, Case had completely transformed into an abyssal creature. Case, who had drawn the spell blade, seemed to have completely abandoned magical attacks and pounced on Song Jian like an assassin. Strangely enough, his movement and attack speed were not inferior to those of the assassin profession of the same level and grade, which raised Song Jian's assessment of the spell blade in his hand to a whole new level. Crack, crack. The Death Lord nearby was still struggling to stand up, but all its efforts were in vain since half of its body had been completely melted away. Many of its functions were gone, a damage that would have been fatal had it not been for its fully mechanical construction by now. The power of the dragon lizard beast's self-explosion was tremendous, on par with a full-force strike from a king-level boss. Had it not been mechanized, it would have certainly died from that hit. Bang! The spell blade once again collided with the sky-breaking sword, and to Song Jian's surprise, he could feel considerable pressure coming from the sky-breaking sword. One must know that after obtaining the shard of the Demon Suppression Tower, all his attributes had increased by 60 points. By this time, Song Jian's strength attribute had surpassed 200 points. And yet, Sichucase managed to exert such pressure on him, which meant her strength attribute, while perhaps lower than his, was not by much. This must be at least an epic tier spell blade, or even possibly of legendary quality. Song Jian eyed the black dagger in his opponent's hand, his eyes flashing with eagerness. With the spell blade, Sichucase had gained the brief ability to engage in close combat with Song Jian, but such capability was doomed to be short-lived and was unable to suppress Song Jian. Not long after, as more and more spirit swords surrounded her, a glint of despair appeared in Sichucase's eyes. If only I had a bit more time, I would surely be able to. Sichucase glanced at the semi-destroyed state of the Death Lord, filled with regret. The moment you fell into the abyss, you should have foreseen this moment. Song Jian raised his sky-breaking sword and fiercely chopped towards Sichucase's head. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt a chilling sense of threat coming from behind, and in an instant, his entire body turned semi-transparent as he entered a soul state. A metal, diamond-shaped blade taller than a person flew towards Song Jian's back at an astonishing speed, with all four edges of the blade thin as cicada wings. Swish! A crisp friction sound rang out as the diamond-shaped blade passed straight through Song Jian's semi-transparent figure and plunged directly into Sichucase's chest. Within the 3 seconds after casting Soul Wander, Song Jian could pass through any object. The Death Lord's attacks were all physical damage, so for those 3 seconds, Song Jian was essentially immune to all attacks from the Death Lord. With a look of disbelief on her face, the chest-pierced Sichucase staggered backwards for 2 steps, then kneeled on one knee, and the chest pierced by the diamond-shaped blade emitted not a single drop of blood but burst forth with a great amount of black mist. Song Jian turned his head to look, and at that moment, the eyes of the Death Lord flickered chaotically, as if the situation before it had exceeded its computational limits. It must not attack its master, harm its master, or damage its master's interests. The master has already been struck by me, gravely injured, violating the fundamental directive. It must not cause harm to the master, having already injured the master, an errant strike, in violation of the fundamental directive. The Death Lord's control system fell into a severe state of logical chaos, and moments later, an explosion sounded from within its body. A startling array of sparks lit up its figure, and the eyes at once glowed crimson instantly lost their luster and turned dim, the entire body falling silent. Chapter 1221, Curse. Song Jian glanced at the Death Lord that had turned into a pile of scrap metal and shook his head slightly. The previous strike had been its final blow. If it had hit him, even if it couldn't have killed him instantly, it would have caused him serious injury, and Sichucase might have taken the chance to turn the tables. At this moment, Sichucase had lost the ability to continue fighting. Half kneeling on the ground, his whole body trembled, black mist continuously spewed from his wounds, and even from his facial features, black fog was drifting out. With the sky-breaking sword in hand, Song Jian walked towards Sichucase and swung his sword at his head. Clang! Song Jian's brows furrowed slightly. His sky-breaking sword seemed to have pierced into a layer of transparent defense barrier, blocked and stopped 3 inches away from Sichucase. Sichucase lifted his head, his crimson eyes full of madness as he laughed loudly. Song Jian, you think you've won? You think you can kill me? Ha ha ha, naive. What is this thing? Song Jian's vertical eye in his brow opened, wanting to see what ability Sichucase had released that could possibly block the legendary sky-breaking sword, but after his vertical eye opened, he didn't detect anything unusual, as if there was just a layer of transparent air wall around Sichucase. Sichucase, how much longer can you hold out? A sneer formed on Song Jian's lips. Such a powerful defensive ability couldn't possibly last very long. Sichucase was only delaying his inevitable death. Song Jian, we shall meet again. Sichucase stared at Song Jian, his face showing a peculiar expression, and his spell blade suddenly burst into a dazzling purple gold light so intense that even Song Jian couldn't help but shield his eyes with his hands, stepping back 2 steps. Crack! A crisp cracking sound followed as a purple-red teleportation gate appeared in front of Sichucase. He struggled to stand and fell towards the gate, his figure vanishing inside it instantaneously. Song Jian paused, looking at the sinister teleportation gate, hesitation appearing on his face. He could clearly feel that on the other side of the gate was abyssal hell, a place he did not want to enter again. A second later, the teleportation gate shrank into a purple-red point with a swoosh and then slowly dissipated into the air, as if it had never existed, taking Sichucase away from this place with it. Summoning a transmission array to escape at the expense of the legendary weapon spell blade? Song Jian recalled the burst of purple gold light from the spell blade and a light of realization appeared in his eyes. Only a legendary weapon could have such a powerful force, allowing an originally magical class profession to possess strong melee attack capability and, at the same time, use its destruction as a price to cast a teleportation gate that could be used from any location. It's worth noting that after entering the prison, all of Songjian's town return scrolls had become ineffective. Humphrey, even if he escapes, having lost the mechanical flesh puppet beast, the legendary weapon Spellblade, and suffering heavy injuries, it's questionable whether he'll survive in abyssal hell or not. Songjian snorted coldly, thinking to himself. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in the prison, which sounded like Sichucase's, speaking in the language of the abyss. Mere moments after his transformation into the abyssal clan, he had already mastered the abyssal language. Songjian's expression turned unsightly, realizing that this was not just ordinary speech of the abyss, but an abyssal skill. Abyss curse? Songjian let out a cold snort as his figure flickered rapidly backward. Many powerful creatures of the abyss, upon entering a near-death state, would cast the abyss curse skill on their enemies using their own flesh and even their souls. The effects of the abyss curse could vary, including lowering luck, vitality points, spirit points limit, reducing the enemy's own attributes, or even inflicting a permanent negative status on them. The cost of releasing the abyss curse was immense, but its effects were also extremely strong, making it one of the most troublesome skills for players to encounter. Songjian's face turned pale as he immediately opened his personal attributes to check his status bar. Sure enough, a lose 5% vitality points every hour negative effect appeared in his status bar. This negative effect was even permanent, meaning that even if the player logged off the game, the effect would continue to take hold. This meant that if left unaddressed, not considering the natural recovery rate of vitality points, Songjian would die within a maximum of 20 hours. Damn it, how can such a potent effect be triggered? Gritted Songjian. Just then, he suddenly felt a burning sensation all over his body, as if he had jumped into boiling water, with his skin turning red. A series of system notifications appeared in the message bar. His innate skill Immortal Body was activated, which had an immunity effect to negative states below the epic level. Yet, the current situation clearly indicated that the Abyss Curse skill released by Sichucase had exceeded the epic grade, otherwise it wouldn't have shown up in Songjian's status bar. After a while, the effect of Immortal Body slowly faded, and Songjian's skin, which previously seemed like a cooked shrimp, gradually returned to normal. Opening the status bar for a glance, the originally permanent curse had now become one with a duration of 12 hours. Even if Songjian did nothing, such a curse would no longer be a threat to his life. Closing the personal attributes interface, Songjian let out a breath. Sichucase's state when releasing the Abyss Curse wasn't good, so the curse's effect wasn't very strong. If it had been cast at her peak, even Immortal Body might not have been able to weaken its effects significantly. What a pity, I didn't get the manufacturing blueprint for the mechanical flesh puppet beast. Songjian thought with some regret. The construction of a mechanical flesh puppet beast was quite complicated. First, a complete boss-level monster's corpse was necessary, and the higher the monster's grade, the better. Ideally a Dominator-level boss. Otherwise, the cost-performance ratio of the puppet beast would be too low. Additionally, a large amount of precious materials were needed. But the power of a flesh puppet beast was extremely formidable. Once it achieved perfect advancement, it not only retained all of its previous skills but also acquired the attributes of mechanical class bosses, greatly enhancing its power. Most importantly, such beings did not occupy a slot in the pet count, and there was no limit to their numbers, which was the most enticing aspect for players. Shaking his head to cast aside this slight regret, Songjian stepped towards the corpse of the Death Lord. As being similar to combat pets, Death Lords wouldn't drop any items when they died. However, the location where they fell was precisely where the bloodthirsty dragon lizard beast had self-destructed, and being a Dominator-level boss, the loot from its death would be incredibly rich. A purple soul crystal, an item Songjian had anticipated, was among the loot. The rest included a radiant orb glowing with purple and gold light, along with a large pile of blue, green, and white quality equipment. 100 purple crystals, this dragon lizard beast dropped quite a bounty. Songjian said with a smile as he looked at a small pile of purple crystals. After picking up all the loot, Songjian immediately received the quest completion notification. With all 3 soul crystals collected, the content of the continuous quest also changed. Chapter 1222 Peace of Mind System. Do you want to consume 3 soul crystals to exchange for the Demon Suppression Tower Shard fragment? Seeing the task content updated after the chain of quests, a hint of joy appeared on Songjian's face. Was the task reward really another shard of the Demon Suppression Tower? To know, just a shard alone was legendary level. If he collected all the shards to form a complete Demon Suppression Tower, what level would it be? A level beyond legendary level was something Songjian had never encountered before, and he was very much looking forward to it. What a pity, such a treasure still has to be returned to that mystic girl. A tinge of regret, and even a sliver of second thoughts arose in Song Jian's heart, but he quickly banished this flicker of regret from his mind. Let's not say that this was the only way to exchange for the return of 3 comrades from the City of Hope Alliance. The mystic girl alone was not someone Song Jian wanted to provoke. She's the divine offspring of the ancient desolate abyss demon god. Song Jian thought to himself. With Song Jian's current strength, he could go to most places in the game world, but even so, he still did not wish to provoke beings like deities. Even an offspring of a deity was not something he could handle at the moment. Soul crystals were highly valuable. 3 of such high-quality soul crystals were equivalent to 3 king-level mechanical flesh and blood puppet beasts for the dwarf priest's Ichu case, a value worth a fortune. But for Song Jian, their worth was incomparable to the shard of the demon's suppression tower, hence his decision to exchange without hesitation. The 3 shards disappeared, and in their place, in the inventory slot, another demon suppression tower shard appeared, shimmering with purple golden light. This shard had almost the same properties as the previous one. In addition to increasing 50 points in all attributes, it also added a monster searching function. This function could be adjusted at will, from elite level to king level. Once the quality was selected, within a 1-kilometer radius, as soon as a monster that met the criteria appeared, a prompt would automatically appear. This feature might seem unimpressive at first glance, but in reality, it was powerful and could sometimes have unexpected additional effects. After completing the task, a pale blue icon of a teleportation gate suddenly appeared on Song Jian's task map. It seemed that was the exit from this place. Song Jian began to hesitate. The monsters in this prison dropped purple crystals. It was like a dedicated map for farming purple crystals. Leaving now, he did not know if he would have a chance to come back in the future. But if he did not leave now, what if the teleportation gate had a time limit? Once it disappeared, he feared he would be trapped here forever. After hesitating for quite a while, Song Jian glanced at the nearly 1,000 purple crystals in his inventory, sighed, and immediately cast the stealth skill, rushing towards where the teleportation gate was. The gains this time were already quite good. One must not be too greedy. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Xinling was still waiting for him in that crumbling semi-dimensional plane. He couldn't let her wait too long. Soon, Song Jian arrived at the center of the prison. A lone teleportation gate stood there, with no monsters around. Above the gate was a countdown timer, with less than 10 minutes left. Song Jian couldn't help feeling a rush of relief. Stepping into the teleportation gate, Song Jian's vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in the semi-dimensional plane that was on the brink of collapsing. At the moment, Xinling was listlessly skipping stones on the lake's surface. Xinling! Song Jian called out loudly. The sudden appearance of Song Jian startled Xinling considerably. She immediately took a defensive stance but relaxed once she saw it was Song Jian, a look of surprise spreading across her face. She ran towards Song Jian and seemed about to embrace him. However, remembering something as she approached, she blushed and lowered her arms, then gave Song Jian's shoulder a strong slap, saying, "How come you just got back? How long have I been away?" Song Jian looked around. Aside from the collapse of the dimensional barrier in the distant sky speeding up a bit, nothing else seemed to have changed. "It's been over a week now. If you don't come back, I'm planning to return to Ancient Sword Star alone," Xinling complained. "Oh, have you found a way to leave this place?" Song Jian's eyes lit up. The previous transmission array was a one-way one, and to leave this place, they had to find another way out. Xinling pointed to the lake in front of them and said, "There's a transmission array at the bottom of the lake. Although it's somewhat damaged, it should still be usable for 1 or 2 more times, but it lacks energy stones. As long as we install energy stones, we can activate it." Song Jian nodded. It seemed that Xinling wasn't idle during the time he was away. "Well then, let's leave here as soon as possible and return to the Imperial Sword Sect to improve our strength quickly," Song Jian said. "Haha, I'm already a little impatient." The Chaos Sword Cannon, even Instructor Ghoul Wo wasn't passed on. When he heard we had the chance to obtain the Chaos Sword Cannon, his eyeballs almost turned red with envy. Xinling spoke with an excited expression. Song Jian smiled and nodded. The Chaos Sword Cannon was probably the most precious legacy of the Imperial Sword Sect. If it weren't for the damage to the Demon Suppression Seal Array, Ancient Sword Star would be in danger of being completely overrun by the Desolate Beast Army. The Imperial Sword Sect would not have offered it as a mission reward otherwise. However, this was also a hidden benefit for players. The tasks published had to have corresponding rewards. If it were other NPC natives, the Imperial Sword Sect might have replaced it with some other reward instead. At this moment in the Imperial Sword Sect, there was a cheerful atmosphere. Inside the sacrificial hall, Nearly all the disciples were quietly discussing something. After the demon suppression seal was repaired, the Desolate Beast army became greatly disordered. 3 teams defeated the Desolate Beast army with very small casualties. One team even chased the beasts for thousands of miles, and in the end, only a little over 1,000 beasts fled into the ancient Desolate Abyss region. Now was the time for the Imperial Sword Sect to reward the disciples for their achievements in battle. All the participating disciples would receive generous rewards. Is there still no news of Xinling and Songjian? Wang Jian asked with a sigh, glancing at his fellow disciples' joyful expressions. Guo Wo's face was filled with dejection as he shook his head slightly and said, "It's almost a month now, and we still have no news of them. Logically, they should have been back by now. Maybe something has detained them. Could they have been trapped by the retreating Desolate Beasts?" Wang Jian speculated. "Don't know, it's possible," Guo Wo sighed. "Once the rewards are distributed, I'm planning to exchange for a few bottles of demon-repelling elixirs." Wang Jian whispered. "Are you planning to enter the ancient Desolate Abyss region to look for them?" Guo Wo asked with a surprised expression. Only with the use of demon-repelling elixirs could they enter the ancient Desolate Abyss. Otherwise, their attributes would greatly decrease, and their strength would become less than that of an ordinary person. It would be a death wish to go in otherwise. "We have to go and see for me to be at ease." Wang Jian shook his head and sighed. Guo Wo hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go with you. I can't be at ease without personally searching. After all, I was the one who brought her to the Imperial Sword Sect." Chapter 1223, Chaos Sword Cannon. After the celebration ended, Guo Wo and Wang Jian went directly to the treasure pavilion to exchange their contributions from the Great Wild Beast battle for several bottles of demon-repelling elixir, which was quite straightforward. "I exchanged for 7 bottles, and I can only stay in the ancient Desolate Abyss region for 7 days. Guo Wo looked at the follow-up techniques he had longed for and sighed. Guo Wo, who cultivated the Taiji Liangyi sword manual, had only reached the 6th level. To exchange for the 7th level required a large number of contribution points. Originally, after the Wild Beast battle, he wanted to exchange for the 7th level of the manual, but now all his contribution points had been spent on demon-repelling elixirs. The exchange for the 7th level was still up in the air. "I can exchange for 10 bottles. Here, have one of mine." Wang Jian glanced at Guo Wo, sighed, and said, knowing that the demon-repelling elixir was considered extremely precious within the Imperial Sword Sect. In addition to needing a lot of contribution points to exchange for demon-repelling elixir, one also had to submit a stalk of snake vine grass for each bottle exchanged. "You have that many contribution points?" Guo Wo's face showed a look of surprise, and without hesitation, he took the bottle of demon-repelling elixir that Wang Jian handed him and tucked it into his embrace. "These are 10 years of contribution points I've saved up, all gone." Wang Jian's eyes flashed with a pained expression as he looked at the treasure pavilion and sighed. "You're not really thinking about exchanging for the 100 changes sword body, are you?" A look of realization crossed Guo Wo's face as he said. "That's a sword body. Even if you save up for another 30 years, you might not be able to exchange for it. It would be better to exchange for more chances to enter the sword pond and comprehend a sword body that suits you. I have entered the sword pond 3 times. Going in again, chances are slim." Wang Jian shook his head and said, "My 1,000-blade sword manual has reached a bottleneck. If I could possess the 100 changes sword body, perhaps I could further improve my strength and step into the half-legendary realm." Guo Wo shook his head. The grade of the 1,000-blade sword manual was slightly inferior to the Taiji Liangyi sword manual he cultivated, but the greatest advantage of the 1,000-blade sword manual was that it could condense sword chi into various types of weapons, using methods other than sword techniques. Most importantly, when using the 1,000-blade sword manual with other weapons, there would be no 80% power reduction, making combat more flexible and varied. Even those stronger than Wang Jian would find him to be a formidable opponent. "It's too late to say anything now. Let's hurry up and hope those 2 kids can hold on until we find them." Guo Wo sighed, summoned his flying sword, and prepared to perform the sword flight art to head towards the ancient Desolate Abyss region. Just at that moment, a deep bell toll echoed throughout the Imperial Sword Sect. Dong, dong, dong. Why is the celebration merit bell ringing again? Guo Wo looked towards the main peak curiously. The celebration merit bell only rang for great achievements, and the more it rang, the greater the deeds. After the Wild Beast battle had ended, the bell had rung 3 times, but this time, it had already rung 6 times without stopping. Guo Wo and Wang Jian exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. "Wang Jian, Guo Wo, come to the sacrificial hall at the main peak immediately." The voice of the sect leader, Wan Xingliu, sounded in their ears. 9 sounds, the celebration merit bell actually rang 9 times. Guo exclaimed in surprise. Why is the sect leader calling us to the hall? Could it be? Wanjian's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had guessed something. Could it be those two little ones have come back? Humphrey, they could have returned any time but had to pick this moment. Really? Guo glanced at the demon-repelling elixir in his arms, his expression turning ugly. The demon-repelling elixir, once exchanged, could also be reclaimed, though the reclaim price was only 2/3 of the exchange price, effectively making it a rotation through their hands that cost them a loss of 1/3 of their contribution points. This made Guo feel quite pained. Alright, let's head to the hall and see. Wanjian couldn't wait to use the sword flight heart and flew toward the main peak's grand hall. Guo sighed and quickly followed behind Wanjian. Soon, the figures of the two appeared at the sacrificial hall. Indeed, the figures of Songjian and Xinling were in the center of the hall, where sect leader Wanzing was handing a book shimmering with purple gold radiance to Songjian. Songjian, according to your contribution, you have earned the original Chaos Sword Cannon, and Xinling, you have earned a copy. Wanzing said with a beaming smile. The original and the copy contain the same content. However, when you use the original, it will enhance your comprehension to a certain degree, allowing you to better understand the Chaos Sword Cannon. Thank you, sect leader. Songjian and Xinling said in unison. Wanzing nodded and, looking at the Chaos Sword Cannon in Songjian's hands, a hint of reluctance surfaced in his eyes. After all, this sword manual was a legacy from the ancient sword sect and was one of the most exceptional manuals within the Imperial Sword sect. Even the Zhu Heavenly Starred Sword manual that he himself cultivated paled slightly in rank. Unfortunately, this sword manual possessed a strange property: only those with divine protection could learn it. People of this world, no matter how talented or intelligent, were unable to master this sword manual. Some had been unconvinced and tried to cultivate it for more than 10 years without entering the threshold, eventually giving up in helplessness and wasting over a decade of time. I hope this sword manual will flourish in the hands of these two. Wanzing thought to himself. One reason for opening up the sect and recruiting disciples with divine protection was indeed because of this sword manual. Do you two wish to join any particular peak lineage? Wanzing asked. The damage to the demon suppression seal meant that the two had not yet decided on their allegiance, and this was a good opportunity for them to choose. I want to join Guyu Peak. Xinling glanced at Guo standing at the entrance and said softly. Wanzing nodded and said. That's fine. You may follow your master to Guyu Peak and, after recording your identity, you will officially become a member of the Imperial Sword sect. Xinling happily bowed to Wanzing, then walked over to Guo's side. I wish to join. Songjian was about to speak when Wanzing raised his hand to stop him. Songjian, you have another important duty and cannot join any other peak lineage for now. Songjian was startled and turned to look at Wanjian, whose expression had also changed drastically. He glanced at Wanzing, then quietly formed a sword gesture with his fingers, whispered a couple of words, and a 3-inch transparent flying sword flew out from Wanjian's hands, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Songjian was a disciple brought in by Wanjian, and just like Xinling, he should have joined Immeasurable Peak where Wanjian resided. But now, sect leader Wanzing clearly wanted to intercept the recruit, and Wanjian could not let this happen. However, as an inner sect disciple like Wanjian, he had not even the right to speak in the sacrificial hall. How could he possibly prevent this from happening? Only the Peak Master of Immeasurable Peak had the standing to come to the hall and dispute with sect leader Wanzing over a disciple. Chapter 1224 Peak Master Wanzing was about to explain when he suddenly stopped. He looked outside with annoyance and snorted coldly. Humphrey, keep calm and don't be hasty. Let's wait for Wan Wulian to arrive and talk about it all at once. Otherwise, we'll have to go over it again later, which would be troublesome. Wanjian stood outside the grand hall with an expressionless face, as if he hadn't heard the sect leader speak at all. In a short while, a figure appeared in the distant sky, arriving swiftly by sword flight. Humphrey, sect leader, the Imperial Sword sect is not a place where you can have the final word alone. If you want to take someone from Immeasurable Peak, even if I agree, the spirits of the 38 Peak Masters of Immeasurable Peak in heaven would not consent. An elderly man with white hair and beard arrived at the sacrificial ceremony, stepping toward the grand hall while calling out with a voice as resonant as a bell. Songjian could feel the sword chi radiating from the body of the elder who entered. It was deep and vast like the ocean tides, surging outward without any concealment. It was more fearsome than any king-level boss he had ever seen. Is this the strength of a legendary fighter? A look of surprise flashed across Songjian's face as he silently thought to himself. Old bastard. Wanzing mentally cursed and then impatiently waved his hand, saying to Wan Wulian. Keep calm, and let me finish. If Songjian still decides to join Immeasurable Peak as an ordinary disciple, Then I won't obstruct him. Ha 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 ha. Wan Wulian burst into hearty laughter, his face full of mockery. Turning to Song Jian, he said. Kid, you are the one Wan Jian brought into the fold, eh? Cough, cough, the one Wan Jian guided. As long as you are unwilling, no one will force you. Rest assured, whatever Wan Xingliu promised you, immeasurable peak will fulfill it twice over. In Wan Wulian's view, Wan Xingliu was merely resorting to his usual tactics of coercion and recruitment. If he hadn't known about it, that would have been one thing, but now that he was aware, Wan Xingliu's strategies were bound not to succeed. In terms of combat power, immeasurable peak ranked among the top 3 within the dozens of peaks of Imperial Sword sect. In terms of heritage, immeasurable peak was no weaker than any other lineage, and even when compared to the main peak, it was not inferior. Guo Wo looked enviously at Wan Jian. Although Guyu Peak was also not bad, it had slipped in ranking to beyond 12th place. Even the peak master of Guyu Peak would not dare to speak to Wan Xingliu in such a manner. Humphrey, Song Jian, would you care to become the master of a peak? Wan Xingliu glared at Wan Wulian before turning to Song Jian with a smile on his face. What, a peak master? Song Jian's face showed utter astonishment, and he momentarily felt as if he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. It must be understood that even if Song Jian and Xinling made great achievements, they would at most be promoted from ordinary disciples to inner sect disciples. That alone was enough to make many disciples envious. For a genius disciple to be promoted to inner sect disciple required sufficient strength and significant contributions to the sect, and this might take anywhere from 3 to 8 years. Some disciples had even been in the Imperial Sword sect for more than 10 years and were still only ordinary disciples. Such treatment was already the cause of much envy among the disciples, but the position of peak master was something that even direct disciples would not dare to dream of. How could Wan Xingliu offer such a thing? What, a peak master? Even Wan Wulian trembled, staring at Wan Xingliu in disbelief and pointing at him with trembling hands. He roared. You actually dare? It must be known that becoming the master of a peak was not a simple matter. At the very least, a master of a peak must possess the strength of a legendary fighter to be qualified for the position. With Song Jian's current strength, claiming the role of a peak master would only provoke ridicule from others. You're setting him up for failure. Wan Wulian roared, pointing at Song Jian as he shouted. With his talent, I believe he could break through to legendary level within 30 years, take up the position of a sect elder with ease, and even if he were to become a peak master, he could barely hold his own. But how can a youngster with merely second-tier combat power be fit to become a peak master? Wan Xingliu, in doing so, you're ruining a genius of our Imperial Sword sect. Wan Wulian wore an expression of deep distress. Even becoming a legend was merely a threshold for becoming a peak master, and to date, the Imperial Sword sect had more than 60 legendary-level individuals. Yet there were only a mere 20 or so who had become peak masters. The others were all no more than sect elders. Humphrey, it's the sect's desire to establish divine attachment peak to specifically recruit disciples with divine favor, which had been decided long ago by the sect. Wan Xingliu retorted with a cold snort. At that time, you, Wan Wulian, raised your hand in favor as well. Given this peak is specifically for those with divine favor, it's only natural for the peak master to also be someone with divine favor. What's wrong with choosing Song Jian as the master of divine attachment peak? Wan Wulian found himself at a loss for words, staring wide-eyed at Wan Xingliu and Song Jian. He had never expected that Wan Xingliu would have the audacity to appoint a disciple, who had just joined the sect, as the master of a peak, especially when this disciple only had second-tier combat power. This. Wan Wulian was momentarily at a loss for what to say. Given the situation in the Imperial Sword sect, Song Jian had just made a significant contribution, and the establishment of divine attachment peak was a strategy already decided upon earlier. If indeed a person with divine favor was required as the peak master, Song Jian truly was the best choice, considering there were only 2 individuals with divine favor in the entire Imperial Sword sect. There are currently only 2 individuals with divine favor in the Imperial Sword sect. Isn't it a bit hasty to determine the peak master so quickly? Wan Wulian, with a grim expression, said. This should be decided in a grand sect meeting, not by the sect leader alone. Wan Wulian sighed internally. By voicing this, he was blocking Song Jian's path to advancement. Even if his own skin was thick, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to actively propose that Song Jian join Immeasurable Peak now. Since Immeasurable Peak disagrees with Song Jian becoming the master of Divine Attachment Peak and is also calling for a grand sect meeting, naturally we cannot proceed without one. That being the case, we shall convene a grand sect meeting in 3 days to discuss this matter. Wan Xingliu chuckled. Wan Wulian immediately felt as if he had swallowed a dead fly, deeply uncomfortable. He shot Wan Jian a resentful glance, turned, and left by sword flight heart without giving Song Jian another look. Song Jian felt somewhat helpless, as Guan Xingliu was employing an overt strategy. If Guan Wulian really agreed for him to be the master of divine attachment peak, Guan Xingliu would likely find a reason to refuse anyway. Song Jian was well aware of his own limitations. Not to mention that his strength was insufficient to suppress an entire peak. Even in terms of seniority, he was unfit as a novice disciple who had just joined the sect to be nominated as a peak master. Guan Xingliu did all this simply to cut off the possibility for Song Jian to join Immeasurable Peak or any other peak lineages. Once everyone else had left, Guan Xingliu called Song Jian aside and spoke in a comforting tone. Song Jian, with your current strength and qualifications, you indeed are not fit to be a peak master. But don't worry, the master of divine attachment peak is bound to be someone with divine favor. Now that you've obtained the Chaos Sword Cannon, once your strength increases, the position of peak master will eventually be yours. What you need to do now is to study diligently and master the Chaos Sword Cannon as soon as possible. You're not suitable to join other peak lineages right now. How about becoming my disciple? Join the main peak as a direct disciple of the sect leader? Guan Xingliu smiled warmly while looking at Song Jian, stroking his beard and laughing. Chapter 1225, Gifting the Sword Body Bead. Song Jian officially became a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Imperial Sword Sect's main peak. After Guan Wulian returned to Immeasurable Peak, he seemed to have come to his senses and erupted into a tirade within the Great Hall of Immeasurable Peak. It was said that he even smashed a set of extremely precious magical artifact-ware. The flying sword courier Wan Jian was scolded so badly by Guan Wulian that his head exploded with dog's blood, and he didn't even dare to continue staying in Immeasurable Peak. He only had the option to leave and wait until the Peak Master's anger subsided before returning. Hey, Song Jian, I've really been screwed over by you. Wan Jian looked out the window, his face full of woe, holding an open bottle of spiritual wine and guzzling it down. Glug glug. At his feet, more than a dozen identical bottles rolled around. Song Jian's face was ashen as if dusted with soot. The price of this spiritual wine was certainly not cheap, a single bottle even cost 10 purple crystals. Wan Jian had been staying in his courtyard these past few days, and the purple crystals spent on spiritual wine alone were almost close to 200. At least it could have helped me level up. Song Jian looked at the bottles strewn across the floor as if he were watching himself throwing purple crystals into the water. Well, mentor, drinking too much spiritual wine can also harm your body, so you should drink less. Song Jian urged helplessly. Spiritual wine also had the effect of increasing one's cultivation. For Song Jian, it meant it could improve his skill proficiency and slightly boost his physical constitution, although for him, this was almost useless. With all his attributes already breaking through 200, if he wanted to continue improving his physical constitution, he needed much more precious treasures to do so. Song Jian, do you know, if you hadn't come back, I would have gone to the ancient desolate abyss to find you. Wan Jian, with a sour face, pulled out a few bottles of demon-repelling elixir and said to Song Jian. Look, I've even traded for these demon-repelling elixirs, which cost me 10 years' worth of contribution points. As soon as Wan Jian mentioned the demon-repelling elixir, Song Jian's eyes lit up. Looking around, he whispered to Wan Jian. Mentor, I made a small fortune from completing the sex mission this time. I got a few puppet beasts that can be used to cultivate abyssal serpent vine grass. What, cultivating snake vine grass? Wan Jian was startled but then quickly shook his head with a wry smile. The cultivation of snake vine grass requires the environment of the ancient desolate abyss. It's impossible to grow it in ordinary regions. The people of Spiritual Plant Peak have been racking their brains for over a century and still, they can't grow it, right? Hey, mentor, by placing 100 desolate beast cores per acre, you can simulate the environment of the ancient desolate abyss. Song Jian explained the information he had gained in the ancient desolate abyss in detail and even displayed a puppet beast to Wan Jian. The Shattered Divine Realm was one of Song Jian's secret weapons, and naturally, he couldn't possibly let Wan Jian take a look inside. It should be noted that by this time, the snake vine grass planted by Song Jian in the Shattered Divine Realm had already exceeded 500 acres, and most of it was nearing maturity. You little. Wan Jian, with a face full of shock, looked at Song Jian as if he were staring at a massive purple crystal. Do you want to cultivate it yourself, or contribute the method to the sect? Wan Jian pondered for a long while before saying. If you cultivate it yourself, I'm afraid Spiritual Plant Peak might damn well turn the main peak upside down. Even if you're a direct disciple of the sect leader, things may not turn out well for you, and you'll probably still have to share some of the profits. If you contribute it to the sect, you can definitely get a lot of contribution points, though at present, contribution points might not be that significant to you. At that thought, Wan Jian suddenly slapped his thigh and said. That's right, The sect also has a sword immortal suit in its collection. If you have enough contribution points, you could exchange for it. It's said that just possessing a single piece of the sword immortal suit, thanks to the innate causal link between the set pieces, will help you encounter other set pieces. Song Jian was stunned. He hadn't expected that the Imperial Sword sect also had a sword immortal suit. He already possessed 2 pieces, and the sword immortal suit consisted of a total of 8 pieces. If he could get his hands on the piece that the Imperial Sword sect had stowed away, he'd be close to having half. How many contribution points do I need? Song Jian quickly asked. Probably around 1 million or so. Wang Jian said with a smile after some thought. Song Jian had earned a whopping 100,000 contribution points this time, but that was just a tenth of what was needed for the sword immortal suit's piece. How many contribution points do you think I could get if I contribute this cultivation method and the puppet beast? Song Jian asked. Hey, the preciousness of the demon-repelling elixir goes without saying. To exchange for 1 bottle of demon-repelling elixir, besides a large number of contribution points, one also needs a strand of snake vine grass. If you come back from a mission without a snake vine grass to submit, you won't be able to exchange for the demon-repelling elixir next time. Moreover, you'd have to compensate with 3 times the contribution points. Wang Jian laughed and said. If you contribute the cultivation method for the snake vine grass, the contribution points you receive will at least not be less than what you earned for this mission. Is it also 100,000? Song Jian stroked his chin, pondering carefully. After a while, he slapped his thigh and said. Then I'll contribute it. Even if Song Jian didn't offer the method, the sect could still obtain it from Xinling. It was better to throw it out early and get contribution points to exchange for a sword immortal suit. However, if the sect got their hands on this method, the price of desolate beast cores would probably soar in the short term. Instructor, I also have 500 purple crystals here. Can you please help me purchase some desolate beast cores? The more, the better. I'll go tell the sect leader about the cultivation method now. Song Jian took out 500 purple crystals and handed them to Wang Jian. Wang Jian looked at the 500 purple crystals in amazement, his eyes turning red with envy. How do you have so many purple crystals? I've saved contribution points and purple crystals for 10 years, just wanting to buy a sword body, but I could never save up that much. Sword body? Song Jian was taken aback and asked. Hasn't the instructor comprehended a sword body from the sword pond? Wang Jian's face turned slightly red, and he sighed. I'm just too mediocre. I've entered 3 times and still haven't comprehended a sword body. Chances are slim even if I try again, I can only purchase 1. Instructor, I have a chaotic bone blade sword body pearl here. I wonder if it suits you? Saying this, Song Jian took out the bone chaos blade sword body pearl he had previously obtained and handed it to Wang Jian. Chaotic bone blade sword body? Wang Jian looked at the sword body pearl in Song Jian's hand, trembling with excitement. Compared to the 100 changes sword body, the chaotic bone blade sword body suited him more, especially since it could be upgraded to the jade bone 1000 blade sword body. It was as if it had been custom made for him. How could I accept this? Wang Jian held the sword body pearl tightly in his hands, his veins bulging. You say you don't want it, but your body is very honest. Song Jian thought to himself with a sneer and let go of the sword body pearl. He clasped his hands towards Wang Jian and said. Instructor, don't forget about the desolate beast cores, I'm going to find the sect leader now. With those words, Song Jian strode towards the main peak where Wan Xingliu resided. Rest assured, Song Jian, I will definitely take care of the matter you entrusted to me perfectly. Wang Jian, his face glowing with excitement, called out loudly from behind. Chapter 1226, Meeting Gift. Song Jian's residence was a small courtyard halfway up the main peak, where the personally taught disciples of the various elders lived. The environment was very quiet, and it was still a considerable distance from the sect leader and elders' residences at the summit of the main peak. Inside the main peak, besides the elders and sect leader, disciples were not allowed to practice the sword flight art. Song Jian could only walk step by step towards the residence of sect leader Wan Xingliu. Cave Heaven Blessed Land, the domicile of the sect leader and elders, is actually a Cave Heaven Blessed Land. How extravagant! Song Jian looked ahead at the luxurious cave dwellings and thought to himself. The main peak where the sect leader's lineage resided was the peak within the Imperial Sword sect with the most spiritual energy. This peak alone had 18 Cave Heaven Blessed Lands, all of which had been divided up by the sect leader and various elders. Even for personally taught disciples, if they wished to cultivate here for a few days, they must spend contribution points. There were 2 outer sect disciples guarding the entrance of the sect leader's cave dwelling. Upon seeing Song Jian, they immediately greeted him with smiles. Senior brother has arrived, are you here to see the sect leader? Do you want us to report your arrival? One of the men, who looked to be in his 20s, said respectfully as he bowed to Song Jian. "Indeed, I have come to see my master. Please inform him, junior brother," Song Jian replied courteously as he returned the bow. These outer sect disciples had joined the sect much earlier than Song Jian and were very powerful, all of them boasting at least third-order combat power. However, in terms of seniority, they were much lower than personally taught disciple Song Jian. "Senior brother is too polite," the outer sect disciple said, somewhat flustered as he waved his hand and quickly walked towards the cave dwelling. After a short while, he came back out and said to Song Jian, "The sect leader happens to be free now, he's at the tea-tasting pavilion. Senior brother can go there on your own." Song Jian nodded and stepped into the cave dwelling. As soon as he entered, Song Jian received a system prompt. "System, you have entered the cave heaven-blessed land. Cultivation speed of cultivation techniques has increased by 300%, comprehension of techniques has increased by 5%, and sword chi value recovery speed has increased by 50%. Cave heaven-blessed land, the effects on cultivation are truly powerful. I wonder when I can have a cave heaven-blessed land of my own." Song Jian thought enviously. Besides the effects on cultivation, the environment here was also extremely tranquil: pavilions, towers, flowing streams, strange flowers, and plants, and even a brook waterfall was whooshing in the distance. The architecture blended perfectly with nature, giving one a sense of unity between heaven and man. It was Song Jian's first time here, and he did not know the location of the tea-tasting pavilion, so he just kept walking along the path, immersed in the surrounding scenery. After a while, a golden-haired squirrel jumped down from a tree, stood in front of Song Jian, sized him up and down, and then, to Song Jian's surprise, spoke in human language. "Kid, stop wandering aimlessly. Follow me." With that, the golden-haired squirrel took the lead, occasionally glancing back at Song Jian with a look of disdain in its eyes. "A spiritual beast?" Song Jian thought to himself. "And it's a level 90 sovereign lord grade boss spiritual beast at that." Speaking of spiritual beasts, Song Jian had only seen them in Jialai Yu Cave. Spiritual beasts were rare and only bred in places abundant with spiritual energy. Spiritual beasts looked no different from animals, but they didn't have a body of flesh and blood. Instead, their bodies were entirely composed of spiritual energy. After thousands, even tens of thousands of years, they developed consciousness. Only a being like the sect leader of the Imperial Sword sect could afford to have a spiritual beast. Soon, under the guidance of the golden-haired squirrel spiritual beast, Song Jian arrived at a small pavilion. At that moment, sect leader Wanzing Liu and a woman were sitting opposite each other in the pavilion. Between them, on the pavilion table, a pot of clear tea was being brewed. The fragrance of the tea slowly wafted out, and upon smelling it, Song Jian felt instantly invigorated. Mysterious melodies even surfaced in his mind. "Enlightenment tea." Song Jian couldn't help but exclaim softly. To think, Song Jian had only tasted enlightenment tea once in the real world when Meng Tanshan offered it. After that taste, he had never forgotten, often reminiscing about it. The efficacy of enlightenment tea notwithstanding, just its enduring and profound fragrance alone was enough to make one fall deeply in love with it. "He, Song Jian has arrived, come here, and pay your respects to Venerable Lin Yun." Wanzing Liu glanced at Song Jian and beckoned with a chuckling smile. "Disciple pays his respects to Master and to Venerable Lin Yun," Song Jian said respectfully, bowing deeply. The woman before him appeared to be about 30 years old, with phoenix eyes that carried a faint air of authority and skin like white jade that shimmered with a lustrous glow. Her oval face, coupled with her imperial attire, only served to augment her noble demeanor even further. Venerable Lin Yun gave Song Jian a casual look, her lips curving slightly as she said softly. "So this is the personal disciple you've just accepted? To possess such strength at such a young age truly makes others envious. He's still young, and he hasn't even fully grasped the introductory techniques, not worthy of Venerable Lin Yun's praise." Wanzing Liu wore a face of pride, yet his words were humble. Wanzing Liu was very satisfied with Song Jian, going as far as to play some tricks to snatch him outright from immeasurable peak, and despite some subsequent troubles, for Wanzing Liu, it was all worth it. "For our first meeting, I'll give you a gift. It's nothing special, but it could come in handy when you go out on adventures." Venerable Lin Yun smiled slightly and drew out a treasure bead from her bosom, tossing it to Song Jian. "A portable cave dwelling? Venerable Lin Yun is so generous, how can my young disciple accept such a gift?" Wanzing Liu said, his face showing a hint of surprise as he examined the bead. Song Jian caught the treasure bead, and with the eye of insight activated, the attributes of the bead immediately became clear to him. A portable cave dwelling that can set up a cave abode in the wilderness, complete with an integrated golden light array that provides concealment, alert, and flight capabilities. Song Jian was astonished in his heart. Usually, when he was out in the wilderness, he only used a camping tent. With this, if he went adventuring with others and they all set up their tents, while Song Jian opened up an entire cave dwelling, it would be extremely cool and showy. Don't worry, accept it. Venerable Lin Yun said with a smile. Haven't you thanked the Venerable yet? Wan Xingli urged Song Jian. Song Jian hurried forward and bowed. Thank you for your generous gift, Venerable. After exchanging pleasantries, Wan Xingli finally began to ask Song Jian why he had came to see him. Why did you come to see me today? Do you have any problems with your technique's cultivation? Song Jian knew that Wan Xingli was referring to the Chaos Sword Cannon. Since he had acquired the Chaos Sword Cannon, he had been unable to cultivate it, with the system continuously indicating that he did not meet the cultivation requirements. As for what those requirements were, there were no hints whatsoever, which was a source of frustration for Song Jian. Moreover, no one in the entire Imperial Sword sect had been able to successfully cultivate this sword cannon. Even if Song Jian asked Wan Xingli, it was unlikely that he would gain anything from it. Master, I have come to report to you that during my previous expedition to the ancient desolate abyss, I discovered a method to cultivate snake vine grass. Song Jian said. Clang. Wan Xingli was startled, his teacup dropping onto the table, and without bothering to clean up, he hurriedly asked, What, you found a way to cultivate the abyssal serpent vine grass? Chapter 1227 Contribution points. The reason why the Imperial Sword sect shared ancient sword star with the ancient desolate abyss was mainly due to the abyssal breath from the ancient desolate abyss. It greatly weakened the disciples of the Imperial Sword sect. Once they entered the ancient desolate abyss, their attributes would be directly weakened by 80%, making them weaker than even an ordinary person. Facing the desolate beasts, they had no power to strike even once. For a long time, the Imperial Sword sect could only be forced to defend themselves. They could only attack when the desolate beasts left the ancient desolate abyss. If it hadn't been for the demon suppression seal left by the ancient sword sect, it was feared that the entire ancient sword star would have already been eroded by the ancient desolate abyss. The demon-repelling elixir was the only way that allowed disciples from the Imperial Sword sect to freely enter and exit the ancient desolate abyss without being affected by the reduction of their attributes. However, the main ingredient needed to refine the demon-repelling elixir, the abyssal serpent vine grass, had to grow within the ancient desolate abyss itself, which created an insurmountable problem. For hundreds of years, the Imperial Sword sect had been researching how to plant the snake vine grass outside of the ancient desolate abyss, but with minimal success. If they had a large amount of snake vine grass to refine into demon-repelling elixirs, the Imperial Sword sect was absolutely confident that they could completely seal off or expel the ancient desolate abyss from ancient sword star in a short period of time. You haven't lied to me, have you, Song Jian? Have you really found a way to plant the snake vine grass outside the ancient desolate abyss? Wan Xingli stood up, asking excitedly. Venerable Lin Yun, who was standing beside them, also looked at Song Jian with a surprised expression. She was also aware of the thorn in the side of the Imperial Sword sect. Song Jian directly took out a planting puppet beast from the shattered divine realm and said to Wan Xingli, Sect leader, this is a puppet beast that has mastered the abyss planting skill. It can plant the abyssal serpent vine grass, and moreover, it can simulate the environment of the abyss outside the ancient desolate abyss, ensuring there's absolutely no problem with growing the snake vine grass. Wan Xingli scrutinized the puppet beast for a long time, seemingly checking to see if it was as Song Jian described. After a while, Wan Xingli burst into laughter and bowed to Venerable Lin Yun, saying, Venerable, please forgive me, this is a matter that concerns the life and death of the Imperial Sword sect. We must summon all the sect elders to discuss this. As for the trading terms you mentioned before, the Imperial Sword sect agrees, but we must postpone it by a month. A smile appeared on Venerable Lin Yun's face as she stood up and laughed lightly. The Imperial Sword sect's century-long wish is finally about to be fulfilled. I hereby offer my congratulations in advance. Since we have come to an agreement, I must hurry back to prepare. I'll see you in a month. Venerable Lin Yun gave Song Jian a look full of admiration and a bit of surprise, nodded, and turned into a rainbow light that shot into the sky. Song Jian, how many such puppet beasts do you have in your hands now? After Venerable Lin Yun had left, Wan Xingli quickly asked. I have 15, Song Jian said after hesitating for a moment. Good, you keep 3, and contribute the rest. Wan Xingli said excitedly. With 12 puppet beasts, we can probably plant about 300 acres of snake vine grass, which should just about be enough. As long as we amass a supply over a few years, we will be able to launch a full counterattack against the ancient desolate abyss. Sect leader, Xinling has about 7 or 8 puppet beasts in her hands. Song Jian, without any hesitation, directly divulged Xinling's stock. Good, good. Wan Xingliu's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly and then saying to Song Jian, "You continue your cultivation here, I'm going to call a meeting of the sect elders. After the meeting, I'll come find you, and you can make any request you like. If it is within my power to fulfill it, I certainly won't hesitate." Having said that, Wanzing Liu, unable to wait any longer, used the sword flight art and flew towards the main peak's sacrificial hall. "Ah, sect leader." Song Jian was about to raise his hand to stop him, but Wanzing Liu had already flown out of sight. Song Jian sighed and could only sit helplessly in the pavilion. He casually picked up a clean teacup, poured himself a cup of enlightenment tea, and began to slowly sip it. The enlightenment tea had just been properly brewed and tasted excellent. Although it was not his first time drinking it and the miraculous effects of the first time were no longer present, the flavor of the enlightenment tea still made Song Jian marvel, sipping it in small mouthfuls. Before long, he had finished most of a pot of enlightenment tea. After finishing the pot of tea, Wanzing Liu returned from the sacrificial ceremony. Seeing that Song Jian had drunk an entire pot of enlightenment tea, he laughed and scolded him, saying, "It's like a cow chewing peonies, such a waste." But he didn't dwell on it and gestured for Song Jian to follow him into the study of the cave dwelling. "You've done well this time, tell me, ask for anything you want," Wanzing Liu said with a smile. Being able to cultivate snake vine grass had decisive strategic significance for the Imperial Sword sect. In a few years, snake vine grass would be planted extensively within the sect, and the shortage of demon-repelling elixir would no longer be an issue, making an offensive on the ancient desolate abyss no longer a mere fantasy. Although the power of the ancient desolate abyss was formidable, if the weakening effect was not an issue, the Imperial Sword sect wouldn't really consider those desolate beasts a threat. This time, the sect dispatched less than 10,000 disciples to hold back the desolate beast army of millions for over 10 days, even launching a counter-offensive that pushed these beasts back into the ancient desolate abyss before stopping. Wanzing Liu believed that within a maximum of 10 years, they could completely drive out the ancient desolate abyss from ancient Sword Star and fully control this semi-dimensional plane in the hands of the Imperial Sword sect. "I heard there is a piece of the Sword Immortal suit in the sect's collection?" Song Jian said with a smile. "I wonder if I could have it as a reward?" Wanzing Liu's hand shook, and he stared at Song Jian in disbelief for a long time before saying, "You're quite ambitious, even coveting the Sword Immortal suit. Either way, it's just a piece of equipment, and isn't equipment meant to be used by people? Keeping it in storage and letting it gather dust is the real desecration, isn't it?" Song Jian said with a smile. "Besides, I have already collected 2 pieces of the Sword Immortal suit, so once I level up, I'll be ready to use them." "You've already collected 2 pieces of the Sword Immortal suit?" Wanzing Liu asked in amazement. "That's truly impressive." After pondering for a while, Wanzing Liu still shook his head and said, "If it were any other piece of equipment, even from the secret vault, I could give it to you with just a word. But the pieces of the Sword Immortal suit are in the hands of the Grand Elder, and I am powerless to intervene. Isn't there a way to exchange for it with 1,000,000 contribution points?" Song Jian asked, raising an eyebrow. "Otherwise, why not just give me more contribution points, and I could directly exchange them? Do you think contribution points are something to be given out at will?" Wanzing Liu glared and scolded. "Thousands of disciples are watching the contribution points. Who dares to mess around? The Imperial Sword sect is not a place where I, as the sect leader, can have the final say. If I dared to manipulate contribution points, other peak masters would join forces to remove me from my position. Then, for contributing the cultivation method of the snake vine grass this time, that counts as a significant contribution, right? How many contribution points can I get for that?" Song Jian asked. 150,000, but I can decide to give you more, let's say 200,000, Wanzing Liu said. "Now you already have 300,000 contribution points. Once you gather the other 700,000, the piece of the Sword Immortal suit will be yours." Chapter 1228, The Secret Realm. The Imperial Sword sect's contribution points system is related to the welfare of everyone within the sect. No one dares to tamper with it. Without merit, even Wanzing Liu, the sect leader, doesn't dare to arbitrarily distribute contribution points. However, when awarding contribution points for great achievements, there is a certain limit. Taking the example of Song Jian's contribution of the planting method for snake vine grass, which counts as a major accomplishment, normally, awarding 150,000 contribution points would suffice. But if Wanzing Liu wants to give more, the other peak masters can't say much. After all, the great achievement that Song Jian has accomplished is indisputable. However, even then there must be limits, at most 200,000. Any more would cause dissatisfaction among the other peak masters and disciples. "Master, the 1,000 swords art I control can evolve into the karmic fire red lotus sword formation?" Song Jian asked. But since this sword formation is an evolution of the Thousand Swords art technique, I wonder if it's feasible to use the spirit sword to evolve other formations? Evolving other formations? Wan Xingliu paused, then smiled. The art of formations is vast and profound. Your idea, in theory, is feasible. Thousand Swords art has another name as well. It is known as the foundation of formations. You're not the first one to try to use the Thousand Swords art to evolve other formations, and you certainly won't be the last. Whether you can succeed depends on how much effort you can put in. Has anyone in the sect ever evolved other formations using the Thousand Swords art? Song Jian's heart leapt with joy as he asked hastily. Wan Xingliu shook his head and said, Thousand Swords art has long been lost. I have only read about it in the sect's annals. During the time of the ancient sword sect, there were predecessors who, with a single long sword in hand, could evolve formations of all the heavens and myriad worlds. With the strength of a single person, they suppressed tens of thousands of demons effortlessly, which is truly awe-inspiring. What a shame. Song Jian shook his head, somewhat disappointed. There's no need for regret. Wan Xingliu waved his hand. In 1 month, the Sword Array Record secret realm of the Imperial Sword Sect will open. With the merits you've accumulated, you will have enough to vie for a spot to enter. In the secret realm, perhaps you will gain insight into how to use the Thousand Swords art to evolve a sword formation. Sword Array Record secret realm? Song Jian was stunned, his face immediately showing intense interest. He moved closer to Wan Xingliu and smiled. Master, could you explain more about this secret realm to your disciple? This secret realm, inherited from the ancient sword sect, is designed for disciples to comprehend sword formations. Wan Xingliu stroked his beard as he spoke. The realm is filled with sword formations everywhere. A mountain, a rock, a blade of grass, a tree, any of these could be the construction of a sword formation. The most famous formations within the realm are the Demon Suppression Seal, the 10,000 Sword Slaughter, and the 4 Saints Sword Array. Wan Xingliu's explanation took a full 3 hours. Song Jian listened until his head swam, but he also gained some understanding of the Imperial Sword Sect's Sword Array Record's secret realm. Originally, this secret realm was set up by the ancient sword sect to train its disciples. There are many types of sword formations within, the number exceeding 100,000. The formations that one first encounters upon entering the realm are of a lower grade. The deeper one goes into the realm, the higher the grade of the sword formations becomes. Although the 3 formations mentioned by sect leader Wan Xingliu are the most famous, in reality, they are only the highest grade formations that the disciples entering have encountered. Beyond those 3, there are even more powerful formations. It's just that the disciples entering simply lack the power to go deeper. The formations within the realm progress from simple to complex, with their power increasing in succession. As long as one is not too greedy, it is always possible to come out intact. However, every time the realm opens, there are always some overambitious disciples who fall into powerful formations and lose their lives. In the end, Wan Xingliu repeatedly warned Song Jian that he must judge his own strength when entering the realm. If he found himself unmatched, he should retreat in time. Returning the way he came, the surrounding sword formations would not launch an attack, ensuring at least the preservation of his life. The month passed in the blink of an eye, and during this time, Song Jian had almost consulted all the formation-related books in the Imperial Sword Sect for research, garnering considerable gains. Even his skill in the Thousand Swords art had improved. He had tried to arrange some simple formations using the Spirit Sword but failed every time. It seemed there was some crucial aspect he had not grasped. He could only hope for a stroke of luck once he entered the Sword Array Record secret realm. That day arrived quickly. Song Jian was mulling over formations in his own courtyard. More than a dozen spirit swords, as if hesitating, flew rapidly around his body, up and down, without interfering with each other, appearing rather mystical. Every so often, the number of spirit swords would increase by 1. When the count reached 56, it finally exceeded Song Jian's control. One of the spirit swords began to quiver discordantly in flight and violently crashed into another next to it. The collision, as though triggering a switch, caused the remaining spirit swords to veer off their previous flight paths and collide with each other. A crisp clanging sound filled the small courtyard, and within moments, all of the spirit swords had vanished. Song Jian slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of fatigue passing through them. Continual control of so many spirit swords demanded an immense toll on his mental faculties. If it were not for Song Jian's spirit points already exceeding 3,000, he likely wouldn't have been able to manage so many spirit swords. Just then, a 3-inch white jade small sword flew towards him and hovered in front of Song Jian. Wan Xingliu's voice emitted from the small sword. Song Jian, the Sword Array Record secret realm will open in 1 hour. Hurry to the Swordwood Forest at Main Peak. Disciple obeys. Song Jian cupped his hands towards the jade sword in salute, and the jade sword quivered, as if nodding, before it zipped back the way it had come with a swoosh. Song Jian was already prepared, and after a brief tidy-up, he dashed towards the swordwood forest behind the main peak. The swordwood forest, situated behind the main peak, was planted with swordwood trees, each standing as straight and tall as a sword piercing the skies, not a single one askew. Swordwood is a prized forging material, commonly used for making the hilts of long swords, and more frequently, wooden swords. Swords crafted from swordwood were hardly inferior to those forged from metal. Furthermore, when casting spells with a wooden sword, not only was there no loss in potency, but the spells would also carry a whiff of sword chi. Hence, many elders in the Imperial Sword sect favored carrying a wooden sword made of swordwood. Seeing Song Jian arrive, Guanxing Liu gave him a slight nod, gesturing him to stand aside. By now, over 10 disciples had gathered in front of the swordwood forest, almost all of them powerful individuals with third-tier combat power. The entry to the Sword Array Record Secret Realm wasn't particularly valuable, spending a certain amount of contribution points would suffice for access. After all, it opened yearly. However, within the Imperial Sword sect, there weren't many disciples interested in formations, so only a scant 10 or so would participate each time. After waiting for a short while longer, a few more people arrived and silently stood aside. Song Jian glanced over but didn't see Xinling. It seemed she wasn't interested in sword formations, or else, with her contribution points, she could have easily exchanged for an entry pass. At that moment, an elder stepped forward and said, "All disciples are now present. The Sword Array Record Secret Realm is about to open. I must remind you once more, act according to your capabilities, aim to comprehend those formations that are safer for you. Safety first." The elder repeated the caution several times, and then a dazzling purple light suddenly burst forth in the middle of the swordwood forest. "The teleportation gate is open. Disciples may enter now." The elder turned around to glance at the assembled disciples, his face expressionless as he spoke. After bowing to sect leader Guanxing Liu and the elder, Song Jian and the others swiftly ran towards the glowing spot in the center of the swordwood forest. Chapter 1229, Sword Burial Canyon. Song Jian and the other disciples rushed into the swordwood forest, quickly discovering an oval-shaped purple teleportation portal over 2 meters high within it. "This is the place, brothers. I wish you all good luck," a disciple dressed in the attire of a direct disciple said with a smile, cupping his hands towards everyone before stepping into the portal first. Shortly, one by one, the disciples entered. Upon stepping through the portal, Song Jian felt a blur before his eyes and then as if someone had given him a shove from behind, causing him to stagger forward a couple of steps. When he steadied himself, he found that he was standing at the edge of a canyon. Gazing into the distance, the cliff walls on both sides of the canyon were as smooth as mirrors, appearing as if a giant crack had split open the earth, stretching straight ahead with no end in sight. "Is this the secret realm?" Song Jian looked around and did not find any of his fellow disciples. It seemed that everyone had been scattered after entering the realm. "This must be the Array Record Secret Realm. I wonder what kind of sword formation I will encounter," Song Jian said, ready to walk towards the canyon. He had only taken a few steps when he saw a poisonous insect the size of a fingernail cap emerging from small holes on both sides of the canyon walls, flailing at Santeni and blocking Song Jian's path, emitting a sharp hiss at him. Song Jian smiled faintly and pointed lightly at the poisonous insect with his right index finger. With a sizz, a sharp sword chi burst forth from his fingertip, striking the insect. Puff! With a slight noise, the poisonous insect burst apart. It was just a small insect without any rank, incapable of withstanding the force of Song Jian's fingertip. Song Jian smiled faintly, prepared to continue forward. Just then, the scene before him suddenly flickered as if he had entered another world, and countless poisonous insects, numbering in the thousands, suddenly burrowed out from the canyon walls on both sides, rushing toward him. Song Jian's heart skipped a beat, immediately realizing he had fallen for a trap. The insect from before was also constructed by an array. The correct way to solve it was to perceive the array that constituted the insect, gain control of the array, find its core, and then solve it. But that fingertip from earlier was like trying to force a rough solution, which not only failed to break the array but fully triggered its power. The dense swarm of poisonous insects before him, each possessing the strength of at least a level 50 ordinary monster, would have been overwhelming for an average player in their 60s who, upon entering the secret realm, would likely have had to flee. At that thought, Song Jian's mind moved, and countless spirit swords, burning with dark red flames, began to slowly rotate around him, forming a giant spirit sword whirlwind. The firestorm whistled, and all the poisonous insects rushing towards Song Jian plunged headfirst into the spirit swords, incinerated by the red lotus karma fire until nothing remained but a small pile of black ash scattering in all directions. In less than 3 minutes, the blanket of insects had vanished, leaving only a layer of ash and a faint sweet and fishy poisonous smell in the air. Puff! A shattering sound resonated beside Song Jian's ear, and suddenly everything in front of him rippled, as if a bubble had burst, and the surrounding scene shattered into pieces. In front of Song Jian, there was only a broken poisonous insect left. The remnants of the array that constituted the insect were rapidly dissipating, and in no time, only some shattered materials remained. These materials, necessary for constructing the array, had all been destroyed and could no longer be used. Did I just forcefully decipher the array that constituted this poisonous insect? Song Jian thought, realizing what had happened. From the moment he used sword chi to pierce through the insect, he entered the stage of forceful decryption. Otherwise, if he had captured the insect and pondered over it, he could have comprehended the array behind its construction. If familiar with the array, he could have gradually dismantled it and obtained the materials used in its construction. That was the standard procedure for breaking an array. Forceful decryption like Song Jian did, without letting the array harm him, yielded no gains. If he continued in this way, entering the sword array record's secret realm would have no meaning. Indeed, every plant and tree here might be constructed by an array. I must be more careful. Song Jian nodded and, undeterred by such an array as the poisonous insect, continued to walk toward the valley ahead. As soon as he entered the canyon, Song Jian felt chilling winds and the air was filled with a strong sword intent, which startled him and made him stop at the entrance of the canyon. Why is there such a strong sword intent here? It's as if, Song Jian murmured to himself. This canyon is known as Sword Burial Canyon, and at least 3 seniors with sword intent from our sect have been trapped here. A voice came from behind Song Jian. Song Jian turned around to see 2 individuals dressed in the attire of our sect disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect, slowly approaching him. Junior brother Song, you're lucky you didn't go straight in. Otherwise, you might have also fallen into Sword Burial Canyon. The sword intent storm inside isn't something just anyone can withstand, Duan Da said with a smile, looking at Song Jian. Sword intent storm? Song Jian raised an eyebrow, his gaze involuntarily drifting deeper into the canyon, but he saw nothing. Brother, do you not believe it? Duan Da glanced at the person beside him, who nodded and then took a rabbit over a foot long from a storage bag and threw it into the canyon. The rabbit, freed from restraint, swiftly ran into the canyon, but before it had gone 10 meters, its body instantly split into hundreds of pieces, scattered across the ground. Sword intent is intangible yet substantial. As soon as it detects a living being, it will automatically converge upon it. Even someone who has cultivated their body to be as tough as steel cannot survive in such a sharp sword intent storm. Duan Da shook his head and continued. However, this is the only place in the secret realm where one can comprehend sword intent. At least 1/3 of those who enter the secret realm aim to come here for that reason. A glimmer of understanding appeared in Song Jian's eyes as he looked at Duan Da and his companion. Are you 2 senior brothers here to comprehend sword intent? Haha, junior brother Song, we're not here to comprehend sword intent. Duan Da shook his head and said. Deep in Sword Burial Canyon, there's a sword spirit tree that bears 9 sword intent fruits every 100 years. Just consuming one will allow you to condense the sword intent most suitable for yourself. Junior brother Song, I'm Duan Da, and this is my junior brother Chen Xiaoyu. We are disciples of Battle Sword Peak. Sword Burial Canyon is fraught with danger. How about the 3 of us band together to enter? And later, we can divide the sword intent fruits among us equally? Duan Da extended the invitation genuinely. Chapter 1230, Stone Beast 1 only needed to eat a single fruit to immediately possess sword intent. Such an item was unheard of by Song Jian, and definitely, its value was beyond measure. 9 fruits matured every 100 years, and if the 3 of them could obtain it, it would be perfect with 3 fruits per person. After consuming one, they would still have 2 left, great for trading with others or for exchanging for treasures more suited to themselves. Song Jian was very tempted, but after hesitating for a moment, he still shook his head and said, I appreciate your kind intentions, senior brothers. With my low strength, I dare not covet the sword intent fruit. I shall take my leave. Having said this, Song Jian clasped his hands towards the 2 men and without waiting for Duan Da and his companion to stop him, he immediately performed the sword flight art, flying in a different direction. Watching Song Jian's retreating figure, Duan Da's originally smiling face suddenly turned ashen. Senior brother, did he discover something? Chen Xiaoyu leaned in and asked in a low voice. Humphrey, I thought the sect leader had taken in an incredible disciple, but it turns out he's just a coward. Duan Da snorted disdainfully. Junior brother, even without him, it's fine with just the 2 of us. Now we can each get more sword intent fruits. Duan Da's face broke into a smile again as he kindly said to Chen Xiaoyu. Just follow the plan we devised earlier. As long as we take an ice stone pill, which reduces our vitality points. The sword intent storm won't be able to sense us. Yes, senior brother, I will follow your instructions. Chen Xiaoyu said respectfully. Alright, junior brother, let's go. After saying this, Wan Da swallowed a great pill that emanated a cold aura and took the lead towards Sword Burial Canyon. Chen Xiaoyu, watching Wan Da's back, revealed a sinister smile on his lips, then quickly subdued it and also consumed the ice stone pill, following closely behind Wan Da. Song Jian glanced back and saw the two men enter Sword Burial Canyon one after the other. He couldn't help but sigh softly. The chance to obtain the sword intent fruit was rare. A fruit that matured only once every 100 years had just happened to be encountered by him, a truly rare opportunity. However, he always felt that Wan Da and his companion harbored an inexplicable malice towards him, as if their invitation was overly deliberate. Could those two be planning to use me as cannon fodder so they can reap the benefits behind me? Song Jian thought to himself. As for Sword Burial Canyon, Song Jian had no information at all. Everything he knew was from Wan Da. Once inside, it would be all too easy for Wan Da to betray him. Song Jian had clearly felt the sword intent storm triggered by the rabbit earlier. The rabbit's weak strength only set off a sword intent storm as thick as a finger, but even such a small burst of sword intent had made Song Jian feel a deep threat. If he entered the canyon and accidentally triggered a sword intent storm, with his strength, he likely wouldn't be able to withstand it. A wise man does not stand under a collapsing wall. If they really can retrieve the sword intent fruit from the canyon, then later on, it's no big deal to trade another treasure with them for a fruit, Song Jian thought to himself. Just as he was thinking this, Song Jian suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. A massive threat was rapidly closing in on him. In that instant, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and flew towards him. Boom! With a loud bang, Song Jian, who was flying through the sky using the sword flight art, was directly struck by the lightning and smashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped deep crater. Half a day had passed when Song Jian slowly sat up from the ground, expelling a wisp of faint smoke from his mouth. Damn it, I forgot about the sanctuary's prohibition, he said, exhaling. No sword flight art allowed, or it will call down a lightning strike. Song Jian's face was ghastly. He had only thought of leaving the vicinity of Sword Burial Canyon as quickly as possible and forgot about the sanctuary's ban on flying, which led to a lightning strike. This strike had cost Song Jian 1/3 of his vitality points, comparable to a full-force attack from a third-order combat power expert. If it weren't for Song Jian's formidable strength and the fact that all his equipment was of dark gold quality or higher, this hit could have easily sent him into a near-death state. After 10 minutes or so, Song Jian had fully recovered. Just as he was about to continue forward, he suddenly saw a stone mountain ahead of him. This stone mountain seemed to be made entirely of one giant boulder, standing over 100 meters tall. Looking closely, the stone mountain did not appear to be made of sharply angled rocks, but rather, it resembled a giant stone sculpture that had its edges worn away by time, leaving only a vague outline of its original shape. This looks like some quadrupedal beast, but it's no longer clear what it originally was. This stone sculpture has been here for at least 1,000 years. Song Jian muttered to himself. As he stared for a long time, Song Jian suddenly had the feeling that the stone mountain in front of him was coming to life. Startled, he couldn't help but use Eye of Insight to continue observing the stone mountain. It seems to be constructed by formation patterns as well. Song Jian suddenly noticed something odd. Just then, a roar exploded in his ears, as if a giant beast was howling, and the stone mountain transformed into a massive stone beast that rushed towards Song Jian. Rather than immediately using Thousand Swords art to slay the stone beast in front of him, Song Jian sent out a tendril of his consciousness, carefully sensing the beast. Clang! With a loud noise, the stone beast swung its paw fiercely at Song Jian, who blocked it with his sky-breaking sword. Amidst the fight, golden light burst from the stone beast's body, and lines of formation patterns that had been hidden inside its body slowly emerged, making it easier for Song Jian to discern its internal structure. I see. A hint of a smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. This was the correct way to sense formation patterns in the sanctuary, defending against the attacks of the formation-constructed stone beast while feeling the formations that had built it. The more intense the attacks were, the more visibly the formations appeared, and the clearer the structure became to his senses. However, by doing so, Song Jian had to focus most of his mental capacity on perceiving the formation structure, leaving him passively defending against the stone beast's attacks. Boom! In an unguarded moment, the stone beast's right paw fiercely struck Song Jian's left shoulder, sending a powerful force through it that knocked him back 7 or 8 meters while intense pain drilled into his shoulder. Song Jian rolled to his feet, looking at the mountain-sized stone beast with a look of surprise in his eyes. The formation that constructed this stone beast, It has several similarities to the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal. No, not just several, the content of the formations is more than 80% similar to that of the Sacred Lion Seal. Song Jian thought to himself. As he pondered, the massive stone beast roared like a thunderous avalanche as it pounced towards Song Jian. Suddenly, the flame-light wings emerged behind him. Rather than retreating, he surged forward, charging straight into the belly of the stone beast, like a streak of flame piercing into its body. Chapter 1231, Wine Lake. Having lost its target, the stone beast came to a sudden halt and, moments later, there was a loud crash as the entire stone beast collapsed into countless pieces of stone raining down, among them many materials flickering with various glows mixed in with the rubble. Song Jian's figure flickered, continuously collecting these glowing materials. He had seen through the formation that constructed the stone beast, located the crucial point, and directly dismantled the entire formation. While solving the formation, Song Jian also gathered all the materials that composed it, which was an unexpected bonus. Crash. With rocks scattered all around, Song Jian landed with a face full of surprise. The materials involved in constructing the entire stone beast amounted to 5 or 6 dozen types. If he were to collect them himself, it would take at least a few months. Most importantly, the formation used to construct the stone beast was very similar to the Golden Lion Demon Binding Seal, allowing Song Jian to directly construct the Golden Lion Demon Binding Seal with these materials. System, you have comprehended the unknown stone statue's formation. The skill Sword Array Atlas has gained a significant amount of proficiency. System, you have dismantled the unknown stone statue's formation, obtaining formation materials, refined gold stone, 3, heavenly tempered steel, 5, fire refining silver, 4, emerald glazed gilt, 2. Song Jian glanced at the system prompt. Just from perceiving and dismantling the formation within an unknown stone statue, the proficiency of Sword Array Atlas almost increased by half. If he encountered 1 or 2 more similar formations, Sword Array Atlas could be leveled up to level 2. This time it was just good luck, coming across a formation that was similar to the Golden Lion Demon Binding Seal I've already mastered. If it were a different formation, it probably wouldn't have been so easy to comprehend and master. Song Jian thought to himself. Looking at the materials in his bag, Song Jian suddenly felt an urge to create the Golden Lion Demon Binding Seal formation. And acting on that impulse, he sat cross-legged in front of a pile of rubble and began to produce it according to the Sacred Lion Seal's method. After just over half an hour, a palm-sized golden lion statue appeared in Song Jian's hands. He looked at the statue in his hands, a smile spreading across his face. This was his first attempt at creating a formation atlas, and the Sword Array Atlas skill was only at level 1. He hadn't expected to succeed right away, which made Song Jian very happy. If it hadn't been for the earlier comprehension and dismantling of that stone beast's formation, I probably wouldn't have been able to create the Golden Lion Demon Binding Seal formation, even with all the materials. Song Jian thought to himself. Just then, he received another system prompt. System, you have created the Golden Lion Demon Binding Seal formation. The formation's quality is excellent, and the skill Sword Array Atlas has gained a significant amount of proficiency. Sword Array Atlas proficiency has reached 100%. Please upgrade the skill level as soon as possible. Creating a formation atlas by hand had granted him even more proficiency than he had gained from dismantling the stone beast formation, which made Song Jian realize that to rapidly increase the Sword Array Atlas proficiency, he needed to create them himself. After storing the Golden Lion Demon Binding Seal formation in his inventory, Song Jian took out 2 purple crystals and began to absorb the energy contained within them, gaining combat experience. In just a short while, Song Jian's level had risen from 62 to 63. Advancing 1 level had cost Song Jian about 50 purple crystals. As Song Jian's level went up, the amount of purple crystals he needed increased. However, this method of rapidly increasing his level was so addictive, it was just too swift. He assigned the skill points obtained from the level up directly to the Sword Array Atlas, which elevated its level to 2. The effects of the Sword Array Atlas skill had slightly improved, and the number of arrays it could record increased from 5 to 6. Currently, Song Jian only had 2 types of arrays. One was the Incomplete Demon Suppression Seal, and the other was the Golden Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal. After raising his skill level, Song Jian continued on his way, and after bypassing the Stone Beast Mountain, a lake appeared in the distance. This lake was roughly 3 to 4 acres in size, surrounded by 5 or 6 disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect, seemingly sensing the formation within the lake. The difficulty of the formation in this lake should be similar to that of the Stone Beast Mountain just now. It's the perfect opportunity to go forward and comprehend it, and perhaps even increase the level of my Sword Array Atlas, Song Jian thought to himself. Since entering this secret realm, Song Jian had discovered that the difficulty of a formation had a lot to do with the size of the object it was built upon. The insect poison formations, weed formations, Stone shard formations, even without understanding or dismantling them, one could easily break them with brute force. However, the Stone Beast Mountain formation would have been very difficult to dismantle violently if Song Jian hadn't comprehended the formation diagrams during combat. As long as he comprehended the formation within an object and found the vital point, dispelling the formation became much simpler. Most importantly, he would acquire a large amount of material for constructing formations. Song Jian had always wanted to use spirit swords as a substitute for formation materials, but this was only theoretical. So far, he had not found a way to use spirit swords instead of formation materials. He had to use formation materials to build formations he desired, for now. On one hand, Song Jian couldn't delicately control too many spirit swords simultaneously. On the other hand, he had only just begun to scratch the surface of formations. If he could raise his formation atlas skill level even higher and deepen his understanding of formations, perhaps he could find a way to replace formation materials with spirit swords. Song Jian approached the lake and immediately smelled a strong fragrance of wine coming from the lake. Is this actually a wine lake?" Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. The entire lake was full of ambrosia. Just by smelling it, Song Jian felt as if he were about to ascend to immortality, a sensation of lightness washing over his entire body. Glancing at the other disciples who were sitting cross-legged around him, he noticed not a single one came over to acknowledge his arrival. They simply sat quietly, immersing themselves in the study of the formation contained within the lake. Song Jian took 2 steps forward, intending to scoop up a ladle of the lake water, but he found that no matter what he did, he couldn't get close to the lake edge. Despite the mere 3 meters separating him from the lake, Song Jian walked more than 10 steps, equivalent to 5 or 6 times 3 meters, yet when he looked up, the distance to the lake's edge hadn't shortened at all. It seems that to approach the lake, I must comprehend the formation inside. Song Jian thought to himself. With that thought, Song Jian followed suit and sat down cross-legged at the edge of the lake, extending a wisp of his spirit into the amber to carefully sense the formation within. Chapter 1232. Breaking through. Song Jian sat cross-legged by the lake, perceiving the array that constituted the wine lake. Soon, his brow furrowed. The array contained within this wine lake turned out to be a series of linked formations, made up of at least a dozen individual arrays looping into each other. If one were to simply break one of the arrays, it could easily trigger the collapse of the entire chain. As Song Jian was comprehending the wine lake array, a disciple from the Imperial Sword sect accidentally triggered one of the minor arrays. Suddenly, the surface of the previously tranquil lake erupted into tumultuous waves that surged toward the shore. Song Jian's expression changed, and he hastily stopped his contemplation. Flickering like a shadow, he quickly retreated backward while the other disciples also cast a blaming glance at the disciple who had triggered the array before retreating swiftly. Damn it, I had already grasped the 6th layer and hadn't even decided where to start, yet you dared to recklessly trigger the array. One of the Imperial Sword Sect's disciples shouted with a face full of anger. Junior brother Wang, retreat quickly. The counterattack from the wine lake array is at least equivalent to the full strength blow of a level 100 sovereign class boss, we can't withstand it. Rampart of the rock wall, manifest the array diagram. Golden light of the earth, activate. With time pressing, the disciples used various methods to flee the vicinity of the wine lake. The disciple who had accidentally activated the array took a tad longer to react since his mind had been fully immersed, and by the time he stood up to dodge, a wave over 10 meters tall had already crashed in front of him. Grinding his teeth, the disciple pulled a palm-sized 8 trigrams plate from his bosom and threw it into the air, shouting loudly. 8 trigrams array diagram, manifest. Around the disciple, a mist sprang up, forming a protective circle with the 8 trigrams array diagram at its center. Boom. The giant wave crashed against the 8 trigrams array with a force like a giant pressing down with an open palm. The roaring sound pierced the heavens, and the vicinity shook as if an earthquake had struck, the ground trembling slightly. Song Jian's eyes lit up as he scrutinized the 8 trigrams array, observing that after the impact of the giant wave, it radiated a dazzling light. It split the wave into more than 10 streams of water circulating within the array, gradually weakening its force. The onslaught lasted a full 3 minutes before the light from the 8 trigrams array began to flicker erratically, clearly indicating that the array was about to collapse due to the disciples' insufficient mental strength. Pop. After a short while, the 8 trigrams array indeed collapsed into countless specks of golden light that faded into the air. The mist also slowly dispersed to reveal the disciple struggling in a watery pit, desperately trying to extricate himself. With the destructive power of the wave reduced by 90% thanks to the 8 trigrams array, the remaining water posed no threat to the disciple's life, and the stream slowly receded. This disciple, whose mental strength had been completely exhausted, had only swallowed a few mouthfuls of water and faced no threat to his life. What a pity. The closely guarded secret of Sword Howling Peak, the 8 trigrams array diagram, has been wasted because the user's mental strength was insufficient. An array that could have been used a few more times was directly ruined," remarked a disciple of the Imperial Sword sect from a distance, watching the struggling figure in the water with a derisive laugh. The power of the 8 trigrams array wasn't fully utilized, deploying at most 2 or 3 layers of its strength. Otherwise, it would have withstood the blow without any damage, and might even have been able to counterattack, possibly breaking through 1 or 2 of the minor chained arrays. You didn't see his mental strength. Maintaining the array is extremely difficult for him, or else the array disk wouldn't be damaged, turning what could have been reusable into a one-time consumable. A few disciples from the Imperial Sword sect were whispering schadenfreude among themselves, and Song Jian suddenly realized that not all disciples within the Imperial Sword sect got along as harmoniously as he had imagined. "Alright, fellow junior brothers, the counterattack has ended, and we can continue to move forward and comprehend," an older disciple of the Imperial Sword sect said with a smile. "The jade liquid wine in Wine Lake, our seniors specifically instructed us to fetch some. If that junior brother is the first to decipher the array there, please share some with us. I, of course, will not let the junior brother suffer any loss." Well said, but the one who can be the first to break the array there, I believe it has to be none other than Senior Gui Chuan. A disciple of the Imperial Sword sect laughed heartily, fawningly speaking. Indeed, among us, Senior Gui Chuan has the highest array mastery, and it will definitely be Senior Gui Chuan who breaks it first. Other disciples also echoed one after another. Laughing and chatting, the group slowly approached the edge of Wine Lake again, starting to continue their comprehension of the array contained within. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and then headed in a different direction, stopping only after he was more than 200 meters away from the group and started to carefully comprehend the sequential arrays within Wine Lake. As Song Jian comprehended, lines of system prompts would occasionally pop up in the information bar. System: as you comprehend the Wine Lake array, your Sword Array Atlas skill earns a slight increase in proficiency. The array contained within Wine Lake was very unfamiliar to Song Jian, totally different from the previous Stone Beast array. Even for a single small array within it, Song Jian felt as if he were looking at flowers through the fog, not able to discern any clues, let alone the large sequential array composed of dozens of small arrays. Therefore, although there were occasional system prompts for increases in comprehension proficiency, each instance of gain proficiency was too little, and it couldn't compare at all with the previous comprehension of the Stone Beast array. Song Jian sat by the lake and had been comprehending for more than 3 hours, yet his Sword Array Atlas proficiency had not even reached 1/10 of the progress, and he felt a sense of impatience in an instant. With such a slow and methodical comprehension, when will I understand it all? Am I to waste all the exploration time of the secret realm on this single array within Wine Lake? Song Jian thought to himself. To know, the Sword Array Record secret realm also has an opening time limit, which is only 30 days. Once the time is up, everyone inside the secret realm will be forcibly expelled, and entering again would require waiting until the opening the following year. Given Song Jian's current rate of comprehension, fully understanding the entire Wine Lake array might indeed take tens of days or even dozens of days, leaving no time to comprehend other arrays. Thinking this, Song Jian steeled his heart and directly chose the simplest loop array, and his mental strength, like a sharp long needle, thrust fiercely towards the array he had guessed. If his guess was correct, and this was indeed the array of the loop array, then the simple loop array would be immediately deciphered by Song Jian. If not, it would trigger a counterattack from the entire Wine Lake array. Puffed. Song Jian felt his mental strength as if piercing into a bubble, a feeling of hitting nothing solid, and his heart suddenly sank. Oh no, I guessed wrong, this is not the array of the loop. The thought flashed through Song Jian's mind, and with a thought, his figure shook violently, the sword shadow clone skill instantly deployed. An identical Song Jian stood in the original spot, while Song Jian's real body swiftly retreated backwards. Chapter 1233, Ring Array waves surged from within the Wine Lake, forming a massive bomb, over 10 meters tall in the air, and viciously slapped down towards the location of Song Jian. Boom. A loud explosion erupted as the wave-formed palm burst apart, the damage inflicted nearly comparable to the full force of a level 100 Supreme Boss. It left a deep palm imprint on the ground, and the ferocious power exploded from the center, the shockwave rippling outward in all directions, shearing off a thick layer from everything around like a typhoon had passed. Song Jian's sword shadow clone was instantly killed by the strike, and several meters away, Song Jian furrowed his brows tightly, his cheeks twitching slightly, resembling someone with a toothache. This strike was definitely more potent than the counterattack of the formation triggered by the disciple before, and its speed was also extremely fast. If Song Jian hadn't been ready to handle the failure of the dissolution, he likely wouldn't have had the time to deploy his sword shadow clone and flee outward. The other disciples looked towards Song Jian with mocking smiles on their faces, murmuring softly to each other and pointing in his direction. Song Jian shook his head. It looked like his guess this time had failed. Not only had he triggered a counterattack from the formation, but he also gained very little proficiency in his Sword Array Atlas ability. However, Song Jian didn't give up and continued to walk toward his previous position, closing his eyes slightly. His mental strength probed forward like a tentacle, once again slowly reaching out towards the wine lake. After a moment, Song Jian's expression changed, and his body suddenly became translucent as he rapidly retreated into the distance. Meanwhile, he activated all the defensive skills that came with his equipment, with several bone shields revolving continuously around his body. This time, the speed and power of the formation's counterattack had increased significantly. Even though Song Jian had braced himself mentally, he was still fiercely struck by the palm formed from the lake's water. The defensive measures on Song Jian's body had barely any effect, not offering even a second of resistance before shattering like paper under the colossal palm's blow. The force then traveled through Song Jian's body and viciously struck the ground below. Song Jian took advantage of the almost complete immunity to physical attacks provided by the Soul Wonder skill during its first 3 seconds to dodge this lethal strike. The power of the formation's counterattack is growing stronger, but I seem to have a better grasp on that circular array. Next time, I will definitely find its true core. Song Jian thought to himself. Despite not finding any leads on the entire Wine Lake array, it was a bit too much to say that Song Jian could not locate the core of a mere simple circular array, even after several attempts, with his expertise in formations. Junior brother, you won't be able to break this grand array with brute force like this. Why not calm your mind and slowly comprehend it? Even if you can't decipher it, it will still enhance your knowledge of formations. Senior Gichuan from afar couldn't help but call out loudly to advise. Yeah, with you doing it this way, we can't even quiet our minds to comprehend it. Stop messing around. Formations aren't meant to be trifled with like this. Try some simpler formations instead. This Wine Lake array is just too high-end for you. Song Jian ignored the persuasions and mockery from his fellow sect disciples and continued to probe the core of the array he had determined with a thread of mental strength. As Song Jian's mental strength once again stabbed into the core of the circular array, what was originally a single thread of mental strength suddenly transformed into 7 or 8 finer strands, spreading in all directions. A hint of a smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. He had finally succeeded. He had found the core of this simple circular array. However, what Song Jian did not expect was that when his mental strength sensed all the details of the array, it inadvertently triggered the surrounding arrays. This time, a tornado more than 10 meters high rose directly from the center of Wine Lake, and a huge water giant coalesced, letting out an angry roar towards Song Jian, raising its right fist and smashing it down on him with ferocity. Song Jian's face changed dramatically. Damn it, although I've cracked this array, it is connected with other formations, forming the Wine Lake array. To break the Wine Lake array, how could it be possible with just breaking the simplest array? This was a simple truth, but after Song Jian was certain of the critical point of this array, he was too eager to verify his thoughts, completely overlooking its connection to other arrays, which resulted in an even more intense counterattack from the Wine Lake array. Seeing the water giant condensing in the center of Wine Lake, the other disciples also changed their expressions dramatically. Although they were far from Song Jian, they still moved away towards a distant place immediately, muttering curses as they did so. As the massive fist, resembling a small mountain, smashed towards him, Song Jian's mind moved, and he disappeared in place, with even his breath vanishing without a trace. Boom. After a loud roar, the soil within tens of meters in diameter was blasted into the sky as mud rain, leaving a huge crater in its place. This made the other disciples who had taken cover in the distance mistakenly believe that Song Jian had perished, shaking their heads and sighing. The water giant, having lost the presence of Song Jian, also lost the drive to continue its attack, and after standing still for a few seconds, it transformed back into rain, falling into Wine Lake. Just when everyone believed Song Jian was dead, after the mud rain had fully settled, Song Jian's figure reappeared before their eyes. How did he dodge that strike? Guichuan gaped, unable to fathom how Song Jian had evaded that hit. It must be some kind of one-time defensive treasure, otherwise how could he be unharmed? This lad, relying on his defensive treasure, is taking the Wine Lake array way too lightly. If it weren't for the senior's specific instruction to collect some jade liquid wine, I would absolutely turn around and leave. With him causing trouble here, it's impossible to comprehend this Wine Lake array with peace of mind. All of them watched Song Jian approach Wine Lake once more, shaking their heads and sighing, none stepping forward to comprehend the Wine Lake array, all standing at a distance, looking at Song Jian. Song Jian, who had initially thought his effort was in vain, found to his astonishment upon opening his skill panel that the proficiency of the Sword Array Atlas skill had significantly increased. How can this be? Full of surprise, Song Jian hurriedly opened the information panel to check closely. Indeed, there was a system prompt in the information panel that had appeared after Song Jian had cracked the array. System, you have cracked one of the arrays contained within the Wine Lake array. The Sword Array Atlas skill has gained a large amount of proficiency. It seems that only by completely breaking the array can I gain a large amount of proficiency. Song Jian thought to himself. In an instant, he cast aside the thought of giving up and set about breaking another new array. Chapter 1234, Jade Liquid Wine. Song Jian's decryption continued. He was reckless, directly perceiving each constituent array within the Wine Lake array, without caring about the connections between the arrays, merely attempting to break each individual array. With each attempt, he almost inevitably triggered a counterattack from the Wine Lake array. The roaring never ceased, and the banks of the Wine Lake were trampled into a swamp, where it was simply impossible to stand. All the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect who wanted to perceive the Wine Lake array gaped from a distance at Song Jian, watching him trigger a counterattack from the Wine Lake array every few minutes. However, with each counterattack, Song Jian always emerged unscathed, without the slightest harm. This. How does he do it? How can he be so powerful? Although his method of solving the array seems somewhat despicable, the fact that he can withstand so many array counterattacks and still remain unharmed indeed shows skill. The disciples who originally scorned Song Jian slowly developed a sense of admiration in their hearts for the constantly courting death Song Jian. Putting aside his level of array prowess, this guy's survival skills were clearly far superior to everyone else's, which was truly awe-inspiring. By repeatedly dodging into the shattered divine realm with each triggered counterattack, Song Jian managed to decipher 5 or 6 arrays in succession, bringing the proficiency of his Sword Array Atlas skill back to full once again. When the proficiency of the Sword Array Atlas reached its maximum, Song Jian sat down cross-legged to absorb purple crystals and level up. This time, he used more than 80 purple crystals before he increased his level by 1, reaching level 64. He allocated the newly acquired skill points once again into the Sword Array Atlas, raising the skill to level 3. The advancement of the skill made Song Jian's perception of the Wine Lake array even more clear, improving the accuracy of his selection of vital array points, and speeding up the decryption process. In just 2 days, Song Jian had decrypted all the arrays in the Wine Lake array. The details of more than 10 arrays were all clear in his mind. Although there were still some aspects he hadn't fully grasped about how they combined to form the entire Wine Lake array, for Song Jian, it was only a matter of time. The proficiency of the Sword Array Atlas skill had once again reached 98%. It wouldn't be long before he progressed further. Song Jian had several hundred purple crystals in his inventory, all obtained from slaying monsters in the dark prison. The monsters there could drop purple crystals, which made Song Jian wish more than once that he could encounter a similar dungeon again. Just as Song Jian was preparing to make a final push to completely decipher the Wine Lake array, the Imperial Sword Sect disciple named Gui Chuan appeared beside him without knowing when. "This junior brother, I greet you with respect," Gui Chuan said with a smile packed on his face, very politely bowing to Song Jian. "Senior Gui Chuan, I return your respectful greeting." Song Jian replied with a smile and courteously bowed back. Junior brother must be the Song Jian who gained huge contributions in the sect and was taken as a direct disciple by the sect leader, truly a young talent. Gui Chuan complimented. "But unexpectedly, your mastery of array is also so profound. Junior brother, it seems you have already deciphered most of this great Wine Lake array, and you'll soon complete it, won't you?" Senior brother is too kind. Song Jian was somewhat surprised that, having only joined the Imperial Sword Sect a few days ago, his fame had already grown so large. "If there's anything you need, senior brother, just say it outright. If I can do it, I will not shy away," said Song Jian with a smile, already guessing the purpose of Gui Chuan's visit, but still needing Gui Chuan to state it outright. "Haha, junior brother is so straightforward. Since that's the case, I can only brazenly make a request. Junior brother, if you really crack the Wine Lake array and obtain the Jade Liquid Wine, could you spare some for me, so I can fulfill my duties?" Gui Chuan asked cautiously. Gui Chuan felt uneasy in his heart. He wasn't familiar with Song Jian, and he had even joined other disciples in mocking him before. Now coming here, he was merely trying his luck, and was already prepared to be mocked by Song Jian. The Wine Lake array was unpredictable, consisting of more than a dozen interlocking arrays, one trapping the next. A single misstep could trigger the array's counterattack, and he didn't possess Song Jian's methods to emerge unscathed after each counterattack. After pondering for 2 days, Gui Chuan finally decided to give it a try, uncertain if Song Jian would agree. "Senior brother, could you please tell me in detail what use there is for this Jade Liquid Wine from the Wine Lake?" asked Song Jian with a smile. In truth, as long as he cracked the Wine Lake array, he would have the chance to obtain a share of Jade Liquid Wine. At that time, he would naturally know its properties. So many disciples had come to comprehend and break this array, indicating the wine's extreme rarity. However, getting some advance information wouldn't do any harm. Seeing that Song Jian did not immediately refuse, Gui Chuan felt a glimmer of hope and quickly explained. Junior brother may not know, but this wine lake array is quite famous in the entire secret realm. At the center of the wine lake, the jade liquid wine is cultivated, and it's even hailed as the king of thousands of wines, rich and mellow. For those who drink it, it offers the benefits of prolonging life and enhancing strength. However, these are just incidental effects. Its taste is such that anyone who has tried it once will never forget it. The seniors at the peak specifically instructed me to obtain a share of jade liquid wine, or else. Gui Chuan showed a wry smile on his face. Song Jian didn't speak, just nodded slightly, and Gui Chuan's face lit up with a pleasant surprised smile, continuously bowing in thanks. Moments later, the entire wine lake array suddenly emitted a rumbling sound. A huge whirlpool appeared at the center of the wine lake. Seeing this whirlpool, Gui Chuan's face showed an excited expression, and he laughed heartily. The wine lake had been in the secret realm for who knows how long. Since the first person obtained a share of jade liquid wine from the lake, many had attempted to break the array. But after each solution, the array within the lake would change on its own, meaning that every time one entered the secret realm, if the wine lake array had been cracked before, they'd face a brand new wine lake array and would have to start from scratch. The sign that the wine lake array was successfully broken was the emergence of the huge whirlpool at the center of the lake. Once the whirlpool appeared, it meant that the wine lake array was cracked, and the array would change again. Everyone watched as a stone platform rose up in the center of the whirlpool. At the top of the platform was a recessed pit, filled with clear, transparent liquid, emitting a thick fragrance of wine. Even from a distance, people were intoxicated by the rich aroma, with some even showing red cheeks and staggering steps, seemingly close to drunkenness just from the scent. Junior brother, quick, get a container to hold the liquid, preferably a jade one, so it can preserve the jade liquid wine for a longer time. Gui Chuan called out anxiously from the side. Just then, the pool of liquid in the middle of the stone platform, as if being pulled by an invisible force, traced an arc through the air, flying towards Song Jian. Chapter 1235, Guardian of the Secret Realm. Song Jian took out a red gourd from his bosom, a blue-quality treasure that, although it was only the size of a palm, could contain a ton of liquid. He had always filled this gourd with drinkable water, but now he emptied it completely and held it out to catch the stream of wine flying towards him. The wine turned into a thin line and rushed into the red gourd, not a drop was wasted, and a rich aroma of alcohol pervaded the air. Being so close, Song Jian took just 2 breaths and felt as if he were about to pass out drunk, staggering 2 steps back. Jade liquid wine, a golden quality beverage, 1 drop randomly enhances an attribute by 1 point, and drinking 10 drops in succession can increase longevity by 1 year. Song Jian looked at the gourd with bleary, intoxicated eyes, absorbing the properties of the jade liquid wine. Upon first consumption, one can only drink up to 30 drops. If the alcohol tolerance value is below 30, further drinking will not result in increases in lifespan or attributes, but will only increase the alcohol tolerance value. What is this alcohol tolerance value? The higher the number, the more alcohol one can consume, right? Song Jian exhaled a breath laced with alcohol and took in 2 deep breaths of brisk air, his eyes gradually clearing. Junior brother, Song junior brother, how much jade liquid wine did you get this time? Gui Chuan asked with an earnest look, anxiously inquiring. Each time the wine lake array was cracked, the amount of jade liquid wine obtained varied, sometimes more, sometimes less, but jade liquid wine was always a sought-after treasure, never lacking demand. Even a single drop could incite a scramble among countless people. This wine, it's so powerful. A hint of astonishment flashed in Song Jian's eyes. Merely getting a whiff of the lingering scent was enough to make one feel on the verge of passing out. If he really drank a mouthful, he probably would immediately collapse and lose consciousness. System, you have inhaled the rich aroma of the golden quality liquor jade liquid wine, resulting in an increase of 1 point to your alcohol tolerance value. Current alcohol tolerance value, 5 points. Soon after, he received a system notification, and a new attribute never seen before appeared on his personal attribute interface, alcohol tolerance value. Only 5 points? It seems I too can drink at most 30 drops. Song Jian pondered and looked at the quantity of jade liquid wine inside the gourd. 58 drops, not bad, not bad, there's some to spare for him. Song Jian glanced at the anxious Gui Chuan and smiled. Senior Gichuan, mission accomplished, I've got 58 drops. Song Jian clasped his hands and grinned. However, I need to keep 30 drops for myself. The remaining 28 drops are all yours. 58 drops, that many. A look of joy spread across Guichuan's face as he quickly responded. That's enough, that's enough. 28 drops will suffice. This wine can't be drunk directly, otherwise, it's easy to drink oneself to death. It must be mixed with other fine wines and consumed drop by drop. Saying this, Guichuan's brows suddenly furrowed. The value of 28 drops of jade liquid wine was considerable, and he found himself at a loss for what he could offer in exchange. After much deliberation, Guichuan gritted his teeth, took a book from his bosom, and handed it to Songjian, saying, "Thank you, junior brother, for the gift of jade liquid wine. I have nothing comparable to offer in return. This array analysis insights was personally written by my master. Although it doesn't print the specifics of any array, it summarizes over 130 years of my master's experience in array formation. I believe it will be of considerable help in your pursuit of array mastery." Songjian was stunned, turning his gaze toward the book in Guichuan's hands, where the 3-inch thick book was emitting a faint purple-red glow. An epic-quality formation book? A look of amazement spread across Songjian's face. How can this be acceptable? This book is too precious. Songjian glanced at it casually, and the other disciples who had gathered around all showed expressions of amazement and envy. He understood that this book of epic quality must have a special significance for Guichuan. Although he wanted to possess it, he still felt embarrassed to take it directly. "Junior brother, please accept it. Otherwise, I will feel ashamed to take your jade liquid wine," sighed Guichuan. This array analysis insights was a treasure personally handed down to him by his master, who always hoped that Guichuan's expertise in formations would surpass his own. Therefore, the content in this array analysis insights had almost nothing held back. Even someone totally ignorant about formations could become a master by studying this book. Since that's the case, then I, as your junior brother, will humbly accept it. In the end, Songjian took the book on formations and then gave 28 drops of jade liquid wine to Guichuan. Guichuan carefully took a jade bottle, filled it with the 28 drops of jade liquid wine, tucked it into his chest, and finally showed a relieved expression on his face. With these 28 drops of jade liquid wine, even if the master has to rewrite an array analysis insights, it won't matter, he will definitely think he made a profit. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Guichuan's face. Songjian carefully examined the array analysis insights he held. It was actually a book that could enhance the skills of arranging formations. Most importantly, this experience book couldn't be used directly, one had to gain the related experience of formations only through careful study. Songjian flipped through a couple of pages and his face immediately lit up with delight. "Haha, I've found a treasure. If I can truly understand all the insights in this book, won't my sword array atlas skill directly reach the top level?" Just by browsing through 2 pages, Songjian's sword array atlas skill gained 1/3 of the proficiency, and that was just from him flipping through casually, without even trying to comprehend deeply. This book was simply a shortcut for Songjian to elevate his sword array atlas skill level. "Junior brother, you must not drink the jade liquid wine directly, otherwise, you'll truly die of intoxication," Guichuan warned once more. "It must be mixed and consumed with other high-quality wines, the higher the quality, the better. Senior brother, can't the elders of your peak directly drink the jade liquid wine?" Songjian couldn't help but ask curiously. "Hee, junior brother, you don't know. The elder I referred to is actually my master, real fire heavenly master." Guichuan laughed. "My master is known as the wine immortal. Naturally, he can drink the jade liquid wine directly. However, since the jade liquid wine is so precious, even my master is reluctant to drink it directly. Usually, he mixes it with other fine wines." Songjian nodded, ready to bid farewell to Guichuan and head to other places to comprehend formations when he suddenly turned his head and looked toward the left. At that moment, the sky in the distance underwent a sudden change. Amidst a dark cloudburst accompanied by lightning and thunder, a golden giant nearly 100 feet tall struggled to stand up from a mountain range. "This is the guardian of the secret realm." Guichuan's face changed drastically, an instant cold sweat breaking out, and he growled through clenched teeth. "Which fool has gone and awakened the sleeping guardian of the secret realm? It's simply courting death." Chapter 1236. Enraged Guichuan glanced at Songjian and started to explain what a secret realm guardian was. It turned out that in the sword array record's secret realm, there were not only all sorts of things made up of sword formations, but also 9 powerful bosses that had always guarded the realm. These 9 mighty bosses were completely constructed from the most top-notch formations, incredibly powerful, and immune to both physical attacks and spells. Only the power of formations could take down such bosses. This giant, emanating golden light all over its body, is at least among the top 3 in strength among the 9 secret realm guardians. "It's not something we can handle at all," Guichuan said with a pale face. "You mean to say, despite the secret realm's existence for so long, These bosses haven't been killed even once? Song Jian couldn't help asking as he looked at the mighty boss that seemed to be slowly awakening in the distance. Defeated? Haha. Guichuan couldn't help but laugh and said. These 9 Secret Realm Guardians simply cannot be defeated. They're all constructed from the top formations, not even my mentor could stand a chance here. Previously, there were disciples who were too proud and united everyone who entered the Secret Realm to defeat a boss. However, the one they chose was the weakest guardian, constructed from the Yin-Yang 5 Elements array map. Even such, the weakest boss killed half of the disciples who entered the realm at the time. The other half hid themselves and barely survived the remaining time before they could come out of the realm. Since then, there have also been several records of the Secret Realm Guardians being awakened, but those were all accidental. Once a guardian is awakened, all of us are in for a rough time. Guichuan showed a bitter smile. With just over 10 days left, forget about trying to crack the formations and improve your skills. Just run for your life, and try to stay as far away from this guardian as possible. If it catches up with you, death is the only outcome. Song Jian looked up to see that the other disciples had already fled like their lives depended on it, moving away from the guardian's direction. Only Guichuan, who had been kind to him just now, stayed to explain the situation in detail. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Song Jian bowed and said. I'll keep your kindness in mind, but now, it's time to run for our lives. Guichuan smiled and clapped Song Jian on the shoulder. This golden giant, the Secret Realm Guardian, is constructed from the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing God's array, so don't even think about trying to decipher it. With that, Guichuan took out a palm-sized array disc, activated it, and turned into a streak of white light that shot into the sky and disappeared. Song Jian laughed to himself. He had been too obvious, even Guichuan had sensed his desire to try and approach the golden giant. The Secret Realm Guardians are probably the most dangerous and valuable things in the realm. Since I'm here, if I don't seize the opportunity to make contact, I'll definitely regret it once I get out, Song Jian muttered to himself, looking at the distant golden giant with a confident smile on his lips. Song Jian had tried entering the Shattered Divine Realm to avoid the backlash of the sword formation while deciphering the Wine Lake Ray. Although each entry and exit consumed some soul energy, this was of little concern to Song Jian. Slaying a few commander-level bosses would replenish the spent soul energy. In the whole secret realm, when it came to survival ability, Song Jian was probably the strongest. While the others didn't dare to approach a guardian, the only way to survive was to keep hiding and last through the time. But for Song Jian, all he needed to do was hide in the Shattered Divine Realm. The guardians wouldn't stay in one place but would pursue the disciples of the Imperial Sword sect who had entered the realm. Song Jian used the sword flight art, flying towards the Secret Realm's guardian, a golden giant. As soon as he approached, he saw more than 10 Imperial Sword sect disciples controlling their life-bound long swords, continuously attacking the golden giant, but their attacks were completely ineffective against it, not causing even the slightest damage. We must use the power of formations. One of the disciples shouted loudly while throwing a formation disc at the golden giant. The palm-sized formation disc flashed with light in midair and transformed into a 30-meter-long python with a horn longer than a foot on its head, resembling the mythical Jialong. The python constructed by the formation let out a low growl and pounced towards the golden giant, its long tail whipping fiercely against the giant's calf, with a damage indicator of more than 1,000 points floating up from the giant's head. Seeing the python inflicting damage on the golden giant, everyone became excited and began to throw out the formation discs they had prepared in advance. In a short while, more than a dozen mystical beasts constructed from formations surrounded the golden giant, and the surrounding environment rapidly began to change as well. Poisonous fog pervaded the area, corroding the golden giant's defenses, while vine-like tendrils as thick as arms grew rapidly, spreading like a spider web, and in a short time covered a radius of several hundred meters. Song Jian stayed in the distance, observing carefully, wanting to see just how strong the golden giant was. After all, it was a guardian created by the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing God's array, ranked in the top 3. If it were defeated so easily, Song Jian would surely be disappointed. As expected, the golden giant let out an angry roar, and with a raise of its right hand, the giant palm reached into the thunder clouds above. In no time, a section of lightning tens of meters long was grasped in its palm. The section of lightning appeared to be frozen, and in the hands of the golden giant, it turned into the most terrifying weapon. With just a couple of simple swings, all the monsters attacking around it were split into several pieces by this sort of thunder and lightning. Their bodies disintegrated, reverting to formation discs, which then collapsed and turned into sparkling fragments, disappearing into thin air. Next, the golden giant let out another great roar, and the thunderclouds above unleashed hundreds and thousands of purple thunderbolts. In an instant, an area of several kilometers around was engulfed by the purple thunder, destroying all formations within it in a flash. Some formations hadn't even been activated before they vanished without a trace. How could it be so powerful? The faces of the more than 10 Imperial Sword Sect disciples showed terror, and a few quick-witted ones even snuck away, while the rest wore expressions of disbelief, looking at the golden giant. Truly formidable. An excited look appeared on Song Jian's face, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he concentrated his mental strength into a needle and stabbed it towards the golden giant. Since it was constructed by a formation, he could use his mental strength to sense the formation that constituted the golden giant, to comprehend and understand it, find the formation core, take control of it, and ultimately unravel the formation. This was the standard protocol for solving a formation. However, to Song Jian's surprise, as soon as his mental strength made contact with the golden giant's body, it was as if he had struck a steel wall, utterly unable to penetrate the giant's body. Being unable to enter meant that he couldn't make sense of the formation's composition, leaving Song Jian at a loss for how to proceed. A hint of astonishment appeared on Song Jian's face. Just then, it seemed that his probing mental strength infuriated the golden giant. It abandoned its attack on the Imperial Sword Sect disciples, turned around, and took large strides towards Song Jian, thumping over it with a resounding rumble. Chapter 1237, Golden Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal. Damn it, can't sense with mental strength? Song Jian's face drastically changed as he stepped on his flying sword, dodging several bucket-thick purple thunder strikes and flew towards the distance. The golden giant possessed not only formidable close combat abilities but also lacked nothing in terms of ranged attacks. The purple thunder, filled with a world-destroying aura, was not ordinary lightning but tribulation lightning, a single strike of which could severely injure a combatant with third-tier combat power and incapacitate them. Although Song Jian was quick, the Golden Guardian was not slow either. Despite the fact that Song Jian was flying and the Golden Guardian was merely striding forward with great steps, the distance between them was not widening but was actually shrinking. At this moment, the thundercloud that had originally hovered above the head of the Golden Guardian also began to move rapidly towards Song Jian. Within the center of the thundercloud, streaks of purple lightning flashed continuously, emitting a bone-chilling aura. My god, what kind of strange ray did we trigger? An Imperial Sword Sect disciple looked at the bodies of his fallen comrades strewn all around and a look of despair appeared on his face. This group had merely triggered the Guardian of the Secret Realm by accident, awakening the giant that had been slumbering in the mountains. It was just an accident. In fact, after the Protector of the Secret Realm, created by the Yin-Yang Five Elements Array, had been deliberately triggered and nearly half of the elite disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect were killed, no disciple would intentionally seek out the realm's protectors anymore. Subsequent encounters with the Guardians of the Secret Realm were similar to the current situation, where they were inadvertently triggered while exploring, as these protectors were not always in the same place. At this moment, Song Jian became increasingly desperate. He could hide in the Shattered Divine Realm to evade the Golden Guardian's pursuit, but if he did so, the remaining Imperial Sword Sect disciples nearby would likely not survive. With their strength, it was impossible for them to escape the pursuit of the Golden Guardian. Glancing back, Song Jian was infuriated to see the surviving disciples staring dumbfounded at the Golden Guardian chasing him, and he yelled at them. Run, for God's sake. The disciples snapped out of their trance and scattered in panic, not one daring to remain where they were. Just as Song Jian was prepared to hide in the Shattered Divine Realm, a moment's distraction allowed a purple tribulation lightning to descend from the sky, striking him hard. Song Jian was immediately enveloped by the purple lightning, experiencing excruciating pain as if his body was being torn apart inch by inch. The flying sword beneath his feet made creaking sounds, as if it was going to shatter completely in the next second. Song Jian's body plummeted sharply. In a daze, he immediately activated the skill to enter the Divine Country. After waiting a few seconds, however, he realized he was still falling towards the ground ceaselessly. Boom! With a loud crash, Song Jian's body fell to the ground like a stone, bounced up, and continued to fly forward, smashing through a large tree and two boulders, carving a deep ravine in the ground. Song Jian, enduring the pain, felt as if all his bones had shattered, and his muscles throbbed with tearing pain. He checked his current status and found that his vitality points had already dropped to less than half, and the status bar showed a severely injured debuff. The severe injury status, self-recovery speed reduced by 80%, defense decreased by 50%, movement speed reduced by 30%, and losing 5 vitality points per second. Song Jian's face showed a wry smile. He had already forgotten when he last suffered such severe injuries. It was just one step away from a near-death state. If the bleeding effect didn't disappear, he feared he would keep losing blood until death. Why can't I enter the Shattered Divine Realm anymore? Song Jian recalled the situation after he got injured. If he hadn't been unable to enter the Divine Country, he wouldn't have fallen so hard after enduring the hit, which caused serious secondary damage. With a flicker of thought, Song Jian tried to enter the Divine Country again but found that he seemed to have lost contact with it, as if the skill to enter the Divine Country had been sealed. His expression turned ugly instantly. After hitting Song Jian, the Golden Giant continued to stride towards him. Song Jian gritted his teeth, took a palm-sized golden lion statue from his inventory, and threw it fiercely at the Golden Giant. The golden lion statue burst into dazzling light midair, transforming into a gigantic golden lion hundreds of meters long and 40 to 50 meters tall. Although the lion didn't look as bulky as the Golden Giant, the fierce aura it emitted was in no way inferior to that of the Golden Giant. Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal. This was a formation that Song Jian had recreated using the materials from the dismantled stone bestiary, the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal. The original palm-sized golden lion statue, similar to a formation plate, could directly trigger the formation with mental strength. The moment the Sacred Lion appeared, it launched an attack on the Golden Giant, who in turn swung the Thunderbolt sword in its hand ferociously at the Sacred Lion. Above them, the purple thunder brewing in the storm clouds also began falling incessantly upon the Sacred Lion. Boom, boom, boom. The purple lightning struck the body of the Sacred Lion, sparking a huge spray of fire that looked spectacular, but the damage inflicted on the Sacred Lion was negligible. The only thing that could hurt it was the Thunderbolt sword in the hands of the Golden Giant, but the claws and teeth of the Sacred Lion could also deal significant damage to the Golden Giant. For a time, the two were locked in combat, with neither able to defeat the other quickly. Song Jian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He first downed an advanced healing potion and then began to carefully inspect his status bar to find out why he had lost contact with the Divine Country. He quickly found a clue in the status bar. The purple lightning that struck him before was not only powerful with astonishing damage, but it also had a special effect, spatial sealing. Anyone hit by the lightning would be unable to use spatial abilities, unable to teleport, flash, or retreat into alternate dimensions. Now, Song Jian was not only unable to use the ability to enter the Divine Country, but his Soul Wander ability was also temporarily sealed because the Soul Wander ability was actually the ability to enter the Soul Dimension, which is why he could cross through any physical object within the first 3 seconds. Glancing at the fight between the Sacred Lion and the Golden Giant, which couldn't be determined in a short time, Song Jian relaxed, opened his inventory, and began searching to see if there were any items that could alleviate his severe injury. Just then, Song Jian suddenly noticed that the Chaos Sword Cannon, which had always been in his inventory, started to flash with a purple gold gleam, seeming to hint at something. Chapter 1238, Realization. The Chaos Sword Cannon, upon being acquired by Song Jian, was something he tried to cultivate immediately, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't learn the manual. Even when he attempted to memorize it, he found that despite his efforts, he couldn't remember a single line from the cannon. Even more, Song Jian did not even know the conditions required to cultivate the Chaos Sword Cannon, so he had no choice but to keep this legendary quality technique pressed at the bottom of his bag. Originally, he thought that it might take a long time before he could cultivate this technique, but unexpectedly, after suffering a strike from the purple Xiao Tribulation Thunder, the Chaos Sword Cannon in his bag began to emit a faint purple gold light, as if it were calling out to Song Jian. Song Jian couldn't wait to take out the Chaos Sword Cannon and, holding it in his hands, the sword manual suddenly burst into a dazzling light that enveloped him completely. System, do you wish to learn the legendary technique, Chaos Sword Cannon, now? Yes or no? A long-awaited system message appeared before Song Jian's eyes. Song Jian hastily chose yes, and the Chaos Sword Cannon instantly turned into a stream of purple gold light that burrowed into his mind. In an instant, the sword chi within Song Jian's body began to boil uncontrollably, surging from his dantian to his limbs and bones, with every pore exuding sword chi as if he were a hedgehog. However, this state quickly subsided, and Song Jian shockingly discovered that his body seemed to be no longer under his control. As if he were a puppet, stiffly standing in place, while a robust sword chi continuously surged through his meridians, following a specific path as it circled within his body. Song Jian knew this was the specific circulation route of the Chaos Sword Cannon sword chi and immediately focused on memorizing it. Unlike his previous attempts to remember the content of the Chaos Sword Cannon, after the sword chi had circulated once, Song Jian had memorized this particular route. At the same time, a massive stream of information exploded in Song Jian's mind. All the content from the Chaos Sword Cannon that he'd been unable to remember instantly flooded into his mind. Even though Song Jian's limit for spirit points was already high, such a terrifying amount of information rushing into his brain all at once still made his head feel like it was going to explode, causing him to instinctively clasp his head and let out a pain-filled moan. How could there be such a terrifying volume of information? Song Jian thought in agony. He knew the entire Chaos Sword Cannon by heart, for he had read it countless times. Even though he never remembered any of the content, he still knew that it consisted of only a few thousand characters. That these few thousand words could contain such an immense amount of information was something Song Jian found hard to believe. Song Jian dropped to his knees in pain, no longer holding on to the hope of immediately understanding all the information. He just hoped that the onslaught of information would end soon, otherwise, even his never-used enemy of death god ability might be triggered. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the battle between the Golden Giant and the Golden Holy Lion in the distance continued. The Golden Holy Lion unleashed numerous black ropes that bound the Golden Giant's body, restricting its movements, but the Golden Giant still managed to ram the lion with its powerful body. The body of the Golden Holy Lion was crushed against a mountain peak, and on its body, there were signs of collapsing magical arrays, looking like wounds as golden runes continually spurted out. Gulping for air, Song Jian found that the content of the Chaos Sword Cannon had been entirely etched into his mind. At that moment, Song Jian was bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable, but in reality, once the flow of information from the Chaos Sword Cannon ended, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Even the severe wounds and the remnants of the purple Xiao Tribulation thunder on his body had vanished. At that moment, though he looked pitiful, Song Jian felt incredibly revitalized, with a gray mass swirling in each of his eyes, and endless sword chi continuously flowing towards these 2 gray masses. And these masses, like bottomless pits, devoured all the sword chi without stopping. At this moment, Song Jian's thoughts were rapidly tumbling in his mind, as if there were millions of little figures, each wielding a long sword and ceaselessly practicing various sword techniques. Whenever Song Jian comprehended a sword technique, the figure performing it would disappear, only for a new one to appear and demonstrate another set of swordplay. This was akin to Song Jian perceiving countless sword techniques simultaneously. When he first started practicing, the number of techniques was manageable, but as it continued to grow, he once again lost control. He felt as though he had been forced onto a high-speed highway with no way to stop. However, Song Jian's understanding of sword techniques was also improving at an extremely rapid pace. In reality, with Song Jian's current strength, it was impossible to learn the Chaos Sword Cannon. Although the cannon was only meant for those favored by gods, or players, learning such a legendary technique required meeting numerous prerequisites in addition to being favored by gods. The first requirement was to have a sword technique of at least epic quality and to practice it beyond level 10. Moreover, one also had to survive a life-threatening ordeal and receive the aid of thunderous power. Song Jian's 1000 Swords art had evolved into the Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art after mutating and had ascended to legendary quality. Moreover, its level had been raised to 11. Coupled with being struck by the purple Xiao Tribulation Thunder and sustaining severe injuries, and the residual power of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, which contained the most top-notch thunderous power remaining within him even after being struck, it was these factors that triggered the learning conditions for the Chaos Sword Cannon when it sensed the power of the purple Xiao Tribulation Thunder. Entering the secret realm and encountering the Guardian, the Golden Light Giant, was both a crisis and an opportunity for Song Jian. It was a matter of seizing it. If he did, he could soar to the heavens. But now, Song Jian was distinctly feeling his mind on the verge of exploding again. The vertical eye on his brow was slowly opening uncontrollably, and it began to ooze out a trail of blood. Just at that moment, Song Jian was suddenly engulfed by an enormous shadow. The colossal body of the Golden Lion was caught by the Golden Light Giant and flung towards Song Jian's position. Normally, with Song Jian's speed, he could easily dodge, but now, with all his consciousness focused on comprehension of countless sword techniques, he had completely lost his perception of his surroundings. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out as the body of the Golden Lion fell heavily upon Song Jian, pinning him down. The Golden Lion at this time was a wreck, its body riddled with countless wounds that spewed forth golden runes. It couldn't even struggle to stand and could only lie helplessly on the ground. It wasn't long before the body of the Golden Lion collapsed into disintegration, turning into countless golden runes that surged into the sky. In midair, the runes swirled upward like a tornado, and then slowly vanished. A palm-sized Golden Lion statue appeared on the ground, covered in cracks. A hand suddenly reached out to grasp the Golden Lion statue, but as it grasped the figure, the entire statue puffed into dust that drifted through the fingers and scattered below. Chapter 1239, The Sword Array. The Chaos Sword Cannon. Upon being obtained by Song Jian, he immediately attempted to cultivate it, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't master the manual, and even when trying to memorize its content, he found that no matter how much effort he put in, he couldn't remember a single line from it. Even more so, Song Jian didn't even know the conditions required to cultivate the Chaos Sword Cannon, leaving this legendary manual at the bottom of his storage space. He had thought that it would be a long time before he might be able to cultivate it, but surprisingly, after being struck by the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, The Chaos Sword Cannon in his storage started to emit a faint purple-golden glow, seemingly calling out to Song Jian. Song Jian couldn't wait to take out the Chaos Sword Cannon, and as soon as he held it in his hands, it burst into a dazzling light, enveloping his entire being. System, do you want to learn the legendary technique, Chaos Sword Cannon now? Yes or no? A long-awaited system message appeared before Song Jian's eyes. Song Jian, without hesitation, chose yes, and the Chaos Sword Cannon instantly transformed into a stream of purple-golden light, entering Song Jian's mind. In an instant, the sword chi within his body boiled up uncontrollably, surging from his danshan towards his limbs and bones. Sword chi was being emitted from every pore, making him look like a hedgehog. However, this state soon subsided, and Song Jian was shocked to find that his body seemed to be out of his control, stiffly standing in place like a puppet, while a robust stream of sword chi continuously impacted his meridians, following a particular path as it circulated within his body. Song Jian knew this was the specific sword chi circulation method of the Chaos Sword Cannon, and he immediately focused on memorizing it. This time, unlike his previous attempts to memorize the content of the manual, after one cycle of the sword chi, Song Jian had the specific route down pat. At the same time, a massive flow of information suddenly exploded in Song Jian's mind. The contents of the Chaos Sword Cannon that he had been unable to remember were flooding into him. Even though Song Jian's spirit points limit was high, the sheer volume of information that entered his mind in that instant still caused him to feel as though his head would burst, causing him to involuntarily clasp his head and let out a painful moan. How can there be such a terrifying amount of information? Song Jian thought in pain. He had read the entire Chaos Sword Cannon countless times, and although he never remembered any of it, he knew that the book was only a few thousand words, but those few thousand words contained such a vast amount of information, which was incredulous to him. Song Jian, in agony, knelt down, no longer harboring any hope of immediately understanding all of the information. All he wished for now was for the onslaught of the information flow to end quickly, otherwise, his never-used enemy of death god skill might just get triggered. Boom. A loud rumble continued in the distance, where the battle between the Golden Giant and the Golden Holy Lion was still raging. The Golden Holy Lion unleashed countless black ropes that bound the Golden Giant, restricting its movements, but the Golden Holy Lion was still harshly rammed by the powerful body of the Golden Giant. The body of the Golden Holy Lion collapsed a mountain, and signs of its array crumbling started to show, spewing out golden runes like blood from a wound. Song Jian was breathing heavily. The contents of the Chaos Sword Cannon were now fully imprinted in his mind. At that moment, blood began to ooze from his 7 apertures, making him look quite miserable, but in reality, once the information flow of the Chaos Sword Cannon had finished, Song Jian felt an unparalleled sense of relief. Even the severe injuries and the remnants of the purple Xiao tribulation thunder that had been on him vanished, leaving Song Jian looking miserable but feeling spiritually abundant. 2 gray orbs whirled in his eyes, endlessly drawing in the sword chi that flowed towards them. These gray orbs, like bottomless pits, were ceaselessly devouring all the sword chi. At this moment, Song Jian's mind was awhirl with thoughts, as if there were millions of little figures each wielding a long sword, endlessly practicing various sword techniques. Each time Song Jian fully grasped a technique, the figure performing it would vanish, only to be replaced by a new one brandishing a long sword and practicing another sword technique. It was as if Song Jian was comprehending millions of sword techniques simultaneously. At first, when the number of techniques being practiced was small, Song Jian could bear it, but as the number of techniques increased, he once again lost control. It was like being forcibly pushed onto a high-speed lane with no way to stop. However, Song Jian's understanding of sword techniques also improved at an incredibly fast pace. In fact, with Song Jian's current strength, it was utterly impossible for him to learn the Chaos Sword Cannon. Although only favored ones, the players, could learn it, meeting the conditions for learning such a legendary quality skill required much more than just being a favored one. First and foremost, one must have practiced an epic level or higher sword technique to above level 10, and also must have undergone a life and death tribulation, with the aid of Thunder Force. Song Jian's Thousand Swords art, after its mutation into the Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art, had advanced to legendary quality, and its level had also been raised to 11. In addition, he had been struck by the purple Xiao Tribulation Thunder, putting him in a critically injured state. Plus, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder contained the top-notch Thunder Force. Even though it struck Song Jian, there was still an abundance of Tribulation Thunder Force lingering in his body, which was why the Chaos Sword Cannon detected the power of the purple Xiao Tribulation Thunder and triggered the learning conditions. Entering the secret realm and encountering the Guardian, the Golden Giant, was a tribulation for Song Jian, but it was also an opportunity. It all depended on whether he could seize it. If he could, he would soar to new heights. But now, Song Jian could distinctly feel that his mind was once again on the verge of bursting. The vertical eye on his forehead was slowly opening out of his control, and a trickle of fresh blood began to seep out. Just then, Song Jian suddenly found himself enveloped by a huge shadow. The colossal body of the Golden Holy Lion was grasped by the Golden Giant and hurled towards where Song Jian was. Normally, Song Jian could have easily dodged it with his speed, but at this moment, all of Song Jian's attention was on comprehending the countless sword techniques, and he had completely lost awareness of his surroundings. Boom! With a loud crash, the body of the Golden Holy Lion slammed into Song Jian, pinning him down. The Golden Holy Lion at this time was a wreck, with countless wounds on its body from which golden runes were spurting out. It couldn't even struggle to stand up, lying helplessly on the ground. It didn't take long for the body of the Golden Holy Lion to collapse and disintegrate, turning into countless golden runes that surged into the sky. In midair, the golden runes twisted like a tornado, rising swiftly before slowly fading into the air. A palm-sized golden lion statue appeared on the ground, its surface covered with cracks. A hand suddenly reached over and grasped the golden lion statue, but the moment the hand took hold of it, the entire statue puffed into powder, slipping through the fingers and drifting to the ground. Chapter 1240, Damage. At this moment, the golden giant had a sword wound from beneath its left rib, extending all the way down to its left knee, almost slicing the entire left leg in two. Deep enough to reveal bone, the wound constantly gushed golden runes, which, like blood, streamed down the giant's left leg onto the ground, spreading outwards. With the left leg injured, it meant that the golden giant had lost its ability to move quickly. For Song Jian, this was definitely good news. After all, the movement speed of the golden giant was hardly slower than Song Jian's sword flight art, and when it ran, it could even overtake Song Jian's flying speed. The golden giant roared incessantly, as countless golden runes burst from within its body, covering the wound in an attempt to heal the damage to its left leg. But the fierce sword chi lingering at the wound continuously shattered the incoming golden runes, preventing the injury on the giant's left leg from healing. I originally thought that the karmic fire red lotus sword would at most cause some minor injuries to the golden giant, but I didn't expect. Hey! A gleeful expression appeared on Song Jian's face. The karmic fire red lotus sword had given him a pleasant surprise. While the golden giant bellowed in rage, a huge palm shadow, encompassing hundreds of yards above its head, suddenly appeared. Numerous sword chi converged towards this ethereal palm, making it increasingly more substantial. Song Jian's brows furrowed slightly. He could feel the sword chi within his body draining away like a burst dam, flowing into the unknown. Normally, once the Thousand Swords Arts sword formation took shape, it was almost detached from Song Jian and wouldn't consume his sword chi. But now, not only was the gathering speed of the sword chi palm imprint above his head extremely slow, but it also started to consume the sword chi within Song Jian's body, which he had hard-earned back to 2/3. This left Song Jian feeling rather stunned. Could it be because this sword chi palm imprint is especially gigantic? Song Jian thought to himself as he looked up at the shadow overhead. After all, the sword chi palm imprint that had formed now covered an area of hundreds of yards, which was hundreds of times larger than the previous sword chi palm imprints, corresponding to a consumption also hundreds of times greater. Boom! The golden giant seemed to sense an even greater crisis and controlled the thunderclouds above its head to keep moving towards the sword chi palm imprint. Purple Zixia Tribulation thunderbolts, astonishingly, flew upwards, striking against the sword chi palm imprint in the sky. Against the hundreds of yards wide sword chi palm imprint, these bolts of purple Zixia Tribulation thunder could only leave behind black spots, which disappeared in the blink of an eye, seemingly almost ineffective. The purple heaven divine thunder, which could grievously wound Song Jian with a single strike, was so much suppressed within the might of the Thousand Swords Arts sword formation that it was barely more effective than ordinary thunder. Seeing that the thundercloud seemed to have no effect on the sword chi palm imprint, the golden giant howled in fury and hurled the thunderbolt sword in its hand, stabbing towards the center of the sword chi palm imprint. Boom! With a thunderous noise, the thunderbolt sword actually pierced a hole with a diameter of several tens of meters in the center of the sword chi palm imprint's palm, completely penetrating it, allowing one to see the sky on the other side. This instantly tightened Song Jian's heart, as no one had ever caused such severe damage to the sword chi palm imprint. It seemed as if the sword chi palm imprint was about to disperse any moment. However, Song Jian quickly reassured himself as the sword chi continued to gather, slowly restoring the several tens of meters wide hole in the palm. This caused the golden giant immense frustration. Its powerful strike merely briefly halted the congealing of the sword chi palm imprint, failing to yield any additional effect. Feeling the threat, the golden giant's eyes started to whirl rapidly, sensing the danger of destruction. Hesitating for a moment, it surprisingly turned around and began to flee toward the distant mountain range. a trace of a smile emerged at the corner of Song Jian's mouth. This was probably the most glorious moment for a disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect in history, making the top 3 ranked Secret Realm Guardians take the initiative to flee. Nobody would believe it if it were told. However, just as the Golden Giant took 2 steps back, the sword chi hand above its head also seemed to sense the Golden Giant's attempt to escape, and the concentration of sword chi suddenly accelerated a lot. Song Jian's sword chi value had already recovered by 2/3, but in a whoosh, it plummeted to the lowest point, and at the same time, his mental strength also started to drop rapidly as if something was desperately draining all the energy from his body. When his spirit points fell to half, his vitality points also began to decline, which startled Song Jian greatly. He hurriedly groped out a handful of potions from his inventory that instantly restored vitality points and spirit points, and shoved them into his mouth. In less than 5 seconds, the sword chi palm had already congealed into a giant, real hand, with even the palm lines clearly visible. Boom. It was like the crash of hundreds of airplanes, a deep thunderous sound tearing through the earth, as the sword chi palm imprint brutally smashed down onto the top of the Golden Giant's head. The enormous palm imprint first scattered the clouds of thunder above the head of the Golden Giant as if piercing through a thin paper, without the clouds even able to hinder the palm imprint momentarily, dispersing instantly and slowly fading away in the sky after a loud boom. Next, the sword chi palm forcefully struck the Golden Giant's back, pinning it to the ground. With that strike, a damage figure of several million points floated up from the ground, but there wasn't the slightest expression of joy on Song Jian's face, rather, it turned more solemn. For a sovereign boss, several million points of damage would be a severe injury, and some of those with lower vitality points might be driven straight into a dying state. But for a Secret Realm Guardian like the Golden Giant, several million points of damage was just a more severe attack that was not life-threatening. Sure enough, as the sword chi palm imprint slowly dissipated, the Golden Giant got up from the ground once more. Its spine and the back of its neck had suffered severe injuries. Had it been a living creature, it definitely couldn't have stood again with such grave wounds. However, what constructed the Golden Giant was an array, and as long as the core wasn't destroyed, the array would only have its effects weakened slightly, rather than collapsing entirely. Seeing the entirety of the Golden Giant's back covered with golden runes, a look of dismay appeared on Song Jian's face. It seems that the array eyes constructing the Golden Giant's array are not located in the back of the head or the spine. Breaking an array completely requires finding the array's core, and only by destroying the core will the entire array collapse. As the Golden Giant roared and stood up again, a huge sword chi stone tower phantom slowly emerged above the head of the Golden Giant. Seeing the towering phantom of the sword chi stone tower hundreds of feet high, Song Jian's face turned pale, and without any hesitation, he unleashed the withering and flourishing Azure Dragon Sword body. Chapter 1241, Open the Sky. Given the energy required by the previous sword chi palm imprint, the sword chi stone tower rising 100 feet before me would only demand more energy, as this was indeed the final stage of the evolution of the Thousand Swords art. Yet in Song Jian's current state, both his sword chi value and spirit points had been entirely depleted, his vitality points less than half. In such a condition, he would likely be dried to a husk by the time the sword chi stone tower was even fully formed. After activating the Azure Dragon Sword body, Song Jian's condition immediately returned to its peak, and he gained an additional 30,000 points of false life. Even if his sword chi value and spirit points were drained again, these 30,000 points of false life would be enough to solidify the sword chi stone tower. Soon, Song Jian's sword chi value was exhausted, followed by his spirit points, and then his vitality points also began to slowly deplete. By then, the 30,000 points of false life were gone, and Song Jian's more than 10,000 remaining vitality points dwindled. However, by this point, the sword chi stone tower above his head had already fully taken shape, and Song Jian could even make out the patterns on every brick of the tower. Boom! The sword chi stone tower descended upon the Golden Giant with the speed of lightning, once again pressing it into the ground, and a damage value of more than 3 million floated up from the floor. Staring intently at the stone tower with a face full of expectation, Song Jian saw no signs of activation on the first level of the tower even after a long wait, and a hint of disappointment crossed his face as he let out a soft sigh. The greatest effect of the sword chi stone tower wasn't the force of its smashing down, but rather its ability to absorb the souls of dying or severely injured enemies and then decompose their souls within the tower to enhance the proficiency of the Thousand Swords art. However, the Golden Giant before him was entirely formed by an array, and had no soul or anything similar, rendering the most important function of the sword chi stone tower ineffective. What a pity, it seems I only have one move left. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian slowly raised the sky-breaking sword, moving as if the sword weighed millions of tons, each minuscule motion exceedingly difficult. The surrounding air seemed to transform into a barrier to his movements, rippling with every painstaking inch he advanced. The space around Song Jian's body seemed to collapse inward, with a pressure as heavy as steel clamping down tightly on his physique. Stifled, oppressive, frenzied. Song Jian instantly felt his bones creaking and his body in severe pain, as if his strength of over 200 points was a sham. This pressure has exceeded my expectations. Song Jian's face turned grim as he thought to himself. As expected, only legendary warriors can effortlessly execute the moves from the Chaos Sword Cannon. Song Jian could only decide to begin executing a move from the Chaos Sword Cannon, but he was unable to stop halfway. Once the move started, it was like tens of thousands of tons of stone rolling downhill, relying entirely on inertia. Trying to stop it would only result in being crushed to dust. At this moment, that's how it was for Song Jian too. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and carry on with the move until the end. Giving up halfway would likely explode his entire body to smithereens. Chaos Sword Cannon. Song Jian's facial muscles twisted painfully, his mouth full of blood as he let out a low, deep roar. Primordial opening. A massive surge of energy burst forth from Song Jian, and in an instant, it was as though a nuclear bomb had detonated. The intense shockwaves spread out in all directions, shattering numerous mountains, rivers, forests, and beasts composed of arrays the moment the waves spread. This was not a proper decryption, but a complete destruction by brute force. Overpowering, direct erasure. Sky-breaking. This move was the only skill Song Jian had grasped after learning the Chaos Sword Cannon. With his current strength, even if he met the learning requirements of the Chaos Sword Cannon, he could not comprehend any skills from it, as if giving an 8 or 9-year-old child an Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, the child would not be able to wield any cut, let alone lift it. But during a previous twist of fate, when he had almost been brain-blasted by the concepts within the Chaos Sword Cannon, the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal had struck him, directly ejecting him from the chaotic state he was in. The very instant he broke free from his insight, during that flash of enlightenment, the sky-breaking move mysteriously emerged in Song Jian's mind. Even in the skill column, there was only the Chaos Sword Cannon skill, and no sky-breaking sword technique. Song Jian had always suspected that the sky-breaking sword technique might be just his own delusion, but after the Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art failed and couldn't inflict a destructive blow on the Golden Giant, Song Jian had no choice but to reluctantly try out the move that kept surfacing in his mind. If this move really were an illusion, Song Jian would probably have to hastily seek refuge in the Shattered Divine Realm, to escape from the Golden Giant's pursuit. The Sword Chi Stone Tower slowly dissipated, and the Golden Giant stood up once again. The Golden Giant, now with tiny golden runes flowing all over its body, would collapse and steadily vanish into thin air upon contact with the atmosphere. Even without seeing its vitality points, Song Jian knew that the Golden Giant was severely injured, and the formation constructing it was on the verge of collapse. However, this was not because Song Jian had deciphered the formation of the Golden Giant, but rather, a more powerful formation was forcefully breaking the Golden Giant's formation. Now that the Golden Giant was injured, it was an excellent opportunity to use mental strength to probe its body and locate the formation's critical points. When the Golden Giant was unscathed, it was completely immune to mental perception. Whoever used mental perception to probe the formation inside it would be immediately counterattacked. But now, with the formation constructing the Golden Giant on the brink of collapse and the Golden Giant itself being heavily injured, it was no longer able to resist mental perception. Unfortunately, Song Jian did not realize that while he was single-mindedly trying to take down the Golden Giant like slaying a boss, he had actually executed a sword move, sky-breaking, of which even he was not certain. The initially slowly fading Sword Chi Stone Tower suddenly manifested hundreds of spirit swords as if the entire Sword Chi Stone Tower had collapsed and then transformed into spirit swords. Countless spirit swords, ablaze with dark red flames, congealed together once again, and an axe longer than a yard appeared in midair. This axe was much taller than Song Jian, but in the eyes of the 100-Jongdal Golden Giant, it probably counted for no more than a toothpick. The moment the long axe appeared, the air was filled with an aura of chaos. Even the Golden Giant felt this aura and showed a look of dread, its courage completely drained, as if it were a boss attempting to flee towards the distant mountains. The previous escape by the Golden Giant had seemed more like a strategic retreat, requiring caution of a possible counterattack if pursued. But this time, it was a complete rout, giving the feeling of having no mental pressure when chased. Just then, the long axe that had been motionless in the air suddenly moved. In an instant, a virtual shadow of an axe blade, tens of jong wide, appeared in the sky, and as the long axe swung through the air, the shadow of the blade viciously chopped toward the neck of the Golden Giant. Chapter 1242, An unexpected surprise. As the long axe swung through the air, its massive phantom blade viciously descended toward the Golden Giant's neck. In an instant, Song Jian felt as if the air within hundreds of meters around him had been sucked away, leaving him completely breathless. The space around him also felt as if it were about to collapse, and Song Jian even saw spatial barriers and cracks that would only appear when space was on the verge of shattering, alongside the golden giant. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground cracked open with dozens of fissures that were hundreds of meters long. Song Jian clutched his ears tightly, his face still twisted in pain as a trickle of blood slowly seeped through his fingers. Song Jian was flung hundreds of meters away by the invisible shock wave and violently crashed to the ground. When he struggled to his feet once more, silence enveloped him, and for a moment, he could not hear anything at all. Even his vision was shrouded in red, as if he had donned a pair of red glasses. The golden giant is gone. At this moment, all of Song Jian's attention was on the golden giant, the guardian of the secret realm. The sword technique in his mind had triggered the karmic fire Red Lotus Thousand Swords art to evolve once again, surprising and delighting Song Jian. After all, Song Jian had reached a bottleneck with the karmic fire Red Lotus Thousand Swords art, feeling that even if his level increased, there was no more potential for further evolution. But this time, a technique from the Chaos Sword Cannon had broken the limits of the Thousand Swords art, evolving into a move that even Song Jian had not anticipated, the Sword Chi Sky Axe. As Song Jian searched for the golden giant's figure, a bright golden light burst forth from his body, and messages in the info panel cascaded down like a waterfall. Combat experience surged wildly, and the levels increased at a rate that left Song Jian dumbfounded. 65, 66, 67, 68. Song Jian's level kept soaring until it reached level 70, gradually slowing down before finally stopping at 70 level with 65% of the experience filled. 6 levels at once? Song Jian's face was filled with disbelief. He knew that after reaching the second tier of combat power, grinding for combat experience to level up had become a torturous torment. As an example, at level 64, one would have to slay monsters for at least half a year to possibly gain a level. Thus, when players reach a certain level, their method of leveling shifts from grinding monsters to acquiring purple crystals and extracting energy to level up. Even then, the combat experience needed to go up level from 64 was still colossal. 6 levels, I actually gained 6 levels. Song Jian's face broke into an overjoyed smile, which brought him one large step closer to passing the 3rd tier combat power assessment. The rise to the 6th tier granted Song Jian 6 more skill points. This meant he no longer had to expend purple crystals to upgrade his level each time the skill proficiency of the Sword Array Atlas reached full. Similarly, the proficiency of the Sword Array Atlas skill instantly achieved full value, and the original golden full value was once again overlaid by a purple proficiency bar. Then, after the purple proficiency bar reached full value again, it was covered by a black proficiency bar. In this manner, the proficiency of the Sword Array Atlas skill increased by 5 or 6 times in a row. Although there was no increase in skill points, so the level did not change, the proficiency of the Sword Array Atlas had actually been boosted by 5 or 6 levels. This was an occurrence that would absolutely not happen under normal circumstances, for after skill proficiency was maxed, no matter how much one practiced, it was impossible to gain even a bit more proficiency. Only after consuming skill points to raise the skill level could one continue to increase proficiency, but now, the proficiency of the Sword Array Atlas skill had been directly elevated by several levels. Song Jian believed that now, with just skill points, he could let this skill level up several times in a row. Then, Song Jian saw that within the Sword Array Atlas skill, apart from the Demon Suppression Seal, Incomplete, and Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal, a new formation named Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing Gods Array had been added. Even though the Demon Suppression Seal was an incomplete formation, its name was also in purple-red, signifying that just an incomplete Demon Suppression Seal had reached epic quality. The name of the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal was in gold, meaning its tear was golden, whereas the name of Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing Gods Array was also in purple-red. This made Song Jian's smile grow even broader. Due to being incomplete, the Demon Suppression Seal is impossible for me to construct even with all the materials, I can only look on enviously. But the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing Gods Array is a complete formation. As long as I have the materials, I could create an array plate like I did with the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal before. Song Jian thought to himself. This is practically like creating another secret realm guardian like the Golden Giant. By then, even the leaders of the various peaks might not be able to take it down easily for a while. You should know that all secret realm guardians have one feature in common: only the force of an array can inflict damage on them. If they encounter peak masters who aren't adept in arrays, even if they can't kill them, they would be equally helpless against the Golden Giant. For Song Jian, this was a tremendous advantage. Immediately after, a myriad of differently colored array materials appeared in the information bar. These were most likely the spoils of war obtained from forcefully breaking through the secret realm guardian, the Golden Giant. The number of these materials was in the hundreds, and it was only because Song Jian's inventory was large enough. Otherwise, ordinary players would probably be reduced to tears at the sight of so many precious materials. All these are materials for constructing the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing God's array. Song Jian took a deep breath, suppressing his wildly beating heart, and began to carefully inventory them. Indeed, there were even some materials to spare after constructing an array plate for the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing God's array, which gave Song Jian's confidence an additional boost. You must realize that the more powerful an array plate is, the more abundant the materials required to construct it. The reason Song Jian had such a fanciful idea to use the spirit swords from the Thousand Swords art as materials for building the array was precisely because of this. Collecting array materials is just too time-consuming and laborious. Just as Song Jian felt he had reaped a great harvest, the name of one item suddenly caught his eye, turning his bloodshot eyes even redder. He couldn't help but rub his eyes vigorously, reopened his inventory for a closer look, and after a long while, Song Jian let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha, unexpected, truly unexpected. To think that I would find you here, what a delightful surprise indeed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1243, leaving placed in Song Jian's inventory slot was a fragment of an item, the very piece of the Demon Suppression Tower fragment that Song Jian had long sought. Song Jian had already obtained 2 pieces of the Demon Suppression Tower fragment from the ancient Desolate Abyss and had been searching for the third. Only by collecting all 3 could he merge them into a complete Demon Suppression Tower. He had always assumed that the third fragment was within the ancient Desolate Abyss, yet to his surprise, this third fragment was actually inside the Imperial Sword Sex Formation Atlas secret realm. Who would have thought, this third fragment was in possession of the Guardian of the Secret Realm? Song Jian mused silently to himself. The 3 fragments overlapped in a single slot of his inventory, emanating a faint purple golden light that pulsed as if indicating to Song Jian that they were ready to be merged. Song Jian's gaze fell on the 3 fragments, and quickly, 2 options appeared before him: merge and destroy. His gaze naturally rested on merge, and a purple golden light swirling like a vortex began to revolve around the inventory slot. Soon, a purple golden vortex formed, and the 3 Demon Suppression Tower fragments turned into 3 beams of light that were absorbed into the vortex. In a moment, the purple golden light intensified and a complete Demon Suppression Tower appeared in Song Jian's inventory slot. Demon Suppression Tower, of legendary quality, it's actually a spiritual treasure. Song Jian observed the properties of the Demon Suppression Tower somewhat surprisedly. Apart from increasing all of the holder's attributes by 200 points, the Demon Suppression Tower possessed a terrifying array of additional properties: increasing damage, amplifying skill power effects, increasing vitality points, increasing spirit points, accelerating recovery speed, and boosting movement speed. Besides, the Demon Suppression Tower came equipped with 3 skills: Demonic Suppression, Transform Demon, and Devour Demon. Demonic Suppression was an active attack skill that consumed 30% spirit points, unleashing indiscriminate true damage on all monsters within a 100-meter radius. This skill had no cooldown, allowing for continuous casting, and as long as the spirit points held out, it could be unleashed without limit. For killing bosses, this move was average at best, but against those monsters that rely on sheer numbers to overcome, akin to ants attempting to consume an elephant, it possessed extreme suppressive capabilities. One strike, and all monsters within 100 meters were reduced to ash. With the Demon Suppression Tower in hand, players would no longer fear being surrounded and killed by an overwhelming number of monsters. Transform Demon was also an active skill, capable of altering a monster's innate attributes. For example, if an abyssal monster was targeted with the Transform Demon skill, its innate Abyssal Devil attribute would change into any monster attribute designated by Song Jian. By exploiting vulnerabilities related to attributes, he could easily kill the modified monster. This had unimaginable effects when hunting down those formidable bosses. The last skill, Devour Demon, was somewhat similar to the effect of the Sword Chi Stone Tower, devouring critically wounded monsters or their corpses, and converting them into battle experience, skill proficiency, or purple crystal. This skill might seem ordinary at first glance, but for Song Jian, it was an even more crucial skill than the first 2. What a pity, it must be traded for the life of a comrade. Song Jian looked at the purple golden Demon Suppression Tower in his hands, his eyes filled with reluctance. Just as Song Jian was loath to put down the Demon Suppression Tower, the entire secret realm suddenly began to quiver violently, and Song Jian noticed a faint glow surrounding his body as if protecting him. Soon, Song Jian suddenly lost control over his body and turned into a beam of white light, flying into the sky. He saw that throughout the secret realm, many beams of white light were rising, each containing a human figure. These are all disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect who entered the secret realm. Song Jian thought to himself. In that instant, Song Jian's vision blurred, and he felt as if a great force had flung him into the air, causing his body to spin uncontrollably. By the time he crashed heavily onto the grass, he was shocked to find that he had actually emerged from the secret realm. How could this be? There were still about 10 days left before we could leave the secret realm. Song Jian wondered, puzzled as he stood up and patted the dirt off himself. At that moment, he realized that all the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect who had entered the secret realm were unexpectedly thrown out, some with minor scrapes, others lying motionless on the grass, seemingly having lost consciousness. Where is this? Song Jian looked up and around only to find that they were at the back mountain of the main peak of the Imperial Sword Sect, which was precisely where they had entered the secret realm. Just then, a rustling sound came from afar, as if a large group of people were running toward them. Quick, 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 they should be right ahead. How could the Array Record secret realm suddenly collapse? I wonder if the senior brothers are injured? It shouldn't have collapsed. The Array Record secret realm is very stable, even after 1,000 years, there should not be the slightest damage. Look there, they are right over there. Looking up, Song Jian saw a group of Imperial Sword Sect disciples rapidly approaching. Upon arrival, these disciples immediately ran toward those who were injured. One of them was originally running toward Song Jian, but upon approaching and seeing Song Jian stood there curious, looking at him, the disciple scratched his head, sized Song Jian up and down, and finding no injuries on him, he gave a somewhat awkward smile to Song Jian before turning and running toward the other disciples who had just emerged from the secret realm. At that moment, Song Jian caught sight of a familiar figure and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Instructor. Wang Jian glanced at Song Jian and waved his hand. You are now a direct disciple of the sect leader, it's enough to call me senior brother. Song Jian nodded and corrected himself. Senior brother Wan. Wang Jian surveyed the area with a sweeping gaze, then sighed softly. Wang Taniu from Battle Sword Peak, Wan Mai from Kinglian Peak, and Qilong from Guyu Peak, it appears these 3 disciples have fallen within the secret realm. With each venture into the secret realm, disciples inevitably fall, it's a sad inevitability. What on earth happened in the secret realm for it to suddenly eject everyone out? Wang Jian couldn't help but ask. With the collapse of the secret realm, it will take at least 3 years of recovery before it can be opened again. This is a significant loss for the sect. Opening the secret realm is not only about allowing disciples to enter and comprehend formations to enhance their understanding of array laws, but even more importantly, it is about obtaining resources such as jade liquid wine, which can't be found in the outside world. If it cannot be opened for 3 years, the loss for the Imperial Sword Sect would be indeed substantial. Song Jian's brow furrowed slightly, a look of hesitation appeared on his face, he opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but after looking around, he chose to remain silent. Seeing Song Jian's expression, Wang Jian was shocked. Knowing the full extent of a secret realm's collapse, Wang Jian didn't think it would have anything to do with Song Jian. With Song Jian's strength, it would be impossible for him to cause such an event. But now, observing Song Jian's expression, Wang Jian was instantly sure that the incident must involve Song Jian. Wang Jian glared at Song Jian, grabbed him, quickly gave a few instructions to the other disciples who had come along, and then pulled Song Jian toward the sacrificial hall at the main peak. Chapter 1244 Exchanged. Wang Jian pulled Song Jian towards the peak's sacrificial hall, and on the way, Wang Jian couldn't help but ask. Just spill it, how did you manage to cause the secret realm to end its trial early, and have it require a full 3 years before it can be reopened? Actually, the Formation Atlas secret realm was also inherited from the ancient sword sect by the Imperial Sword Sect, and because of the existence of the demon suppression seal within the ancient sword star, many disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect were particularly interested in array formations. The sect was also focusing on cultivating disciples with a natural talent for formations. After all, the very foundation of the Imperial Sword Sect's existence could be said to be due to the demon sealing array. Without a sufficient number of array formation masters, if there were any issues with the demon suppression seal next time, the entire Imperial Sword Sect would be in danger of annihilation. I'm not too clear on the specifics. Song Jian shook his head and said. But I guess it might have something to do with me killing a guardian of the secret realm. Wang Jian almost stumbled and fell to the ground. After steadying himself, he looked at Song Jian with a shocked expression. Impossible. The strength of the secret realm's guardians was well understood by Wang Jian, even though he had never entered the secret realm. The entire sect had thoroughly researched the 9 guardians inside the Formation Atlas secret realm. Any disciple interested in formations would first learn about the 9 guardians before delving into other arrays. Each guardian can only be harmed using the power of formations. They are immune to all other types of damage. Wang Jian exclaimed in a low voice. Though they only possess the combat power of the peak of the 3rd tier, in reality, even legendary-level powerhouses couldn't possibly kill them unless they were masters of formation. Are you saying that you are now even more powerful than a legendary-level fighter? Wang Jian stared at Song Jian with a tilted eye and asked. Or are you implying that you have already reached the level of a master of formation? Song Jian heard the hint of mockery in Wang Jian's voice, but he didn't mind, shaking his head as he said. The guardian of the secret realm that I killed was a giant shimmering with golden light, constructed by the purple heaven thunder punishing god's array. It is said to be ranked in the top 3 among the 9 guardians. As he spoke, Song Jian provided a detailed description of the golden giant's appearance and attributes, making sure to emphasize the cloud of thunder atop the giant's head. Although Wang Jian still found it hard to believe that Song Jian could kill a guardian of the secret realm on his own, he stopped making mocking remarks and just looked at Song Jian with a somewhat strange gleam in his eyes. The two arrived at the Great Hall where, apart from those who were out, nearly all the high-ranking members of the Imperial Sword sect were already gathered in the sacrificial hall. After listening to Song Jian's detailed explanation of the battle with the Golden Giant, everyone displayed a delighted expression and turned to look at the sect leader, Guan Xingliu. Guan Xingliu himself knew what these old foxes were thinking and couldn't help rolling his eyes internally. After coughing twice, he said softly to Song Jian. Song Jian, you performed well in the secret realm this time, managing to defeat a guardian on your own, and your contribution is undeniable. Song Jian's lips curved upward slightly, his face showing a respectful expression, but inside he didn't take Guan Xingliu's words too seriously. All this preamble is just for the demands that will follow, I just wonder what they want to gain? Song Jian knew that his time in the Imperial Sword sect was still short, and although he was a direct disciple of the sect leader, there were some things that even Guan Xingliu would not directly claim from the benefits he had obtained. Master, I am already your personal disciple and a member of the Imperial Sword sect. Whatever you have to say, you can just speak frankly. Song Jian bowed to Guan Xingliu as he spoke. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Guan Xingliu's face, followed by a couple of coughs before he said. The 9 guardians of the Array Record Secret Realm are immortal, each guarding an extremely powerful array. In fact, they exist in the form of the very arrays that constitute their bodies. This time when you defeated the Golden Giant, the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing God's array you obtained is a top-tier array of legendary quality. If you could contribute it, it would greatly enhance the strength of our sect. A look of sudden realization dawned on Song Jian's face, so they wanted the formation diagram of the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing God's array. Master, this Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing God's array is extremely powerful, and its value must be very high. I wonder if it can be exchanged for that item. Song Jian said with a smile, winking at Guan Xingliu as he asked. Guan Xingliu's expression faltered as he stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and then slowly nodded. With your achievements, it's not out of the question, only. After hesitating for a long while, Guan Xingliu sighed and gritted his teeth. I'll take you to see it first. If it's not possible, you can choose any treasure from the Imperial Sword Sect's secret vault as compensation, and your due contribution points will remain unchanged. Song Jian was taken aback, his heart sinking. It seemed that his initial thoughts were too simplistic. Surely, 1.5 million contribution points were rumored to be enough for an exchange for a piece of the Sword Immortal suit, but it was clear that even Guan Xingliu hadn't told him the whole truth. Given the value of the Purple Heaven Thunder Punishing God's array, it's definitely not inferior to a piece of the Sword Immortal suit. Could it be that the problem lies with that Grand Elder? Song Jian thought to himself. After learning about the events in the secret realm, all the peak masters and elders looked at Song Jian with a peculiar gaze. The 9 guardians of the secret realm are the foundation of the Array Record Secret Realm's existence. Each one was formed from an extremely formidable array. Even the peak masters and elders coveted the formation that built these guardians, but none would stoop to competing with a group of disciples to enter the secret realm to fight over it. Unexpectedly, Song Jian had defeated one of the top 3 guardians all by himself, causing the secret realm to close for 3 years. The 3 years were actually the time for the secret realm itself to nurture another powerful array, which would then create a new guardian. After 3 years, there would be a new guardian in the Array Record Secret Realm. Once everyone had dispersed, Guan Xingliu sighed and gestured for Song Jian to follow him. The two walked towards the back mountain of the main peak together. Song Jian, that piece of the Sword Immortal suit was originally stored in the secret vault of the Imperial Sword sect. Along the way, Guan Xingliu explained as they walked. But over a decade ago, Grand Elder Guan Wuji suddenly took the equipment out of the vault, claiming it contained great secrets to becoming a sword immortal, and wanted to study it. At the time, he did say that if anyone amassed enough contribution points to exchange for this item, he would definitely not hoard it privately. However, so many years have passed, and Grand Elder Guan Wuji has not unveiled any secrets. Now, to ask for it might be difficult. What kind of strength does this Grand Elder possess? Song Jian frowned slightly, asking involuntarily. Even Wan Xingliu seemed to be wary of this Grand Elder. It seemed getting the piece of the Sword Immortal suit would not be an easy task. Chapter 1245, 1245 Child Wan Xingliu couldn't help but chuckle when Song Jian asked about the Grand Elder's strength. He didn't think Song Jian was intending to forcefully take the equipment from the Grand Elder. Despite Song Jian's impressive feat of single-handedly annihilating a guardian of a secret realm, which surprised everyone, neither the Peak Masters nor the Elders would believe Song Jian had the strength to rival them. After all, up to this point Song Jian was nothing more than a young man with second-tier combat power, while the Peak Masters and Elders had at least reached the pinnacle of third-tier strength, with some even possessing legendary power. What, are you thinking of taking on the Grand Elder? Wan Xingliu asked with a smile. Song Jian wore a bitter smile and shook his head. How could that be possible? How could I possibly be a match for the Grand Elder? One must know that although Wan Xingliu was the sect leader, his actual authority wasn't much different from that of other Peak Masters. He could only govern his own main peak. Should any issues arise, he would still need to convene with the other Peak Masters and Elders to deliberate. Similarly, if Wan Xingliu, as the sect leader, didn't perform well, the other Peak Masters had the right to remove him from his position. But the Grand Elders were different. As far as Song Jian knew, the Imperial Sword Sect had only 3 Grand Elders, each possessing extraordinary strength. They were like the pillars of the sect, only to be disturbed in scenarios of potential destruction. The previous invasion of wild beasts wasn't significant enough to involve them. One could imagine the immense power held by these 3 Grand Elders. Demigods. Wan Xingliu glanced at Song Jian and uttered these 2 words softly. These 2 words struck Song Jian like thunder, leaving him stunned for quite some time before he regained his senses. Really, there truly exists a demigod realm? Song Jian felt his hands and feet tremble slightly. He had originally thought that the legendary realm was the highest level in this game, yet to his surprise, above the legendary realm, there was a demigod realm. If there is a demigod realm, does that also mean there is a god realm? Song Jian thought to himself, and suddenly, like weeds, the thought began to grow wildly in his mind. The Grand Elders are one of the Imperial Sword Sect's foundations. Each Grand Elder, with a full-powered strike, can rival a deity. Wan Xingliu glanced at Song Jian and explained, however, after delivering that one strike, that Grand Elder's lifespan would also come to an end. What, rival a deity? Song Jian's face wore a dazed expression. There were many temples of deities within the City of Hope, and he had encountered divine projections descending to perform divine arts upon their worshippers more than once. Even those projections of the gods gave Song Jian an irresistible sense of power, let alone the deities themselves. It's like a nuclear weapon. Song Jian couldn't help but exclaim in his mind. If not for the fact that Imperial Sword Sect inherited so much from the Ancient Sword Sect, leading to the heavy debts and responsibilities of the Ancient Sword Sect also falling upon their shoulders. In order to avoid retribution from the deities, the Imperial Sword Sect had no choice but to retreat into Ancient Sword Star, which was similar to a semi-dimensional plane. With 3 nuclear weapon-like Grand Elders, the Imperial Sword Sect could completely become a top-tier sect on the main plane, but unfortunately. Song Jian sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling that the hope of obtaining fragments of the Sword Immortal set had dimmed even further. Soon, Wan Xingliu and Song Jian arrived at a cave dwelling on the back mountain. As soon as they approached, Song Jian sensed the power of an array pervading the area. The entire cave dwelling was protected by a grand array. This is the Sun-Moon-Starlight Array, capable of drawing upon the power of the stars to enhance the might of the array. We must not rashly intrude. Wan Xingliu whispered. The 2 of them stood quietly outside the cave dwelling, and after a quarter of an hour, Song Jian suddenly saw the scenery before him change. The dense pine and cypress forest that had been outside the cave dwelling twisted, and countless points of starlight appeared before Song Jian's eyes. Not long after, Song Jian saw a tightly closed stone door appear before him. Next to the stone door, there was a stele about 10 feet tall and 8 feet wide, covered in fist-sized golden runes. Song Jian looked at them, unable to recognize any of the letters, feeling that each rune emitted endless power. This stele was also a remarkable treasure, similar to an array disk. It seemed that guarding this cave dwelling was not only the Sun-Moon-Starlight Array that Wan Xingliu mentioned, but also this stele-like array disk. In no time, the stone door opened automatically, and a boy in a white Taoist robe walked out, looking to be only around 12 or 13 years old, with a handsome visage. He bowed to Wan Xingliu and said, "Senior brother, Suixing offers his respects. The master has already been informed of your arrival. Please follow me to meet the master." "Thank you, junior brother Suixing," Wan Xingliu replied with a bow. Song Jian was amazed. The Grand Elder was truly formidable. Even a serving boy at his side could address the sect master of the Imperial Sword Sect as a brother.